not to get too political, but I'm not a big fan of the government.
Walking.
I think we put too many bodies on it. It's one of those bridges only one person can go across at a time. Maybe.
Damn. Well, I'm injured. I'm gonna grab one item and then I'll just.
Oh, there's a guy. There's a bracken to the left. Don't look. Okay.
Wait, what's that thing?
The flower thing.
It's coming! Get the ladder ready! Get the ladder ready! Hey, bitch, I'm right here!
Why did he snap my neck?
Oh shit, give him back! Give him back!
I didn't even look at him! He just ran around the corner and killed me!
Whoa!
What was that? I was like, I was like deploying ladder like we had planned.
I see you, Bracken bitch.
He doesn't.
Whoa. Yeah, I maybe would have taken a shower before I did that.
That wasn't fucking funny, bro. I think it's just because how serious it was and all the music and everything.
By your word, officer. Take us home.
Hey, do you have dreams?
Oh my god.
Hanged by 4 dudes in ski masks and then getting your throat slit in the bathroom?
What the hell?
Just asking.
What?
Something. And was primarily teenagers.
No, it don't matter how old you are. Bro,
so that's
I don't even want to explain what that joke was. That shit was horrifying. Stop it. But I get it. It was dark humor.
I grew my wiener. I'm 8 inches. Almost 10.
What? Nigga, you gay.
I'm gonna give you one chance to apologize to me. One chance.
Apologize? Suck my...
Thank you for the follow.
What's going on, guys? Hope you guys enjoyed the video. More importantly, I hope you guys learned a valuable lesson today, and that is to treat everyone with respect.
I like them black, big booty. I like the ones with afros as well. I like the afros in chicks. Shame a lot of porn stars don't have fucking that shit.
Ladies and gentlemen, Garfield and friends.
We're ready to party. We're ready to party. We're ready. I hope you bring lots of spaghetti. I'm scared. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Dancing, fiesta, romancing, siesta, samba, la bamba. Ay caramba, disguises, surprises, and pies of all sizes. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Garfield and friends.
And pay attention. There'll be a test at the end.
Hello everybody. Hello. Howdy do, and hullabaloo, and all that good stuff too. Welcome to another questionably consistent, short Saturday stream. It's gonna be a Sloptuber schlock-infested special. We're gonna be continuing the post-game in Donkey Kong Bananza until I decide it's time for anime night. We're gonna continue looking for the bananas and the fossils, but most importantly, it's finally time. We've let it build up too much, guys. It's time to work, on the video watch list. Big ups to the dinguses, the dingers, dongers, and swollen double underscore ones existing here in the now. And big ups to the dingers, dongers, swollen double underscore ones, the ding dongs, and all that in the above, who will be arriving in the immediate and far-flung future. So what we got? I think last stream we did all the post-game, all the rehearsal halls, plus the final rehearsal hall. Spoiler alert, the game has post-game content. So we got all the Banandium gems in the Lagoon layer, as well as all the fossils in the Lagoon layer, and all the fossils in the Hilltop layer. I am missing 3 Banandium gems in the Hilltop layer, but as I booted up the game, I realized where they might be. I don't know if this guy was always here, or if I just ignored him before I finished the game. He only shows up in post-game. I don't remember him being here prior to me completing the game, but here he is now. But it's like, if you look at the thing, this is Banana 3, 4, and 5. So, presumably this means it's listed before bananas that might appear in post-game, so did I really just walk past them? The first tree I ran into was in the canyon layer. I don't know, the game's gaslighting me is what I'm essentially saying. Big ups J Frosty, Corono, Snow, the first person here, C Snow, and Biscuit Bun Cream. What? Who would want to do post-game content? One and done, baby! On top of saying that you saw all the content, I literally, effectively, essentially saw everything in the game. No, fuck you, I'm not doing free roam, it's fucking boring. Alright, give me my 3 bananas. They're mine, all mine! Thank you, Makoto Simp, for the re-up with the Prime. For 3 months! You could have used that on anyone, anywhere on this godforsaken platform. You used it here. I couldn't be more happy. I couldn't be happier for you deciding to use it here. It's actually pretty bad, though. If I run into another one of these banana trees... I'm out of gold! No! This is because I paid Grumpy Kong for that DK statue in Good Isle. But because I did that, you know, I have an awesome statue now, but I don't have any more gold. Thank you again, Makoto, for the re-up. We are, in fact, Makoto Simps. I've done everything in Mario Kart World, except the dev time trials, first in every cup, all carts, and learning how to do skips. Don't forget the free roam. He didn't do fucking fuck-all dingusy shit in free roam. He didn't get every character either. Oh, look, I was almost there anyway, just like 1 or 2 more gold chunks and I would have gotten it. But yeah, he didn't get every character. He didn't get every costume for every character, which is very easy to do. You can grind those in free roam. He didn't get all the carts, as he said. Didn't do all the time trials, and they didn't do all the developer ghosts. Didn't do anything in free roam. I can understand with free roam. Like, I'll give him leeway on free roam, because it's just a lot of looking around for these P-switches and Peach medallions that aren't marked on the map. So he would essentially have to use a guide, because that's the kind of person that he is. The game doesn't... The game only tracks the question mark panels. So I'll give you some free free leeway on free roam, but everything else, like, come on, buddy. No excuses. I thought we were the gamer here in this house. Hey, not. Hey, Perez. Thank you for the random DSP greeting. Alright, buddy. That's every banana in the hilltop layer. We must continue to the canyon layer. He didn't even learn how to properly play the game, calling it the least skill-based Mario Kart game when it's the most skill-based Mario Kart game. Yeah, didn't learn how to ride on rails, didn't learn how to ride on the walls. It was more like he was too scared to even attempt it. then tries to claim that he wants Mario Kart to be skill-based like it used to be, but doesn't know the tech for all these tracks, doesn't know the shortcuts, doesn't do any off-stream research, just kind of dives into it head first and then complains when things don't go his way. Oh no, you don't get it, Mario Kart was always skill-based. It was never based on the RNG of the items. Ironically, literally right after he quit it, they put out an update. Yup, they rolled out the update. We have mushroom-only mode. Mushroom-only mode of the game, meaning no more items that are random, RNG, no more shells coming to fuck them up, no more RNG lightning. You know what's the most skill-based item in the game? Probably the mushroom. You can use it to your advantage, manipulating shortcuts across the off-road. He now has a skill-based mode. And he's probably never gonna go back to it. Yeah, I basically mastered it. Now he's not going to think about Mario Kart for the next decade and then talk about, they've been coasting off Mario Kart World for a decade and nobody even likes it. Where's the next Mario Kart at? And it's like, brother, you didn't even appreciate the one they put out. Guessing you're talking about the guy, but I assume you're talking about Synthetic Man too. No, Synthetic Man didn't really... I don't even know if he owns Mario Kart. I don't recall him streaming it. I know he streamed Bananza. I don't think he actually owns Mario Kart. He may not have gotten the bundle, which is, you know, fair enough. I know people who have a Switch 2 that didn't get the Mario Kart bundle because they don't care about Mario Kart. Banana already have. Got a lot of shit I want to watch, so I'll go ahead and start it. But I'm not gonna front with you. I'm gonna be honest. You guys know I'm honest. A lot of it is gonna be Arlo. All right, let's see what's in the playlist here. Oh, this is fitting to start off with. I heard about this article. A Donkey Kong movie might be in the works. Whoa, this is totally not clickbait. What if it's true? And K. Rool better be in it.
Old news. Old news. What is old news? You see old news? I see.
He's desperate for content to make videos
news.
about.
I see news that is extra ready to be talked about. You know, and if you want a more thematic analogy,
he's hungry.
You see rotten bananas?
He loves rotten bananas.
So last week, maybe even the week before, I don't remember. So there's a rumor I'd love to talk about, and it is a rumor about a potential Donkey Kong movie. Ooh, lovely, topical. Donkey Kong is the flavor of the minute at the moment.
I'm not going to say it doesn't make sense.
Perfect timing.
And he's the man of the hour, the monkey of the hour.
Someone has spotted a new copyright filing. The filing itself does not contain a whole lot of information, but the title of this filing is Untitled Donkey Kong Project Motion Picture.
The Untitled Donkey Kong Motion Picture. Get out of here.
By two parties, party one being Nintendo Studios,
parentheses,
LLC,
working title.
and party two being Universal Pictures, a division of Universal City Studios, LLC.
Yes, Seth Rogen gets to make more money.
Was that like the original name, and then they shortened it to Universal Studios? I don't know. But yeah, that's really it.
I can't do his laugh.
That is all that we have.
Oh yeah, we need a musical number in this movie. You're right, just like in a TV series.
Filing or a patent filing or whatever does not necessarily always lead to a thing. Sometimes companies just want to, I don't know.
It's our first thing of the stream.
Or like secure
the Donkey Kong
filing
movie
just
thing.
in case they want to do something in the future. And I also never really understand why only sometimes we see these filings publicly, and that leads us.
I'm gonna be honest, I would not want a coconut cream pie from Donkey Kong.
Of a project before it has actually been revealed. Why does that not happen for every single secret project? If it's an option to not do this and file publicly, then why would you? Why does it only happen sometimes? I really never really understand how any of this works. But basically, it does seem to be true that Nintendo filed a copyright thingy for Untitled Donkey Kong Project Motion Picture. So yeah, you hear motion picture, you think movies. I mean, I think
he's gonna say it's
technically that
gonna be
could
something
mean
that's not a
show,
movie.
Possibly.
Oh yeah, that's what it is. They call it a motion picture, but then it just turns it out to be like a Netflix series.
Is still a
Stuff with
picture
DK?
in motion. I think it's very funny that we still just the word the term motion.
It's like an
picture.
internet
We've heard
series.
it so
Oh
much.
shit,
It's so
Secret Room.
normalized, but like it really does just mean pictures that move on a screen. It's very funny we still call it that. Anyway, so let's focus on the movie idea first. You know, the idea of a Donkey Kong
it has to be
movie
tied to the Mario
is
movie, right?
Not weird.
Continuing in that same universe.
We've all talked about it.
The Nintendo
before.
Cinematic
Like,
Universe.
You got Mario. And then of course Zelda. So like we're getting a second Mario movie, and we're getting a Zelda movie. The next Mario movie is going to be next April, and then the following year,
Mario
in
movie's got a
May, we
sequel
get
coming
Zelda,
too.
assuming nothing gets delayed. That is exciting, by the way. That is very, very soon. Before we know it, we're going to have a new Mario movie.
He doesn't
and
just
then
give him,
a
he
Zelda
showers you in
movie
the
right after that, the
no!
next year. So that is very cool. So Mario and Zelda makes a lot of sense. Within the Mario sphere,
yes,
a
the
DK
Mario
movie
sphere.
really was the most likely next thing to happen. You know, outside of regular old quote-unquote maiden-line Mario movies. If there was any possible spin-off that could come from the Mario movies, it was gonna be DK, because it's Mario is Mario, and then next in line is DK. They're both the most recognizable
DK came first, you
Nintendo
fake
characters
fan.
outside of the whole like Pokemon thing. You know, Mario, Link, DK, the originals. Enough people grew up playing the arcade games and whatnot that like, yeah, out of all of the different spin-offs you could
I don't know,
potentially
they don't even
with
do
Mario,
Pokemon movies anymore.
DK
They don't
is the one
sell
that
tickets
made
like
the
they used
most
to.
sense. Down the line, if they're able to like really hit it off with a lot of these movies and expand a lot of these characters, then you
Lanky
could
Kong in the
potentially see
movie?
them dipping into, you know,
Well, he did have a
Luigi,
cameo in
Luigi's
Bonanza on the
Mansion,
billboard.
maybe, or like Peach getting her own movie or something. I did a whole entire video talking about like a hypothetical timeline release of all of the movies they could potentially do. But like for starters, to start with the spin-offs, DK makes the most sense. It's the least risky. It is still such an iconic character, the most likely to get people to come to the theater and watch the movie. So if they are making a Donkey Kong movie, it certainly would not surprise me. The only slightly surprising thing would be the timing. It's a little hard for me to believe that they would want to work on so many movies at one time. Like, I'm almost surprised that they're doing
really
a Mario movie and a Zelda movie at the same time.
But is that really so confusing though? If there's like different teams working on it, it could seem weird, but it's not impossible.
And that's probably only happening because
2025
one is
Pokemon
animated
movie?
and one is live action.
I didn't hear about
They're
it.
working with different studios, so that kind of makes sense. I mean, even then, the creative talent is now split. You know, Miyamoto was so closely involved in the Mario movie, so he's probably very involved in the Zelda movie too. So I don't know if that.
Right, I noted it was curious that Miyamoto was so involved in the Zelda movie, because even though he created The Legend of Zelda, and he kind of got a lot of prestige for being known as the creator of Legend of Zelda, in reality, I think it was like after Ocarina of Time, he didn't really have any notable roles in the development of games in that series. But even after Ocarina of Time, because of his association as, the creator of Mario and Zelda, they put him on, they hoisted him up as the guy who came up with all the games, even long after his direct involvement. He wasn't in any of the leading roles. Like, I always look back to the Twilight Princess reveal, where they had him come out on stage with the shield and the sword, and that was a game he didn't have any really real involvement with, but because Westerners knew him as the Zelda guy, the guy who made Mario and Zelda, they put him on stage because that's what people know him for. But by that time, it was already Eiji Aonuma had took over for the development of the series, like in the director roles and whatnot. But Westerners didn't really know him yet. Now they do know him, so they don't have to put Miyamoto in that kind of like position anymore. But these days, Miyamoto's more like an idea guy who works on stuff like the movies, the theme park, stuff like the Pikmin app, all that weird tertiary stuff that isn't like a direct game, but has ties to Nintendo's IP and characters. That's where Miyamoto's focus is. His job title is literally representative fellow. Basically, his official position is the idea guy. It's almost like they just pay him because he's Shigeru Miyamoto. movies for 2026, I think, but the trailer released this year. Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't hear anything about that. I guess maybe Pokemon might be coming back in a big way, guys. He did have influence to make Wind Waker look more cartoon looking. Yeah, and to that end as well, that's also why he was on stage to demo Skyward Sword during that disastrous Skyward Sword E3 presentation. That demo failing did get them to improve the motion controls somewhat. Though, from what I recall, people still had issue with it. And then the remaster came out and fixed all of that shit. And now everyone loves Skyward Sword, kinda. Yeah, give me Emote of the Shield and Sword, put him on stage. Is it one movie in live action? The Zelda one, yep. And apparently this Pokemon one. You wouldn't have the same people or even release them together. Yeah, absolutely. Arlo just... I guess he thinks of Nintendo as a monopoly, in this case. They opened up a production studio, Nintendo Pictures, to handle all this shit. So it's not like Miyamoto's attention is split like 3 or 4 ways, right? I think his attention right now is on the Zelda movie primarily, and now that, you know, the Mario movie team has proven themselves, maybe he doesn't feel like he needs to be supervising them as much, because, like, okay, they already put out one movie, they know what they're doing, but the Zelda team, it's like their first foray, that's where his attention is going to be. The Mario movie, people can just work on it on their own, and, like, at this point, he trusts them to know what they're doing. So I think Nintendo been on a decline PR-wise since Iwata. It's a different Nintendo than how it was when Iwata was running it, that's for sure. I do miss Iwata. Now, I'm not going to be singing about him. I'm going to be singing over him mock digital funerals like Chibi, but he was a chill dude. Directs haven't felt the same since he left. The developer interviews that they put on their website haven't felt the same since he left. But yeah, Iwata was based. Hey, Unif.
Means he's kind of passed
Welcome to the
off
Arlo
the
segment.
second Mario movie to other people. Maybe he's just kind of working on both, juggling them. Maybe he's just kind of supervising the Mario movie. I don't know, but like DK movie as well. I mean, as much as the greedy fan inside of me loves the idea of Nintendo just greenlighting all of these movies, you know, just like, fine, give us a whole Mario
Fire Emblem
cinematic
anime
universe, make 10 movies at once. I don't know, just gimme. As much as I kind of like that idea. It's just not really Nintendo style. They're so careful about this stuff. So careful. It took them so long to do that first Mario movie in the first place. So
right, I agree, Chrono.
Yeah, it's a little hard to believe that all
Put
of
someone
a
else
sudden
in a Mario
they would be
movie's
okay
position.
juggling all of these
Zelda
different
needs
things.
Miyamoto to
Generally, they
kickstart
like
it.
to take things real nice and slow, be really, really careful, really focus on what they're doing. And, you know, animated movies generally take about like 3 years. That's what I've heard from people in, you know, in interviews and stuff. They're like, generally speaking, it's about 3 years to make an animated movie from start to finish. And that certainly lines up, you know, the second Mario movie coming in 2026. Yeah, makes sense. So yeah, I don't know if I see them working on 2 animated movies at one time. It is possible that this is just them filing this so that they can kind of get started working on it a little bit, or at least just kind of preparing so that when the second Mario movie is done, then they can launch right into DK. And
No, I think they're
maybe
actively
see the
working on
DK
both.
movie
You're dumb, Arlo.
in 2029. I could see that, you know, and I, you know, if they really wanted to be smart about the time.
It would be like if he looked for the patents for the Switch 2. Remember when those patents leaked of like the mouse controls and shit? If he looked at that and said, okay, they're gonna wait until the Switch 1 is done releasing games, and then they're gonna start working on the Switch 2. This patent is just proof of the idea. No, I think it's proof they're actively developing it, and they just haven't announced it yet.
I mean, then they would at least have a small team right now working on DK, working on stories and concepts and all that. Just kind of like just lining up. You know, you could even be doing like storyboarding and stuff. I don't know how much they'd be comfortable doing. That still does take a lot of creative focus to kind of get that ball rolling. But I don't know, yeah, it is possible they're just kind of getting ahead. I mean, the next Mario movie is due in less than a year. So,
God damn,
so yeah,
I still haven't seen the
seems
first one.
Perfectly reasonable to imagine that we would get a Mario movie and then a second Mario movie. Rumor has it it's going to be called Super Mario World, so you're blowing it up
yeah,
kinda
that's
bigger.
true. Yoshi's
And
gonna
then
play a
after
big
that,
part. You already
go
know.
Spin-off. You go DK spin-off, going to have a lot of the same characters, so that It
Can
makes
we get a
perfect
new
sense.
voice
I think
actor for Cranky,
that's
though?
basically the perfect way to do it. If they're not willing to do multiple animated movies at once, then yeah, I mean, like I couldn't have planned it better myself. 2 Mario movies followed by a DK spinoff, and then you see where we are. You know, you kind of like at that point, how much money have these movies been making? Did the DK spinoff do as well as we wanted? Can we look at other spin-offs? Can we look at a 3rd Mario movie? You kind of go from there. But then at least briefly, to come back to the idea of a DK show, that if that's on the cards here, if motion picture could also just mean a show.
God,
then,
if it's a show, imagine waiting like
I am,
weeks.
Waiting for
you watch the
shows.
DK show week after week.
Waiting. I'm looking at all these other companies.
The way Sarah waits for like a new episode of Dexter, it's gonna be us waiting for the next episode of Donkey Kong.
All their series.
Imagine if
all
it
these,
takes
like,
itself
Netflix
even
shows
slightly
and whatnot,
seriously.
And just kind of waiting for Nintendo to do one. Or you know, rather another DK show. DK did get a show back in the day, but maybe something a little bit more modern, something a bit more akin to like what's going on in the games. I don't know. They could even kind of base it a little bit on DK Bonanza, like have Polly.
Anime Night is spearheaded by the DK TV show. That's what I'm thinking.
Cool. I'd be
I'd
totally
fight for
down
it.
for that. But yeah,
I'd request that everyone play all the Donkey Kong Country games to enjoy the story and understand what's going on.
The movie universe, it would be. I mean, they probably wouldn't get.
Okay, guys, now that you've played every Donkey Kong Country game, I need you to finish DK64 within the next 2 weeks because the show is going to come out. All right, you get it?
Seth Rogen for a show. They
you got to be caught up on the story, champ.
Actors for shows, but I could see it still being set in the same universe, the same cast of characters and whatnot. That could also be a thing, and if that was a thing, then they could do all of this at once. You know, obviously they'd have a completely different team working on the show. It would be a much smaller production. So yeah, that could be a thing too. Or as always, this could be nothing at all. We get no DK related motion picture whatsoever anytime soon. Who knows? Personally speaking, I do like the idea of motion picture DK content. However, I'm not a really big fan of Seth Rogen's depiction of DK.
Is anybody?
It works for the movie. That's the thing. It like the movie versions of the characters are really their own things, kind of disconnected from the games. Seth Rogen played a version of DK.
In my opinion,
it's not the DK quite that I know. You know, he was a little bit more like macho and show off, and in a more mean-spirited way. Whereas
mean-spirited DK,
is like
he's
a big,
bully.
Stupid gorilla, but like I don't know, he's always seemed kind.
He was bullying the manlit Mario.
For the most part. I don't know. I guess I just don't know how entertaining I would find that. You know, seeing that depiction kind of blown up a lot more. I don't know how entertaining I don't know how much I would enjoy watching that for a long period of time. But at the same time, I don't know how you adapt the DK personality as it is in the games. I don't know. I mean, it was always the issue with the Mario movies. Just how do you take these non-talking characters and turn them
just
into
give them the same
talking characters?
personality
What
as
do
their
you
voice
do with
actors.
that? And I can't even say I know what angle I would like for DK. I think I do just want him to be a little bit more friendly. He feels friendly. You know, I'm playing
Just like
DK
the game
Bonanza.
that just came out?
He's a friendly guy. He's
Make him like the
fun.
TV
You
show.
know, he's got this like warm, cuddly kind of feel about him.
People hate
Seth
that though.
Rogen, DK does
People claim
not
that's
feel
not their
warm,
Donkey
cuddly,
Kong.
so yeah,
That rare Donkey Kong wasn't like that.
I really don't know. So it would be nice to have a different kind of depiction, but yeah, it really does seem most likely that they would go with the movie personification. Why would they not? You know, why would they not want to have?
Well, yeah, if they're trying to tie it to the same
representation of
universe.
these characters across their motion picture projects. Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, because that's what
Overall, pretty
that's what
exciting,
this game did.
We may get a DK movie in a couple years. Would be cool.
All right, there's his nonsense opinion. A Donkey Kong movie is in the works. Don't believe him when he says, "Oh, it could just be nothing. It could just be them preparing to make it." No, it's actively being developed. I totally believe this, and it's gonna star Seth Rogen, take place in the same universe as the main Mario movie, and you'll be totally confused if you go to watch it and you haven't seen the Mario movie yet, like me. So maybe I should eventually watch it. I just like, come on. Guys, he's voiced by Chris Pratt. And Donkey Kong is Seth Rogen, and Cranky Kong has like the worst voice ever. I already know what happens in the movie because of DSP's amazing review. It's almost like I don't even have to watch it. Yeah, but it'll take place in the same universe. That's fine. That's fine. It makes sense, you know, if you're doing a cinematic universe ship. It's what this game did. It tied into Odyssey and by extension all the other 3D Marios. Banana. Buried in tall fall cliffs. Nintendo wants the cinematic universe back. There's kind of no reason for them not to, because they've been kind of stalling on stuff like that. They used to do more TV shows and shit back in the day. Even movies, you know, Animal Crossing had a movie back in 05. Pokemon has been doing movies forever, but stopped recently. But Pokemon is kind of its own thing as well. Like back in the 80s, 90s, you had like the Mario cartoon, the Zelda cartoon, the DK cartoon. The 2000s, you had the Kirby anime, the Pokemon anime, the F-Zero anime. Nobody remembers the F-Zero anime. And the late 2000s, like the 2010s, they kind of stopped doing that. They became a bit more secluded, perhaps with a change in leadership. But now they're finally going back to, like, you know, loaning their IPs out to these other studios and companies. So we're seeing Nintendo at Universal. So we're seeing these movies come out. It's kind of like a long-standing partnership with Universal in particular. Maybe they got scared of collabs after doing the CDI. Ba-bum-ba-ba-ba! From what I heard, the new DK look is actually from this game, and the movie used it, not the other way around. That's true. So this game's been in development since, was it 2017, they said? So what probably happened is they gave them an advanced look at what the new DK redesign would look like, and just allowed them to build off their own interpretation from there. It's like, this DK gets the inspiration of Miyamoto's version of DK, with some aspects of the Rare design, like it's a marriage of both the designs, and then from there, the movie kind of adapts the Bananza look, and then kind of fine-tunes it a bit for its own purposes, and yeah, I could believe that. Do the Mario. I do remember the F-Zero anime. How can you forget the Falcon Punch scene? Probably because they never dubbed it. In the States, I think they played 12 episodes and then they canceled it. And it's not like they had more episodes, but they just never aired. It's just that was literally all they had. They didn't dub more than 12 episodes. I think it was like a wait and see situation. It's like, okay, let's dub 12, and if it does good, we'll dub more. And then it did bad, so they didn't dub anymore. Well, of course I'm going to talk about the dub. I wasn't watching Japanese fucking subs in the 2000s. The movie is okay. I don't think it's necessary. Well, nothing is necessary, if you really think about it. You could say redesigning DK in the first place wasn't necessary.
Do you remember?
Okay, this one is this NSO playtest program thing. Ding! He has ding in the title now. This NSO program playtest thing is getting even weirder. So to give a summary of this, Nintendo did a playtest for a weird kind of game concept last year, and you weren't supposed to record it or stream it or even take pictures of it, but that shit leaked anyway. It's some kind of world building game, which is why he's using B-roll of Minecraft. And they did another playtest recently.
Remember that online playtest program thing that Nintendo did a while back? You'd be forgiven for not really remembering it too much. I have a hard time remembering it. I think I've probably gone on this whole spiel before, but I really do think it's funny how successfully Nintendo buried it. They really did a great job. I thought it was silly that they
you weren't allowed
were
to take
telling everybody
footage
not
of it,
to
so.
talk about it and not share anything about it. I thought that was impossible, but no, they did it. You
also probably helps the game was a new
I
IP.
can't find footage anywhere. They took it all down.
And the concept wasn't too interesting.
Were able to actually police this, whether it was social media or YouTube. Like there's a real game, a Nintendo game that people played on their Switches. Some sort of really wacky experimental game, the likes of which Nintendo has never done before, and a bunch of people, like tens of thousands of people, played it. And yet, like, I've never seen footage. I could probably find it if I searched hard enough, but like I don't even know if I've seen an actual screenshot. I saw that like document.
He's lazy.
I went over this like I think I did that in a video. I read it. I didn't show it, but I read it. I read like the document kind of showing some screenshots. But no, I've never seen footage. They did a really good job, and you know what? It's coming back. they're doing it again. They opened up registration again for people, and once again, I did not even try to get in. I think by the time I heard about it, it was probably far too late because it seems they were opening it up to like maybe up to 40,000 people again.
Whoa, I could have been one of those 40,000.
As many as 40,000 participants worldwide. I guess I don't exactly remember.
I mean,
how much that
I
was
saw
last
it.
time.
I just didn't really care too much. The
or
concept
as
doesn't
many,
appeal
but
to me.
Not 100% sure, but yeah, whatever. 40,000 people. First come, first serve. So yeah, no, of course I'm not going to get in. So I didn't even try as much as I would like to do it. So yeah, I'm sure that's filled already. But you know, another interesting thing about it this time, it's not just Switch 1. It is also going to be on Switch 2, whichever
I would hope
suits
so.
your fancy. Now, this whole situation is very, very interesting. If you haven't really heard a lot of details about the game, or if you didn't see the other stuff from that leaked document or whatever, I mean, I still don't 100% know, but for the most part, it sounds like it's something where people are kind of working together to kind of like explore this like shared game world, and you're just, I think you're just like building towers or something. You like build towers and it just kind of like fills out the space. It's something along those lines. And I mean, like, obviously,
A Strange Times.
we can't like judge this thing.
Captain Falcon gets his powers from Jesus Christ. Is that revealed in the final
most
episode?
Of the stuff I've heard about it has been kind of you know, like, I mean, literally just the other day I was talking to a friend and he said
Arlo
he
has
got
friends!
into the first one and it just didn't really have much of a point. You know, you kind of build your towers and then you're just kind of
It's
done.
a play
and
test,
I've heard other
Arlo. The
people say
game's not
similar
done.
things online. So as it is, there's not a bunch of a point. At the same time, we don't know if this version is just going to be the same thing again, or if it's going to be different. It's going to be advanced in some way. If they're going to be testing some other
it's an Arlo
element
stream
of this thing.
Oh, there he is.
And technically, we don't know if
Thank you for
this
the vanadium.
is some sort of like prototype for a real game.
It
or if
is.
this is really just kind of like just some kind of test, some kind of stress test. Nintendo may
stress
want
test
to
for
make
a game they're making.
similar to this, and they're just trying to like figure out
Why
how
do you
the
think they would do the test
technology
otherwise?
works. You know, they haven't made like massively multiplayer online games before. This is kind of like them sort of towing in and figuring it out. I would say that if they are doing this again, and it is more or less going to be the same game, I would say that this is definitely them prototyping for a real actual game, and it is possible that the game will end up looking more or less like it does here. You know, this thing, at least based on the screenshots I've seen, it has its own kind of style. I'm sure if they released a full game, it would.
If he
look
says thing or
more
style one more
than
time,
this is very stripped down, but it could still have like similar, just a similar vibe about it. I don't know, or this could be it could look completely different. There could be a real version right now. Like, they could be working on the game, and for this playtest, they just replace all the assets. They just strip it all down, take most of it out, replace the characters with these little simplified characters. For all we know, it's a pre-existing IP. I kind of have my doubts there, but like, I don't know. Maybe it's Mario characters running around in the real version.
Big ups Pop-Tart, the Prime, 8 months, and he says, "Awooga, awooga, awooga." I can't look. That's you're not gonna get it any better from me than that. That's as good as I can do. I can't even make my eyes pop out of their sockets. But thank you for the Prime for 8 months. Unfortunately, you did it during the Arlo segment. We're catching up on our good friend Arlo. I got a lot of videos backed up, but thank you. I'm gonna be playing DK. I got way more bananas to find. That's fine. Okay.
Yeah, I really don't know what the final product would look like. But if I had to guess, if I were forced to guess, I am forced to guess now, because if I'm making a video about it, I have to guess.
He's guessing.
I would say
he doesn't know anything.
This can't just be a little technology test. They're testing it a second time, and they've got it running on Switch 1 and Switch 2. It seems like it is a real
Pop-Tart
thing. And you know, I certainly don't want to
blame my Hispanic mushmouth. There's nothing I can do, dude.
It feels like it's got to be something pretty big. I don't know. It could just be that it's not like a huge project. It's just very new. It's using online tech that they just kind of haven't before, and so they like literally just need to test it to even like figure out how to do it. But it's hard for me to look at this and not see some very big. I mean, a Nintendo MMO. You know, like that. That is essentially what this kind of is, in a sense. I suppose if it does end up just being like placing towers and exploring or whatever, then it's not exactly an MMO. Generally, when you hear MMO, it's going to be like an RPG. It's going to be, you know, like fighting and gaining levels and stuff.
If you
like
want to know
like
the
a
truth
full
about
game
it,
experience. Maybe this will be more about just cooperation and exploration and stuff. I really don't know, but it does seem like something very big and very new. Just the fact that they would have to test it out like this, have to test it out multiple times, and they're being so hush-hush about it. So, like, aggressively hush-hush. They don't want anyone to know anything about this. It's, I don't know. It does kind of point to something big. I mean, I was half expecting them to reveal the full version of this idea at, like, the April Nintendo Direct, you know, like I don't know.
You didn't.
Like,
you forgot about that shit like everybody else.
And
Liar.
That's such the interesting part about this is like, yeah, this could be just a very, very early prototype. This could be just the beginnings, just the bones of this idea so they can kind of figure it out. Or this is them stress testing a much, much bigger idea that is in active development, maybe even will be revealed soon. Maybe even could be revealed at any given Nintendo Direct. Maybe even the next one. Maybe we'll learn about it in September. I really, really don't know. I'm very curious, and I suppose at this point,
you're curious. You're bi-curious, probably.
And we
Nintendo's
see
answer
if
to
there's
Roblox.
anything new about it.
It could be. I don't think Roblox is on the Switch, is it? It's only on Xbox, and well, you know, and every other mobile, tablet, PC, whatever. I mean, console-wise, it's only on Xbox, right? Correct.
See if this is just kind of
we got a felt
thing
Roblox
again. Is this like a Splatoon test fire kind of situation, or is it different? Is there more different goals? I don't know. But the test itself is going to happen between July 28th and August 10th. So a good
it's already going on.
Just about 2 weeks. It's going to be going on. People are going to be playing this weird.
I've not heard anything about
it. Not allowed to talk about it or share anything about it anywhere.
Well, that's why I haven't heard anything about it. It's illegal to talk about it.
Sharing footage, but yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty darn curious if any of y'all happen to have gotten in.
Don't say y'all.
Let me know in the comments. I'd be curious to know how many of you were accepted, or if you happen to play the previous one. I don't know. Give us anything you got. I don't know. Is there anything about it that I'm like kind of missing here? Again,
Arlo's desperate. He wants
done a lot
leaks.
of, deep digging about like what it was. I'm kind of just waiting to see how it all pans out. But like, I don't know. Share the deets. Give us the juicy details. Forget Nintendo. Spill the beans. Live a little. Don't be such a goody two shoes.
Is that his "Let's get some subs"
you know
voice?
You want it. Oh, but if Nintendo is listening to this, I'm kidding. I'm just kidding. It's not. I would never ever encourage anyone to break an NDA.
He's trying to get toddlers in trouble.
It's just kind of a. I mean, legally, it's more of just a request. It's not legally binding. But that's not to say that it should not be respected. It should definitely be respected. Don't break the rules. Anybody, never break the rules. But if you do, I can't stop you.
All right, so Arlo is begging for leaks about this game that not even he cares about. He just wants to be the first one to report on it. Very cool. Oh, this one's fun. So he finally got his copy of DK Bananza. Yup, Nintendo sent it to him for free. And just like DSP, he got stuck in the tutorial for an hour. And here is him admitting and confessing to his game journalist folly.
A review copy of this game was provided by Nintendo.
He's a shill!
So, I got a problem.
Wait, if he's...
DK Bananza.
Wait a minute. Isn't this gonna jeopardize his relationship with Nintendo if he's begging for people to give him leaks about this playtest that he's not supposed to see footage of because he didn't get into the playtest? I just thought about that because I'm immediately like jumping to a video where he talks about getting a review copy.
Just launched, and I need to play it. I want to play it. I'm really excited to play it and like see what the game has.
Is he even gonna finish Bananza?
I give like
I hate to keep pausing it so much. The video barely started, but this guy genuinely believes that his crowing is what led to Paper Mario Thousand Year Door getting remade. He actually believes that Japanese Nintendo suits watch his videos and they listen to his anger and frustration over Paper Mario Color Splash and Paper Mario Sticker Star and Paper Mario the Origami King, as Phil would say. And he genuinely believes he was leading the charge to get this game remade. And then the game does get remade. And guess what? He never finished it. He did like 1 or 2 streams of it and then didn't care enough to finish it, but claimed to be like this gigantic fan of the game. It's where it's how he built his empire of dirt, shitting on modern Paper Mario games and how soulless modern Nintendo games were around the time of the Wii U. And now look, he's their biggest shill.
a real good like first impressions of the game, talk about all the mechanics and stuff.
Yeah, hopefully he was just joking with the
a hard time
leak
with the
shit.
tutorial. I can't pass it. I can't beat the tutorial.
Game journalists? Wait. Fuzzy game journalist fails spectacularly in Donkey Kong Bananza tutorial.
I can't stop punching. I'm supposed to go that way, but I
Just
don't
like
want
Phil. Phil was also punching everything in the tutorial.
Later, and yet, golly, I just can't stop. I don't even want to move on. I don't want there to be other kinds of gameplay. I don't want to go Bananza mode. I don't want a hub world. I don't want anything.
There was not a hub world.
I just
the game doesn't have a hub
to
world.
keep punching stuff. Cause
yeah,
like,
yeah, do that.
Put
Arlo in the game journalist meme.
I get all the gold. I knew.
Missing
Okay,
11
I was really
bananas.
excited about the punching. I knew I was gonna like it. Whoa! Oh, cool! Can you do anything with that, or is it just kind of? That's cute. I like that. That's cute. So no, okay, no. This is literally like I just started the game up. No, I knew I was gonna like the punching. I knew I was gonna like the breaking stuff. That's really what I was most excited about. It looked so fun and satisfying. It's totally my thing. You know, just that kind of like
it's his
good
thing.
feel, crunchy gameplay.
His
hook.
good feel thing.
I knew I'd like it, and yet somehow
he's like Daxter. He's looking for some touching moments.
Somehow, now that I'm here, I'm enamored. I'm enamored. I cannot stop. I do not want to move on.
Yeah, there's more to it than just the punching.
Every single rock in this whole entire place. And so yeah, I'm supposed to be playing the game so I can.
Yeah, I would get doing that for testing purposes, just to like see what the game lets you get away with. But I don't think that's what Arlo is doing. I don't think he's testing the game to its like something like a Digital Foundry thing, like a Digital Foundry video. That would be a good reason to like punch everything in the game just to see how much the game lets you destroy, what the level looks like after you're done punching it. No, I think Arlo is just punching things because he's autistic.
Do like a real first impressions video. I guess right now, part 1. This is earliest impressions possible. This is like literal first. I started playing this and I couldn't stop. I couldn't move on, and so I don't know. I just instinctively turned on the microphone.
Breaking everything breaks the game. Izuna showed me a picture of one of the levels completely like with everything destroyed. It didn't look. It did not look recognizable.
They know how to polish the heck out of something. You know, they'll.
Said it took like 2 hours to do it, so it must have been one of the smaller levels in the game.
Later. That's almost not even important to them. Does the game feel good to play?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does actually.
What it does for you, the feedback, the visual feedback, the sound feedback, how your character moves. I mean, like, you know, there's a million trillion little variables that go into something like this. So many little teeny tiny things. And they work so hard on that stuff. They hyper focus on it, and it really, really shows. Because, like, obviously,
are they
like,
hyper
it is just
fixating on it too?
satisfying breaking stuff. You know, seeing the, you know, it's the voxel thing where everything is made of little chunks and like kind of carving your way through. Like, that is cool. And obviously, like, even this little tutorial, you've got this tiny little area, and it's like, oh, go, and then like the big Banandium gem is right there, and then you break it, and then you go on. But it's like, you know, but no, but I want to punch. And even here, even at the very, very start of the game, you're just like, oh, I'm going up here. Oh, wait, hold on. This like, I mean, I've broken kind of a lot of it away, but like, it goes further than you expect.
Hey,
you know?
Goon.
Look at that, you can just climb, by the way. You just jump on the wall and just kind of climb, so that's cool. Yeah,
Yeah,
but, like,
Nock should
this
be nicer
whole
to
thing,
me.
Like, I've been carving all this out.
I never said anything mean about Nock.
Even here at the beginning,
Never.
it gives you this big old area to just kind of smash through, and I just, like, I can't help but wonder how far it goes. I could have skipped that Banandium gem, the first one, and just kind of
You
gone
can skip
straight
every
to the next
Banandium
area.
gem in the game.
There's just like so many places to go. Okay, so yeah, so it's really fun that there's just so much to do. So many places to go. Really just got me excited about exploring the game.
He's excited.
Finding things off the beaten path. That's cool, but like, yeah, it really also comes down to that polish, and also just like, you know, even mechanically, like, it's funny that he bumps his head when you jump, but look, it actually breaks it too. Like, it's both. So, well, like, when you're in a tight space, you can just kind of smash your head, and that's like a legitimate way to kind of clear some space. So
Carlos
that's
getting
fun.
fricked
Little
up over
details
DK.
like that. And look at that, like how you can kind of, you like climb smash. You
He
start
wants his
punching,
coconut
like,
cream
upward,
pie.
and that again, that helps you like carve out spaces, and it just like, it feels so good to do.
It's like if you started up COD and just kept shooting the gun in the tutorial to glaze the game, while talking about how beautiful the gun looks. Like, oh my god, the graphics
is so satisfying.
Oh my
How
god, the
far does this
lifelike
go?
shooting.
Okay, also the sounds. It's like they clearly did a bunch of like Foley work with like those big like rubber balls. Like whenever he punches something, I don't know how much it'll come through in the video, but like when you punch something that doesn't break, it's got this dunk, this kind of like ball bouncing thing, and it's really funny. It's just a really good touch, and it's just another a little bit of polish, a little bit of consideration for just how the whole thing feels, all of the feedback. And, you know, I like all the different moves. You've got the regular punch. Yeah, you can climb and punch at the same time. Punch down. That, like, it just makes it super easy to just punch straight down whenever you want. It's a whole layer. You're running on the ground, being like, yeah, but it's not the ground, though. It's not the ground yet. You gotta go down more. You want to actually clear it all out. And, yeah, like, collecting the darn gold.
I guess when it comes to Nintendo games, you're either a Philistine, or you're an Arlo.
Another feedback thing, the sound effect that it makes, the fact that they're just kind of everywhere, and then you uncover the big ones. Like, each one feels like you are rich. Each one feels like immense riches, and it's not. You know, it's going up really slowly. You can see it even uses decimal points up in the top right there.
Oh wow, decimal points, interesting.
Each one is so shiny. It gives me just that monkey feeling of like reward. I'm a rat with a pellet here.
Monkey feeling.
I can't stop hitting the button, seeing what pellets I get, because it just always feels.
Are we gonna watch
so
a second DK video and he's trapped in like the second level?
And yeah, I know there's gonna be more. I know there's gonna be a lot more. A lot more stuff to punch. I shouldn't get tired of it now, right? I should, like, move on. Just move on. Do the tutorial. Open up the main world. But I can't stop. Look at this. This was just wall. Like, I was like, oh, I won't go over there. I'll go over here. And then, like, it opens up, and then suddenly I'm in another place, and I find more stuff. There's always somewhere else to go. There's always another thing to dig. And I know eventually I'd run out. You know, it's not huge. Eventually it's gonna stop. I'll carve everything out. I should just move on.
You should! Oh, the 4 fossils are here.
I should just move on. I should just do the next thing. But I can't stop. It's too good. The camera is a little funky. I've heard some people
he's
say
complaining
that.
about the
When
camera
you're
like
in a
Phil.
really tight
He's
space,
dented.
The camera gets
He has no spatial awareness.
It gets kind of close. The thing is, I just don't know how else they would do that, because you know you're wrapping your way in, and suddenly the camera is surrounded by objects, and it has to come in really close, or else where's it going to go? It would have to be a pretty advanced,
It is a genuinely
like,
fun
culling
game.
system
Super Strange
for it
Times.
to be able to be in
We
the
already
rock,
knew I was
but
gonna say
still,
that.
like, showing you, and how does it? I don't know. I can see the challenge.
Nintendo's done it again, baby. Game of the year, bish.
It's a little bit weird being all super up close. It's not
As
like
though there
perfect.
was
It's not super
ever
ideal,
any
but yeah, I
doubt,
don't know.
bish.
I don't know what they would have done about it, so it's not too big of a deal. I'm never gonna get that Bananza again. I'm never gonna do it. It's not gonna happen. I gotta keep punching. I love that when you get on the wall, you just like carve your way up. Ooh, get out of there. Uh-oh. Did I hit a button? Is that like first person mode?
No, there is no first person mode.
Oh, I was just
You're just bad at the game.
Like that crunched into a small space. The camera didn't know what to do. It was basically first person. Interesting. That's weird.
Oh, interesting.
So yeah, I mean, suffice it to say, I'm really enjoying myself.
Praise that, son.
I'm really enjoying.
Welcome to
playing
Slot
Donkey
Tuber
Kong
Saturday.
Bonanza right now. I think it's shaping up to be the game of the year. And if
I'm looking
ever
for
get
bananas
past
in
the
Donkey Kong.
tutorial, I'll let you know. But so far, I'm perfectly happy right here. Can I break that part? I can! I can break the dirt on the conveyor belt! Well, now I gotta clear the whole conveyor belt. I gotta! Look, there's gold in it! There's gold everywhere! Ah! There's gold everywhere! I didn't know this went down here. Banandium gems all over. I'm getting ahead of the game. I'm gonna, like, it's gonna finally be time to, like, to buy things.
I just want to go back to this video after I watch his like final review or whatever whenever it comes out, so I can hear him say that he didn't finish the game.
Oh, the dirt
Damn, I wonder why.
Okay. Can you get to the end? Forget I can do that. Yes. Okay. Okay. Here we go. It's time to move on. Here's the thing, though. I keep wondering.
He said when he ordered food from that restaurant. Which one?
Here, there might not be. This really might be the end of it. Look how smooth that is. The climbing is super good. How high does it go?
Thank God Arlo didn't do a DSV tutorial. I might have to eat my words.
It's not another layer.
Yeah, I'm
right?
saying
That's
it's like
gotta be the
he's
ceiling.
the Nintendo Glazer DSV, whereas DSV is just
Jump up and
DSV,
then
but like the
climb
Nintendo
up
hater.
through the hole that you made. That's really neat. That doesn't go higher, does it?
You have the overly hateful Nintendo
That's gotta
critic
be the ceiling.
and the overly dented Nintendo
Okay,
Glazer.
you got the hard rock. This is definitely the top. But you know, what if there's something? What if there's something in the top? What if there's more gold up here? I mean, there is more gold. I'm gonna miss out. I'm gonna miss out if I don't break it all now.
They're Muppet brothers from another mother.
Okay. All right. But look, there's chunks in the floor I haven't even gotten yet.
Oh my God, he's still going.
They're just sitting here. Can I, like... I can.
Oh, the recent one where he tells us about a restaurant that none of us can eat at because we don't live in Renton. That sure was nice of him to do that. Essentially just a bragging video.
Now what you gonna work on, huh? Nothing? Guess that's it. His job is done. His work is absolutely done.
How many bananas do I still need? Well, we're in the post game.
Where's this guy?
I need 195 fossils, and I have 612 bananas out of
I just broke into
777.
another place. Is that gonna lead back into the main room? How far does it go?
Yeah, Washington State. You know, Renton's like the perfect melting pot of diversity and
really
culture.
mean it. I can't stop. I gotta go.
Almost.
I
It's
gotta
just
turn the
missing
mic-
authentic Italian cuisine. It's such a shame.
Because like I don't even want to go past this point. That's for me to do, and then later I'll give you the actual first impressions. But for right now, I'm gonna do it. Okay, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna end the video, but I'm gonna show you that I'm doing it. Whoa! Whoa! I just went so far down!
Hey, it's my mug root beer.
Ooh! Okay, hold on. If I keep going down... Whoa! Whoa!
Whoa, buddy!
Hold on! I gotta get the vanadium gem! Oh no! I gotta go back up! Can you climb on the ceiling? Oh, you just punch through. Oh no! Oh no! There we go. You just climb back up.
Arlo needs to hire an editor. He does have an editor for channels,
Okay.
Videos on the main channel. This is a video from the
best
Slop
game I've
channel.
played. Okay, bye. Yay! Yay!
Very funny. He actually ended up getting the banana. He should have completed the whole game without getting any bananas. Then he should have bragged about that. Anyway, here's his real impressions video. That was just a slop video for ad revenue. This one is, I am overwhelmed by Donkey Kong Bananza. He's overwhelmed, chat. Let's see if he enjoys it more than I do.
A review copy of this game was provided by Nintendo. Oh my dear, dear, dear sweet friends, do you have any idea what I have been playing? I'll tell you what I've been playing. I've been playing Donkey Kong
I think I got a good idea
Bananza,
after that last video.
And I have played a pretty good amount now, and so I am here to give you my first, I guess I could just say early impressions. Like I said, I have played quite a good bit, and I guess I already gave my first impressions in the other video about how I was
This game is getting a
struggling to
stimmy
beat
from the game.
tutorial because punching was too much fun. And you know what? Like, it still did take me, like the tutorial area.
No,
it
say
goes
how much?
a good amount past
How long?
that point, and it's
How long?
still. I mean,
how long did you spend on the
it was
tutorial?
a good number of hours.
Be honest.
I really just.
He doesn't want to say.
Hard time.
He doesn't want to say how
But, I
long
mean,
he spent
I
in the
guess
first
that
area.
says
He's scared,
something, doesn't it? Because the
he knows
whole
comments are gonna make fun of
punching
him.
and digging, breaking mechanic, it was so immediately, amazingly satisfying. And, you know, like, obviously I'm not spending as much time engaging in that particular activity anymore of just, you know, randomly digging. But it's really not lost its novelty. It still really is something.
Really?
Because
Because DSP said it lost the novelty after a whole day of playing it.
Enjoyable to do. Basically, every time you hit that button and you punch something and it breaks, it just never stops feeling good. It just never stops. And like just digging around for treasure,
All right,
and just
last
kind of
fossil.
seeing where the dirt leads, you know, just kind of like, I don't know, is there something down here? Let's find out. Like, it's something you can do at any given time. Just really any time, you can just kind of stop what you're doing and be like, I'm gonna dig around for treasure. And like, they really, they knew how to make that fun. Because, you know, you've got like the regular collectibles, you've got the big Banandium gems, you know, they're fun to get, and like the fossils are like really crazy fun. It basically is the purple coins like from Odyssey. They're just better hidden now. They're hidden kind of like items, but they're fossils, so they're like embedded into stuff and stuck in places, and so they're extra fun to track down. So you have those, like those are already, so like the real collectibles are already good enough, but then they packed the earth with so much randomness. So much randomness. There's always more gold. It never stops. There's infinite gold. As long as you want to dig for gold, you can get gold pretty
You play a game, millions of people are saying it's fun. He'll sit there going, is this it? So where's the fun? He lacks creativity and imagination. He's the kind of guy where he won't accept if a game is the kind of game that you have to make your own fun. It reminds me of Tony Hawk. So let's use the example of Tony Hawk because it's pretty recent. He was getting upset because it wasn't telling him what moves to do in specific moments. Like, he's going up a ramp and then he's like, okay, but like, I don't know the moves. Like, why isn't it telling me what moves to use? When the whole point of the game, it's about it's like the game in which you have your own freedom. You can do whatever moves you want to do, but all Phil can think of is what moves he's supposed to do. There is no supposed to do. You do whatever you want. You do whatever you want. Do whatever you want. He's got no creativity, imagination. He can't possibly quantify an existence in which he does whatever he wants. That's why he has to ask for feedback all the time.
And a bunch just like pours out. And
Next
like,
game
that
after
happens
DK,
fairly often.
I really want to play the Pac-Man
I'd
game
say
they
it happens
announced.
just enough
But
to
that's
keep
September.
me wanting to dig forever.
But I got some
You know what
other
I mean?
nostalgia
It's
games I gotta
it's
play
so
before we get to that point.
satisfying when
So
it
it'll
just
tide me
pours
over.
out. You can't stop waiting.
Yeah,
for
no,
the
he
next
hates figuring
bit
shit
to
out.
pour out. And then every once in a while, you get a treasure chest. And I originally thought these would be.
That's why he got tired of Tony Hawk so quickly.
But they're not though. They like spawn, and there's even like items or something that like help you.
Mr. Time
them
Warden.
spawn more often. So like, just another thing. Just another thing that may randomly show up at any given time. Just something else that's fun to punch, and you know, they give you balloons, and sometimes they'll give you like treasure chests, which help you hunt down other collectibles, which is a really, really clever idea, a really clever way to help the player with the collectibles. You don't show them where everything is, but the more you dig, the more chests you will find. So you can like go out hunting for treasure maps to help you get the last collectibles that you weren't able to find on your own. I think that's really clever. Whatever, I'll talk about more about the deeper stuff in the full review. Gotta keep going. There's just so much about this game that really, really impresses me. There really is. So yeah, digging. It's a lot of fun. It's tremendous fun. I will say there's one very slightly weird thing about it, and it's the camera. And I know that they really had their work cut out.
I really
for them,
didn't think the
trying to
camera
make a
was that
camera
bad in this
work
game.
In this kind of game, you're sometimes digging tunnels, very tight.
Did he know you could set the right stick click to camera reset? If he doesn't know that, he's dented.
Spaces. How does that work? And you know, sometimes the camera does kind of come really close to DK, so it can get a little bit.
Right, Praise That Sun was looking at the, I believe it's called the Hero line in Tears of the Kingdom. It's a feature in which you can chart down your adventure. It shows all the movement you've made as Link throughout Hyrule. And Phil's movement in particular was just going from point A to point B to point C in regards almost exclusively to the main quest. Anything that wasn't a main quest thing, like a side quest, all but ignored.
Cramped, but then sometimes it does pull out all the way. Like,
For sure, if like something was directly in his way onto the next main quest thing, he probably did
I
it.
think that is a good idea.
But he would not go out of his way to do side quest stuff.
They probably could have done it a little bit differently, because it'll like pull out and like basically you're only seeing what you have revealed, but you can see.
And I love not to toot my own horn, but I love when I got him to I got him to explain why Final Fantasy VII Rebirth side content was worth going out of his way for, but Tears of the Kingdom side content wasn't worth going out of the way for. He basically said, because the side content in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is good. And then like weeks later, he just stopped playing that game entirely. He just never went back to it.
Like
I thought it was a good game, Phil. What happened? He actually finished Tears of the Kingdom.
Where you can dig. So I don't know. It almost looks like it's not supposed to function that way. It almost looks like it's not supposed to look like this. The camera like accidentally went out of bounds or something. You know what I mean? Like obviously this is the way it's supposed to be and should be, or otherwise you're not going to be able. You know, you're digging straight down in a very tight place. You're not going to be able to see yourself without the camera kind of disconnecting and going out into the dirt. But like, I feel like they should have figured out some way to like cull out everything else or like block it, obscure it in some way. But as it is, like you can see stuff you're not supposed to see. You know, it doesn't just reveal what you've broken through into. You'll see other rooms that you haven't broken into.
Yeah, like right now, like, okay, Biscuit says, as someone who 100% Breath of the Wild and got the Tunic of the Wild, Phil can stuff it and eat it. Sometimes it's nice to just screw around in a Sandbox game. Yeah. In particular, like, that's where I'm at right now. Like, story's done. I'm just looking for bananas, looking for fossils. Get to chat with you guys, have some chill, interactive fun. Put on a video of Arlo being stupid while talking about how Phil's even stupider. This is the life, champ. No, for Phil, it's just got to be a game where he can turn his brain off. Which, ironically, would be games like this. Like Donkey Kong, where you're just exploring and shit. Games like Zelda, where you just explore Hyrule and do side quests and other neat stuff that you come across. But he can't do that. He can't force himself to do that, even if he wanted to, because then people would complain that it's boring.
to yet, and you'll see like the edges, and you'll see like, yeah, like, I don't know. You'll see things it looks like you're not supposed to see. So it's a little bit weird, but whatever, it's not actually a problem. For the most part, I think they probably did as good of a job as they could have, just considering what the game required of the camera. So yeah, digging is always great. I love the ability to dig, like to punch in different directions. You can punch up and down. That really helps a lot. And you can clap to collect items around you. Really, really helpful, because yeah, you're breaking rocks
DSP
and
thinks
gold
it's
is flying
super
all over
helpful.
the place, so
It's all he
is really
fucking
smart
does
of
when he
them to
plays the
give you
game is
a
spam the
mechanic
R
that
button.
lets you collect them better without like meticulously going around and get, and you get to do it yourself. It's not just like a magnet thing. It's, oh, DK gets to clap. I don't know. It's fun. And then, you know, you don't just dig. The whole thing is about just manipulating materials. You know, you're ripping stuff out of the ground and swinging it around and throwing it, and you can even surf on it, and it's all incredibly fun. It really is. You know, like the digging by itself is fine, but like that would have made a pretty darn good game. But the fact that you are always constantly ripping things up, manipulating them, different materials.
Been a big fan since Heavy Rain, Phil.
And
Jason.
I'm kind of amazed by how much they have been able to incorporate this concept into just like all of the gameplay.
I've been watching since Fallout 3, Phil.
To utilize just that concept, the mechanic of just picking stuff up and throwing it or swinging it. And it's this level of interactivity with the world that like we've really not seen in a game like this before. I mean, like, you know, you look at like Tears of the Kingdom is really the other example of Nintendo really just kind of blowing up the whole interactability thing. Now you can pick up anything and stick it anywhere, and this is really, it's kind of that again, just in a different way, where just like the entire world is your playground, and you can just like break.
Sounds like I like Tears of the Kingdom then,
like,
when I eventually get around to playing
so
it.
few limitations. You know, like there really are so few places where you just genuinely can't do anything. For the most part, there's always something to dig and rip up and throw around. And it's just really great so far. It's so built into the concept. It's almost all that you're doing, and yet, like, I don't know, it's just so satisfying. It really is. It's just so fun, you know, 3D platformers. It's already fun enough when you're just like jumping around and punching or whatever. Just, you know, jump on the platforms, but here it's like, nah, I don't know. There's just so many ways to interact, really. I really have not found myself utilizing the Bananza mode as much as I thought I would. I've unlocked all of the versions that we see in the trailers and stuff. I don't know if there are more beyond now. I'm kind of hoping that there are, but like, you know, I've got at least up to that point. And yeah, I really do tend to...
Weird, because you can tell there are obviously 2 more after the ones that they had shown off in the skill tree. I can show this off. So this is what he would have looked at whenever upgrading his skills. He says he got all the ones they showed off in the promos, which means he's got up to Ostrich. But even when you don't have Elephant and Snake, they show, but like they're grayed out. Like you can't see what they are, but you can tell that something is there. It's weird that he pretends like he doesn't know that there are more forms on the way after these 3. Minor critique.
Only pop the ability when it's like clear that I need to. I probably could get away with using it more often.
Been a huge fan since the FE5 playthrough.
Think to, and you know, you really do fill up that.
That ain't ever gonna happen.
Very, very quickly. Bananergy is not a rare resource whatsoever. I mean, you fill it up by getting gold, and so gold is just like everywhere. You punch into the ground like twice, and you'll get enough gold to fill it up. I guess it's just limited, so you can't do it literally all the time. But yeah, whatever. I haven't used it too much. We will see if I kind of learn.
Oh, he's a real gamer. He's not relying on it, chat.
But so far, I'm usually just good with DK's own 2 fists. I can't. You know, there's plenty of games out there, especially Nintendo games. They'll have their secrets, right? There's a lot of games out there that have a lot of secrets. Ooh, just secrets around every corner, you know, but like, this is this is something else. This is something else. Because you know what? These worlds are big. There's another thing to say right there. You know, in my hopes video, I was like, oh, I hope the worlds are big. They always look big in the trailers, but look at Mario Odyssey. Some of those, they look big in the trailer, but then you play it and it's pretty small. I'm sure it'll be a good mix of big and small. No, pretty much all of these major areas are like really big. Like really, really, really large. There's so much area to cover, and like
Love that you can just do shit like this in the game.
Straight to like the main story things, you know, like you can go through a level decently fast, I suppose. But like,
right, chat, how do we get in here?
Through a level, you will constantly be passing secrets. You will constantly be passing areas where you can tell there is stuff. You know, like, I mean, like anywhere there's dirt or rocks, so you know that there's just gonna be like hidden treasures and fossils and things deep in the dirt. So like all by itself, like that's enough. Anywhere there's dirt, there's probably stuff to dig up. But then even just like, you can see, oh look, there's like a thing over there. There's just like a little, oh, there's a little hill. I bet if I did something over there, oh, there's a rock, that looks funny. Oh, there's a peak up there. It like, the worlds are really big, and yet they are still so
I enjoy Donkey's videos on DK Bananza, overthinking puzzles and solving them in over-the-top ways why I play video games. That's me right there. I'm always overthinking puzzles. I got Donkey's videos saved here, but I haven't watched them yet. But I'm glad to see that he's enjoying the game. LARPer trend for DSP should be something like that. Game Phil hasn't touched, but part of a series that he has, Fallout 1 or 2, so he claims to be a huge fan of the series. Yeah, Fallout 1 or 2, GTA 1 or 2, Persona 1 or 2. All three of these would be good picks for him. These are all series that he allegedly enjoys, but only started with the third game in the series. Thank you, D-Scythe, the 215 stream streak. Whoa, buddy. He says, Dinger, don't know if you heard, but Kirsch, on her most recent appearance on a side scrollers, has said that she's talked to Jimbo via DMs, and he's still with us. Kirsch, you fucking idiot. You weren't supposed to leak that yet. Okay. There it is. Jim is alive. Ralph lied. Ralph felted. Ralph wrong. Parentheses, lowercase caps. Again. Brian wrong. Brian lied. King of Pole lied again. What a shock. King of Pole said that it was the reveal was coming, that Medicare had died, and Jade was preparing to send his final message out that he recorded literally on his deathbed to tell everyone that he was dying. Oh man. So that's good to hear. You know, he hadn't been tweeting for 2 weeks. He hadn't logged on to Steam in 2 weeks. He usually doesn't go more than a day without some kind of tweet. He's obsessed with Twitter! It was kind of concerning to see that he wasn't really saying anything. Jade mysteriously pulled out merch from the shop. Alright, well that's good. He's gonna be with us. In this case, it probably was some sort of medical emergency, but not life-threatening. Or, well, I mean, his life is always being threatened just because of his condition, but like, it wasn't something that was gonna... Whatever it was, he didn't die from it. You finished the frozen area, then you need to go back and get the last banana. Apparently there were many bananas that I had skipped, and I gotta do all of them. He's alive! He's Minnesotan! King of Bull also wanted the outline of other men's penises. Dude's an animal. Yeah, he's not to be trusted, but for some reason, he just really wanted people to think that he had to scoop. And I was like, okay, like, I know Brian's a big, fat, dumbass liar, but if he's right, he's right. You know, I always say the messenger doesn't matter so long as it's the truth. And, you know, Brian could have been right. He could have gotten some sort of illicit source. He could have broke HIPAA to learn about the status of Mr. Medicare there. But no, he just fucking was drawing up fan fiction. Yet again. Imagine thinking that Brian Dunn has ever told the truth. I mean, he's probably said the sky was blue once or twice. You need the flying power for it. Oh, you won't be far from that one. What I would, if there's one thing I wish this game had more of, it's challenges that require you to mix and match the powers. You only really see that towards the very end. But in practice, like doing that on your own to solve some of the puzzles in your own special way is actually kind of awesome. Here's that banana. Like just now, I mixed and matched the snake power and the ostrich power to get up to those rooftops. Where was I? It was over here. Hey, Night Zoomer. Kirsch probably knows more than Dunny with a talk to Jim for a decade. No, but come on! He and Jim were so close during Gamergate. This means Brian is Jim's best friend. They were Steam pals for like a year before Jim realized how cringe Brian was. Brian told the truth when he asked Gerby for an outlook of his penis. Brian really hasn't recovered from that stream, has he? Okay, well, this is a good example of what you can do with the game. No, wait, it wasn't this area. It was the beginning area. Yeah, right here. I'm fast traveling more like in the post game than I was in the actual game. Yeah, I jumped on this thing. But here's what I wanted more of for like the platforming. I know they couldn't really go all the way with it because it's a children's game. But like, okay. Quick swap. Stuff like that. It's kind of awkward to switch on the fly because like, you know, you're controlling the character with the left hand. Your right hand is controlling the camera, but you have to like maneuver yourself to the D-pad to switch forms quickly. Wait, can I shake it? Oh, you can't shake it with the motion controls. That would have been one way to get around it. But no, I wish there was more stuff like that. Maybe some sort of challenge DLC, like Breath of the Wild got. The final rehearsals were good, but I want more stuff like that. Also, I don't get what Phil and Arlo are complaining about with the camera. Like, get some spatial awareness, buddy. Equivalent of Mario Odyssey, those stupidly hard out-of-bound jumps. At least the devs acknowledge it by putting a pile of coins there. Yes, they do it in this game too. One of the first challenge rooms, you're able to do that, where if you there's like a tiny piece of ground, you can grab it, slam it to the ground to create height for a chunk jump. You grab another piece of chunk, then do the chunk jump, and you're able to get above the challenge area. You can go all the way to the banana. And you get a lot of chunks of gold just for doing that. The devs know it's possible, and they reward you for your explorative imagination. At the end, you just started buying maps. CBH, I have never bought anything from that character selling the stuff. I have never bought anything from this guy. And I pride myself for it. Suffer, green little chunk man.
Surprisingly dense. With
all you guys
just
are dense.
Stuff to do, like the challenge things, you know, like the
challenge.
Like sometimes it's a hole you fall into, sometimes it's a little door, and it's like little challenge rooms, and like they're everywhere. They're all over the place. There are too many. I've made a habit of just.
Is
like,
he really
opening
shocked
them
about this? Like,
and then
Breath of the
so
Wild
that
did
they
it,
are
Tears
on
of the
my
Kingdom
map.
did it, Mario
You know,
Odyssey
I'll
did
come
it.
back later.
The
Like, I'm
challenge
trying to play
rooms
the
in the
game
void.
here. Every 2 steps, there's another one.
Fucking Mario
to go
Sunshine
into.
did it.
There are simply so many. It's so these worlds are so weirdly dense. I do not understand.
You said it again.
So like, yeah, you could
Did
just
I do this
spend
one?
hours and hours in one level hunting down secrets, or you could, okay, you know, I want to beat the game. I don't want to rush through the game, but I'm so scared of spoilers. You know how the internet is. You know how YouTube is. So I'm like, all right, I do want to get. I don't want to rush, but I do want to like be cognizant of how much time is passing and the possibility of spoilers or whatever. So I want to get there. You know, I want to roll the credits, but I'm having a heck of a time. I'm having a heck of a hard time here. I want to spend hours and hours in each place. And when I don't, okay, it's fine. I'll come back later. I'm just going to do the story thing. Like I said, I'm passing by just like swaths of the level. Humongous areas. I'm just like not even touching because there's just like, there's too much, and that's the thing. It doesn't just feel like fluff. You know, sometimes a game. If
I
there's,
just
like, too
supported
much to
the merchant.
collect,
I just said
then it
support.
doesn't do enough.
It's Small Business Saturday,
whatever,
guys. I'm
just, like,
supporting
it
the
doesn't
small
feel
merchant.
Important enough. I'll just not do it. I'll
Guys, by supporting me, you supported a small business on Small Business Saturday. If you guys here, you guys who supported today with the subs and the bits, you guys participated in Small Business Saturday.
ignore it. No, that's the
I'm
thing.
withholding
I can't.
bananas.
It's hard to pass by this stuff because I do want it. If you were one of those people who thought Super Mario Odyssey just had too many moons, you know, a little bit too many, it kind of watered down the experience and just kind of made them feel a little less special, you know, just a little bit less impactful. Well, I think the team took that to heart because here they have balanced the whole collection thing so incredibly well. It's just, it's perfect. The Banandium gems, they are more frequent than, you know, the stars of old. They are still like pretty frequent, but they're not quite as frequent as the moons from Odyssey.
I would agree with that.
You're finding them at just
They're better than
right
the Odyssey moons
speed,
by far.
infrequently enough that each one still feels pretty special. Frequently enough.
They're more meaningful than the moons. We're gonna say meaningful because the Odyssey moons didn't really contribute to Mario's like stats or skills. Mario just kind of always had the same moveset from the start of the game to the end of the game. Outside of acquiring Cappy in literally the first level. But in DK, acquiring their bananas is completely optional. You're not progress cucked, progress gated, depending on how many bananas you've collected. Like in so many other collectathons, your bananas, all they're really for upgrading DK's skill tree. But you want to do that. But you have a reason to collect bananas beyond like just progressing in the game naturally, and I think that's pretty cool.
That you feel like you're getting something that's pretty special, like all the time. It's just like an all-you-can-eat buffet. And here's the thing. Every single one adds to your... You fill up 5 bananas, and then you get a skill point. And so far, that has not increased. I don't know if like later, if you get high enough level, or I can't believe I'm talking about this in a DK game, but if you get a high enough level, will it take more? It doesn't seem that way. So far, it's a skill point every 5 bananas. Period. So every single banana gets you something. Every single banana gets you a little bit closer to getting another skill point and potentially unlocking a new skill.
It's
so
meaningful.
You're getting these things all the time.
It has purpose.
And they're doing something for you. And
it's not a summer hand.
It's incredible. It's another one of those things where like I really just can't go on about it right now because it's a much deeper like game design thing, but like I don't know, it's just perfect. It's, you know, Nintendo hasn't always been about like the systems, you know, upgrading. Like, no, intrinsic fun is the most important thing. It doesn't matter why you're doing it. It's not about the reward. Just do it to have fun. There's kind of been like a back and forth on this. They sometimes struggle with it. But from where I'm standing, introducing that kind of thing into a game like this, it's the best of both worlds. It really is great. It does feel very good to be unlocking these new abilities and making them stronger. It really, like, it's already fun intrinsically to go around and collect all of this stuff, but you've just made it feel that much better. And and when the gameplay is this fun and it feels that good to get stuff and there's this much to do, I don't know, it's kind of unreal. Like, I'm having a hard time believing that this is a game that I am playing. You know, like, it just came out, like, what, yesterday? I don't know. I'm still processing it. I've been playing it a lot, and yet there's still a part of me that's, like, it's finding it hard to believe. So, yeah, I don't know. Back to it. Yeah, the worlds, they are...
Yeah, there's too many moons, and they reward you for the most menial tasks. Whereas in every banana and Bananza, I felt like I worked towards it, if even a little bit. Even the silly ones, like, answering the Quiz Tones questions. Like, it's still more than an Odyssey, where if you just ground pound a glowing spot in the sand, you get rewarded with the banana. And the moons, you really only feel like you have to collect them because they don't build towards making Mario stronger or more powerful. And like the bananas with DK in this game, you collect the bananas because you feel like you have to because that's the only way to progress in the game. Whereas here, you can progress without collecting any bananas at all. But you want to collect them if you want your DK to be stronger. Did I cover Arlo's 5 Nintendo Direct videos? No, I've been withholding on the Arlo videos. I reacted to a video about him talking about the DK movie, a video about him talking about the Nintendo playtest program they were doing for this prototype game that they're developing, and then his Bananza videos. We could do the direct stuff next.
Visually, they are really nice. I really do like the atmosphere in the game. I will say that I don't know if this comes down to this being a launch title, or if it comes down to it originally being a Switch 1 title, or if it's just because it's a game that requires so much of the hardware with all the braking and stuff that they kind of had to scale down the visuals. I don't know. It does seem a little bit plain sometimes.
He's unimpressed.
There are times when it's
I
clear
disagree.
this is on more powerful hardware, especially when you're breaking stuff, and there's just like particles and rocks and things all over the place, especially during cutscenes. They look really, really nice and sharp, really, really beautiful. But then there are other times when it does like look a little bit plain. It looks like a game that's like
Name one instance, one specific instance.
Running on Switch, if it was like a little bit lower resolution, you know what I mean? Some elements, I just think they should have done more with the skybox, especially in like the first main area you get to. There's just a little bit too much plain blue sky, and it makes the game feel just a little plain, just a touch plain. You know, it's a next-gen game. I want to have that like that moment, that like, oh, look at these graphics, look at this beautiful.
His specific complaint is the sky is too blue. I'm looking through here. Only the first layer, the lagoon layer, has a blue sky. And then you don't get blue skies again until the resort layer, the Tempest layer. Oh, it doesn't. He's fucking dumb.
Beautiful world.
There's too much sky.
Sometimes the game gives me that. And then sometimes, it's kind of, it's all right. Overall, though, it is really nice, and the environments themselves.
Yeah, whatever. You just wanted to have
like,
one
just
complaint.
The topography.
I don't believe you
looks,
genuinely
really
think that's an
nice.
issue with the game.
There are a lot of really cool visual
I'm not convinced.
elements. You know, you're moving through these layers, so there's way cool stuff in the background. Like, it is very grand. The scope is very grand, which is, I mean, that's everything I just want big. I want big skyboxes and big, just really super far off landscapes. I love that stuff. And okay, you know, performance-wise, I'm pretty happy. It sounded like the game wasn't going to render super high above 1080p. I don't know what the final verdict is there, but it looks good to me. It's not like, you know, it's not native 4K or anything, but it does look really good on the TV. Sure, I can see jaggies here and there. It's clearly, if it's higher than 1080p, it's clearly not much. But overall, I'm happy with it. I think it is sharper enough, you know, and it's probably using some kind of dynamic resolution scaling or something. Most games do nowadays.
Just
so
like Mario Odyssey?
There are times when, if there's less going on,
Mario
it looks
Odyssey had
really nice
dynamic
and sharp.
resolution.
And then again, during cutscenes, like, it looks really, really good. So yeah, really no complaints there. I think it does look quite nice. It looks a lot better than, you know, Switch 1 games did when they came out, you know, playing Mario Odyssey, being like, this looks great, it's just jaggy as heck. But this is really nice, way more smooth, and yeah, the frame rate. I was a little bit worried about the frame rate because of what some of the previews were saying, but like, no, it's not a problem. You know, if you're worried about it, don't be. Yeah, there are dips during times. You know, like, oh, there's a moment
the bonus
after
stages.
this cutscene, or when this big thing breaks, or maybe during a boss battle. But even then, even during the boss battles, I think I was expecting worse. But it's not been a problem. You know, like. It's okay for a game to drop every once in a while if it's in the right spots and it doesn't feel like it gets in the way. You know, there are plenty of games where it feels like a problem.
Really, I never got this
one. It feels like it gets in the way. It kind of disrupts the feel of the game. But so far, nothing here has. Like, there have been no performance.
It feels like everybody loved Odyssey on release, and then in a few years they had like reassessments on it and decided it wasn't all that great. In like every aspect, the worth and value of the moons. I mean, I certainly, you know, reevaluated my opinions on that game after a couple of years, but like everyone else did too. The worth and value of the moons, you know, design for the areas. Can't believe I never got this one. It's like right there next to the warp gong. And of course, like the performance and resolution.
performance issues whatsoever that have made me like, ooh, that kind of, that didn't feel good. Nothing disruptive. So yeah, so far performance is very good.
All bananas
and
collected.
Speaking of the cutscenes, the animation is really good. It's
Yeah, animation
really
is
good.
tops.
Nintendo has always been good at animation that is very like fluid, very smooth and bouncy and organic feeling, but their characters aren't always super duper expressive, Like facial animation isn't usually as much of a priority for them, but they've gone nuts with it here. I mean, like DK himself, obviously, even just from the trailers, we can see just one of the first things they wanted to show off was just how expressive he is. And he really is. He pulls so many different faces, especially
He's
in
expressive.
cutscenes. But then there are like some other characters too, like the main bad guy.
What's his name? You don't know his name. You don't know his name.
That's some of the best animation I've seen in a Nintendo
He doesn't
game.
know
Like,
his
they
name.
Fully animate, like his voice, like they speak in like nonsense language, but the mouth is actually matching the language. It looks amazing. I don't know. It's just it's on another.
They do speak gibberish in this game, unlike DSP wants to say that they all speak Japanese. They speak gibberish, kind of like Animal Crossing language. But certain words and phrases, they do pronounce them. Like when K. Rool is introducing himself, he does introduce it. Like you can hear the K. Rool when he's babbling.
Another level for Nintendo. I've not seen them quite accomplish this particular thing before, and it looks really, really good. And I feel like I could take any of the things that I have said already and blow any one of them up into like a whole entire conversation. Obviously, I am very excited to write the full review for this game eventually.
Ain't never gonna
I'm
come
getting
out.
very ahead of myself. I should
He's gonna
probably
scam it.
just stop now and say I am enjoying.
Oh, my bad. It's Konglish. You're right. You're right. How could I have forgotten?
Donkey Kong Bonanza. There's always a risk of...
Dude, he said that so quickly because he knows the chat was making fun of him for thinking that was Japanese.
Kind of giving into the hype,
Sad, pathetic.
and kind of... I mean, it happens. It happens, in games journalism. It's happened to me, myself, even before all of this. There have been games where I played and, like, the new stuff was so exciting that it was a little easier to miss the bad stuff. So then going back to it, I can see, you know what I mean? Like, the hype can kind of die down, the novelty dies down. So then later, you look at it a little bit more clearly. So, like, you don't want to risk going too over the top with your first reaction. I don't want to like give you a bunch of like really firm, really huge dramatic statements about this game and how much I'm enjoying it. But
what?
I'm really enjoying it. I really think it's good. I should leave it there, but I so far think this is a very, 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 very good game. A very good game. We will see how I feel when I'm done with it. We will see how I feel after I've finished and had time to chew on it for a while. But at least at this time, I'm going bananas for Donkey Kong Bonanza.
And I'm going apeshit from having to listen to you.
I give it a prime 8 out of 10.
Very cool. All right, I promised that we would put on his videos about the Direct, so we're gonna go ahead and do that next. Let's. These are some more recent videos that he put out. Kind of like jumping around here. He had some videos about the. So we watched one video about him complaining that there was no Direct in the month of June. And he had some more videos that complained about there being no Direct in the month of July. But then they announced the Direct in July that was a few days ago. So then he made a video about the announcement. Then he made a live stream reacting to it. And then he made a video talking about it. And then he made a video talking about one of the games revealed in it. And he was just churning them out. So I got rid of the videos that are no longer relevant. So we're just going to watch the stuff pertaining to post-Direct. This one is entitled, Let's Talk About the July 2025 Nintendo Direct Partner Showcase.
Hello, my lovely friends. I hope that you are having a day that is as lovely as you are, if not even more so. This morning, I streamed the Nintendo Direct Partner Showcase for July 2025. We had a whole lot of fun. Many, many thanks to everyone who turned up. It was fun. It was a lot of fun. There was a very large percentage of
he chastises his chat here
who did not have fun, who were very.
He starts the video by chiding his chat for being negative about the Direct because I don't fucking know, they didn't announce the new 3D Mario or whatever.
Very upset about the Direct and me. I guess we shouldn't really touch on that now, but let's just say there were a lot of you that were there, and you were positive, and we had a lot of fun. So I'm very, very thankful for that.
What about the negative people? What do you think about them?
About it now, as always, I will hit the highlights, the things that jumped out at me, and then at the end I'll give my overall thoughts. Although I must say, I don't know if there has ever been a Nintendo presentation where I had more to say, like a presentation with this many of the overall, like the percentage of games that I do have something to say about is very, very high. I don't know if it's ever been this high. I have something to say about almost everything here, I think, yeah. Sorry, my voice is a little hoarse. Streaming does that to me. So it started off with a brand new Monster Hunter Stories. We got Monster Hunter Stories.
Oh, big Monster Hunter fan over here.
That is very exciting. I have still not played the first one. Capcom brought that to Switch. It was originally on the 3DS, and then they remastered it for Switch. I played Monster Hunter Stories 2, and it's really good. It's really, really good. It's a very, very good monster collecting game. Really high, like, production values, and, you know, it does a lot of things that you wish that Pokemon would do. That whole thing, it's like, this is how a monster battling game should be. There's a lot about it to really, really like. I enjoyed it a lot. So, yeah, I mean, first game of the showcase was a really cool reveal. I was really happy to see, and it's kind of cool. This seems to be a Switch 2 game, and, you know, the first game was on 3DS, and then the second game was on Switch, and the style overall so far has been a little bit more kind of cartoony, kind of not necessarily kiddie, but like very
yeah, it's a spin-off. It's not the main series.
Here, it really does seem like they're kind of aging up the audience, or rather just the, I don't know, just the characters themselves. I don't know, but like, you know, you mostly just see grown-ups in the trailer. No sight of the little cat guy. It just has a much more mature kind of feel about it, and naturally being on Switch 2, the graphics look pretty good. Just like overall looks like a pretty good visual upgrade from the other two games. So that's pretty exciting.
I don't know.
I don't have a lot to say about, like,
I don't know. I don't have a lot to say.
The story
I don't know.
Revealed itself. Seems to be another.
Oh, this is my favorite part for a big Monster Hunter fan over here, Arlo. Hello.
About like the story revealed itself. Seems to be another Rathalos related thing. Like some Rathaloses were born in a weird way. There's like part of me that kind of wishes Rathalos didn't always have to be
or whatever.
Like,
I don't know.
The point of the whole entire story, but at this point now it's just like that's what it is. That's what Monster Hunter Stories is. It's a bunch of stories about Rathaloses, I guess. But yeah, so that's just
good analysis, bud.
Coming. That's a really cool game, a really good start to the presentation. And then they followed it up with another like big reveal, a new Katamari game. That's a thing. Like they put out a new one. I want to say within the last year or something, but it ended up being like a mobile game or something. So that was a little but like no, here you go. They just announced a brand new Katamari. Kane was freaking out. He's a huge Katamari fan. So like yeah. Brand new Katamari. That is also a thing that happened in this presentation, and it is, you know, it's a little bit disappointing to see that apparently it's just a Switch 1 game. And you know, like the frame rate doesn't look super duper great, so yeah, it would be nice if it was on Switch 2 as well. I am hoping that when you run it on a Switch 2, like if it's got an uncapped frame rate, maybe it'll run better, and they just couldn't really advertise it that way because the official version, you know, the official platform that it is on is Switch 1, so it wouldn't be right to market the game and show footage of it running on a Switch 2. So I'm really, really hoping there's some kind of performance boost there. It would be really nice. But whatever the case, brand new Katamari. It's got a whole new soundtrack. You're like going through time, all the different ages, and apparently there's like new like abilities and stuff you can do. That's another really awesome announcement. Then we got Dragon Ball Sparking Zero. I'm not like, I don't play these games. I did really enjoy watching the show as a kid, and that's why the only thing I have to say about this is I've heard of this game, but I didn't know this whole thing where you can like do alternate versions of the story. Like you can make little changes to like what happens in the story to do your own little custom scenarios. That's cool. I just wanted to say I think it's a really fun idea, and like all the footage here is like mainly of the era where I was watching. So like, no, that's.
No, so he's wrong about it being a Rathalos related thing. Rathalos. It's Rathalos because it's like it's Raph, right? They just took out the W. I don't know. I'm not a Monster Hunter guy, but at least I don't claim to be, unlike this idiot.
That's awesome. Then we got a reveal for Plants vs. Zombies Replanted. Finally.
What do you mean? Like, oh yeah, he's been asking for Plants vs. Zombies.
Like,
finally,
EA
guys.
Buying PopCap back in the day and just
was demanding it, and they finally listened.
Taking some of these great series in directions that were not fun directions, and they really forgot about the original Plants vs. I mean, even just like the format, the style of the game. They went into the third-person shooter thing, but like no, like the original classic Plants vs. Zombies. I have no idea why it took so long even to come to the original Switch. Just cannot even understand why. It's free money. It's sitting right there. But we're finally getting a new version. It seems to be like, I mean, I don't know if you can call it a remaster. It really doesn't look any different. I suppose maybe you could argue that it's at a higher resolution, maybe, but I don't know. It's always looked pretty. Yeah, I mean, I guess if they. I mean,
it's probably in 4K.
1080p or something.
Was shit 4K
okay.
back then?
I guess that makes sense.
Okay. Probably objectively looks better than the original
like
release.
PvP and co-op. I don't know exactly what that looks like. I don't know how. Like, I don't know if that means like a new.
Probably pretty self-explanatory.
Or something, or like is with co-op, are you just both like planting stuff? I don't really know. I don't really care. Mostly, I just think it's cool.
Move on.
That it's coming because no, I adore the original game. I think it's really good. Like I genuinely think it's basically a perfect game. I think it's more or less a perfectly designed game. And I dumped so many hours into it across my PC and phone and probably a tablet at some point. It's just a really, really fantastic experience. So it's really cool that other people are going to be able to play it on their Switches. They announced Pac-Man World Repack 2.
Oh, you better not shit on this.
I have not played the original.
Oh,
but
good.
I did have a lot of people in chat saying that this is one of those like kind of underrated 3D platformer gems from the era, a little bit like a Battle for Bikini Bottom. So yeah, I don't know. I probably won't get around to playing this. I don't know, maybe, but I just wanted to say that it's cool that it's happening because a lot of people say it's a pretty good game. Then we got an announcement for Persona 3 Reload. That's exciting.
You better not fake fan Persona. I don't even do that.
The big, meaty, millions of hours Persona games, and it's coming to handheld Nintendo platform.
Oh, did they confirm AI art for the remaster? That's a shame.
The original Reload when it came out like a couple years.
PopCap's been felted ever since EA bought them and forced them to do Garden Warfare sequels ad nauseum.
Ago or whatever, and really enjoyed it. I did not get to beat it, and I still regret it to this day. And I don't know if I will, because these games are just so big. They're so massive. They've got so much content. But I really, really enjoyed what I played. Super duper good game. Really, really awesome to be able to play it on Switch. That's cool. Especially for a game with that much content. You know, just it's set across so many different like in-game days, and there's so much to do. And it's, you know, it's turn-based and everything. So I think that is going to be a very, very good fit for a handheld device. So, okay, this was a surprise to me. It's still kind of surprising.
I remember when they announced that Front Mission remaster, Front Mission 3, and the devs got some hot shit from the fans because it was found out that they didn't have like the original assets, I'm assuming, so they just got one of those AI upscalers and just upscaled the existing assets, and then when they couldn't do that, they just replaced it with straight up AI. It just made everything look terrible. They were called out and exposed for this on the Twitters, mate.
We got a trailer for Age of Imprisonment, Hyrule Warriors Age of Imprisonment. And I mean, like, I sort of understand the logic behind it. It is being made by a third party, but like, I still don't see it as a third party. I don't see it that way, you know? Like, Nintendo's publishing it. It's a Nintendo IP. It almost doesn't even matter who's making it. It's still a Nintendo joint. So I was very surprised to see it here in the presentation.
Not the first time a Muso game has been in a Nintendo partner
Because
showcase.
I think I'm going to do a separate
That's why I guessed that it would be here,
because there
and
is
I was
something
right.
that happens in this trailer that itself is worthy of a discussion. But I will say, weird to not get a release date. Really, really weird that they're still insisting this is coming out this year.
Yeah, that's the only bad part. Like,
August.
no release date, really?
I don't know why.
I'm thinking December. They're saying winter. They're promising 2025.
Don't really understand what's happening, but whatever. So then we got a trailer for Chillin' by the Fire, and I think.
Oh, that was the only banana I was missing.
Slightly out of place. Like, while we were watching,
Let's
it was like
go,
a
let's
little
move on.
bit weird. It's a little bit weird to show in a presentation like this. It's very minimalistic. But now that I've gone back and watched the trailer again, I kind of get it a little bit more. Like, at first you think it's like a survival sim or something, but like, it's not. It seems to literally it's a fire sim. It's a bonfire sim.
It's a real life simulator.
I do wish the graphics looked a little bit more. It's a little bit more detail. It's such a minimal game that I think it could have done with a little bit more flashiness, especially again, if it is going to be in a partner showcase.
You need friends to enjoy it.
It looked more at home in like an indie world or something. However,
I do agree with that. It does seem like a game that should have been saved for their indie world presentations.
I'm starting to.
Because Xenoblade 2 got a release date like 30 days before getting released. People really thought that game would not make release year for the Switch one, and that it would get pushed back to 2018. Oh, they showed up and showed out. That game did make it. 2017 December. Was it 4th? December 4th? That game did not get delayed. It made it on schedule. Not even once. It never got delayed once.
Warm up, lol, to the
Massive
idea
Pyra W.
Where you chill by a fire. And I think the reason Nintendo wanted to have it in the presentation is because it uses game chat functionality with the faces. And like, it's silly, and it was funny to just suddenly see the faces there. Like, we were all laughing about it. But that is cool. It really is, I don't know.
Okay,
it really is
chip exchange
illustrating
here.
the interesting opportunity afforded by game chat, by having
Theory was
your
awake
face
somehow.
right there in the game. So like,
He just did a 24-hour stream. How is he still awake?
And hang out with your
That dude gotta go to sleep, or he's not gonna make it for anime night.
Like, you're really actually talking to each other's faces. I don't know. I think that's cool. I think that's pretty neat. And another game that had a little bit of the kind of simpler, kind of seems like an indie vibe was Hella. That is the name of the game.
What a hella good name.
Okay, come on. This is like, you know how to get me here. You play as a little rat, and you're wandering around like yards and gardens, and you have to gather ingredients to like cure your sick friend. Come on. You know I'm all about that. That's adorable. And I will say, it's another case where like, it's a game that definitely could have benefited from a higher budget. It looks a little bit stiff, stiff in the animations, in the gameplay. I mean, I definitely understand it. Obviously, it is very difficult to make a game with these big, grand environments and the beautiful graphics and everything, so I'm not trying to complain too much. I think I just, I hope that the gameplay feels good enough. I hope that it's polished enough that it doesn't get in the way of the experience itself, because it really does look very, very delightful. Just a little rat guy with a backpack, with a magic froggy backpack.
I said it during the direct, but it reminded me of that Moss PSVR game.
Bunny. Come on.
Or alternatively, The Tale of Despero.
That's my thing. This is my jam right here. It's delightful. It looks really, really delightful. And it got me thinking. I was like, it's just like in eventually I realized it was Once Upon a Forest, because that's a movie from the 90s where it's rodents trying to gather medicine for their friend. And I was like, what's that movie where you're a rodent trying to gather medicine for your friend? And everybody in the chat was like giving suggestions, and we realized there are a lot of 90s
Balto,
mouse
except instead of a dog, it's a rat.
Basically a whole entire It's not even sub. It's just a genre. 90s rodent movies, mostly animated. But
Maybe Goes West.
You could count like a
American
Mouse
Family?
Hunt. That wasn't animated.
Stuart
but
Little?
That kind of counts. Just mice were huge in the 90s, I guess. Anyway, then they revealed Chronos: The New Dawn. I don't quite know what to think about this one. It is by Bloober Team, and I know Bloober Team has drawn a lot of criticism in recent times. I'm not as critical. I feel like Bloober Team does a lot of stuff really well. I think you could argue that some of their older games...
Prefer Bloober Team.
I don't know. They've made a few games with a lot of style and not quite as much substance, but I feel like they really have been getting better at making more traditional gaming experiences. I have heard a lot of positive stuff about Silent Hill 2.
Oh, really? Have you now?
This just seems to be some kind of weird, trippy horror thing. It does look very, very derivative of a lot of different things. You know, watching the trailer, it kind of just seems like this hodgepodge of a lot of different like games that you could just kind of name. But I don't want to judge it too harshly because I think it does still, it looks like it's got potential. You know, there's something about it that's appealing to me. Some of these ideas sound pretty interesting. Some of these gameplay
DK finds a
mechanics
lot
seem
of things
little
appealing.
cool too. So I am certainly open to the idea of it being a game that I may want to play down the line. I guess we'll just wait and see when it comes out how people feel
he ain't playing that shit. Stop lying.
So then Sega revealed another game. They gave us a couple games here. Yakuza Kiwami 2 coming to Switch 2. So that's really cool. I very recently played Yakuza 0 on Switch 2, and that was my first Yakuza game.
He has a video on that we need to watch.
Now. I certainly understand it now. Really, really, really enjoyable. It's a lot like Persona 3 Reload, where I'm really enjoying it and I really want to keep going, but there's just like so much game. There's just like so much to do. Probably a little bit more manageable in this case, so maybe I will. But yeah, another one. So now we have the first 3 chronological games in the series. So that is very, very neat. Keep them coming, why not? 2 Yakuza games in 1 year? Sure. All right. So then the show closed out with not 1, but 2 Square Enix HD 2D RPGs, which is very weird and surprising, because like you know, after they did that whole like restructuring, either I think it was last year, it sounded like they said that they were going to be pulling away from like more smaller to middle projects, you know, basically kind of consolidating and doing fewer projects and making them bigger. What they said really made it sound like they were just going to be focusing on big AAA multiplats. Like
that's bad. We need to bring AA back.
I imagined that they were going to be culling games like this. Either they had some in production that they wanted to continue, or they are just still doing this as part of the strategy. Maybe they're canceling some other stuff, but whatever the case, we got 2 in one presentation, back to back, 2 new ones. First, we got The Adventures of Elliot, The Millennium Tales. First of all, thank you for having a normal name and not starting with a weird code name that ends up being the actual...
Wait, I thought that was a joke. He thinks that's a normal name? Everyone I know has been clowning on that game's name, and I don't know many people.
Name, thank you.
I don't know many
much.
people that have been talking about this game. The people that I know that have talked about this game have been clowning on the name.
It really, really does. I
do like the premise of HD 2D game, but like a Zelda top-down kind of style.
You know, some people are getting a little tired of it because we're getting a lot of games in the style. I still think it looks really, really good. And I haven't actually had a chance to play any of them like on PC or anything with like higher resolution. I've only played like Octopath 2 on my Switch. So I'm really looking forward to playing one that like runs better, for one, just higher, you know, just a sharper image overall. But then this one right here, it's an HD 2D Square Enix game, but it's an action RPG. And I didn't even realize that was something I really wanted until I saw this, because here's the thing, I really like turn-based games.
He fell for the marketing.
I love turn-based combat, but it just ends up taking so long.
I didn't know I wanted this thing until the publisher told me I wanted it.
Kind of annoyed by random battles, not like always, just it just makes the game feel very long. To bring up Persona again, that's one reason why that game is so. Just one reason why that game is so long. It's also just got a tremendous amount of content.
Oh, but you love Paper Mario though.
Just looking at
Whatever.
this, and it's just an action RPG. It's got the same basic style, but you're just running around on the overworld and just like hitting stuff with swords and shooting them with stuff. And like, yeah, I don't know. It clicked. I'm like, yes, that's exactly what I want. I want that so much. I want the games to look like this and be of this high quality, but just take a break from the turn-based stuff for a bit. So yeah, this looks really, really fun. It looks beautiful. I love a lot of the level design, a lot of like verticality and all these like different layers. The main character has got a cool hat. I really like that. Got a fairy, kind of like Zelda style. I don't know. Everything about this game, it looks positively fantastic. I'm really, really excited about it. And apparently there's a demo already. I keep forgetting. I'm like going through the trailer right now. Apparently
Welcome
there's a
to the
demo
Arlo
available
Slop
right
stream.
now, and they're doing that really cool thing that Square Enix has been doing with all these games.
He's talking about the Nintendo Direct.
Where they like,
Arlo has been brain rotted by Bing Bing Wahoo and can no longer handle turn-based games. But Nintendo does turn-based games. This is so odd. I don't think he was ever big on Fire Emblem either, or Golden Sun. But yeah, like he'll sweep for Paper Mario and Mario and Luigi, so I don't know if he's played stuff like Undertale or something. I don't know, he's selective bias. Dented.
give a demo, send out a survey, take player feedback. I just think that's a really
Hopefully
cool
game
thing.
key cards
It's
are
really
abandoned before the
surprising that
LA
we
game
don't
releases.
see that
Yeah, I don't think that one is up for
more
pre-order
games,
yet, so
and,
it
I
hasn't,
suppose it is
or
probably
has it
because
had a
these games are
confirmation
little
of
bit, like,
being game
lower
key
budget
card?
versus
Because I know
the big
Octopath
AAA
has.
stuff, so it is easier for
At least
them
I'm
to
sure
kinda
Octopath has.
implement these changes. I think it's really great, and I'm really I'm so happy to see that Square Enix is still doing games like this, because there's totally a place for them, and they are very, very cool. And then they revealed a new Octopath Traveler on top of that, and it's kind of weird. If I were them, I would have finished with the other one, just because that one is coming next year, and it's like the new thing, whereas this is coming in December, so like we really don't have to wait too long for it at all, which is really nice, because yeah, the original Octopath, I remember that had a bit of a lengthy gap between the reveal and the release, so it's cool that just like all of a sudden there's a new Octopath Traveler, Zero, yeah, not 3, but Zero, coming this year. And on the one hand, I want to praise Square Enix for giving us these games still, giving us so many, but then on the other hand, I really do have to admit, I am a lot less likely to play this one because I have the other one to play. You know, like I'm so excited about Elliot. I'm like, I may just have to wait for that one. I don't know though. All the Octopath Traveler games, all these games, very, very high quality. I didn't get to play the first one, but I did play a lot of the second one, and it's extremely good. Love the world, visuals, story, gameplay, just everything about it. They're all really nice. So I'm very, very happy to see that we are getting yet another one. It's still worth it for Square Enix to keep doing these. I love that. So yeah, overall, like I said, there were, I mean, that's the thing about any presentation is like, if you go into a presentation and nothing personally appeals to you, you're gonna come away kind of disappointed. And I do understand the people who were kind of bummed about it, mainly because we didn't get a lot of like...
If you're bummed, it's like, they told you beforehand that it was going to be a third-party direct. And even so, even with that in mind, you still got the Zelda reveal and shit, because of the technicality that a third party is making that game. I thought it was an alright direct. I gave it a strong B, and I maintain that. It was alright. This means the next first-party direct is going to be filled with bangers, right? Whoa, it's the one and only Cerulean 86. How are you still awake? You took a nap, right? You should take a nap. If you've not taken a nap yet, you're gonna regret it. You need to be up for anime night, you idiot. You did? It must have been like a 3-hour nap. We need a fat nap. Fat nap, fat nap. Has been confirmed, but was Square still releasing game key cards currently? I say it will be game key card for now. I learned this like last night. Mortal Kombat Arcade Collection, the one with all the old games from the series that you love so much, Mortal Kombat, will not Be a game key card on Switch 2. And literally no one's talking about it. And like, it's just like fucking ROMs and shit. So the Switch 2 will be able to run it with like no performance downgrades. Yes. Mortal Kombat on the go. You'll never buy it. What? Why? What? What's wrong with it? Did Ed Boon fuck it up? Ed Boon is Seru's Kojima. The Ed Boon World Order. The fucking boonies. 5 games or whatever for 45 USD. Is it like Mortal Kombat 1, 2, 3, 4? Wasn't it supposed to have like some handheld games? Fightcade is right there. It's about, look, you pay the toll for the museum. It's probably gonna have a museum with like history and advertisements and manuals, and you'll go through those like once and then never again. But like, come on. No? What's in it? Just 1 through 4? Ed Boon can suck my nuts for Mortal Kombat 1. Okay, but you'll come back for Mortal Kombat 2, right? And then we're gonna have like confusing discussions when you talk about Mortal Kombat 1 and Mortal Kombat 2. It's like, are you talking about like arcade Mortal Kombat 1 and Mortal Kombat 2? Or are you talking about console Mortal Kombat 1 and Mortal Kombat 2? Yeah, sure, they fucked it up. He's gay! Ed Boon fucked it up! NetherRealm Studios needs to die. We always see articles about like, oh, Warner Brothers closed down studio, Warner Brothers game underperformed, Warner Brothers online game is gonna close down. NetherRealm always seems to escape, you know, punishment whenever it's time to close down a studio or dial back the budget on something. NetherRealm tends to make money. Well, that's true. You know, Phil always likes to complain that Mortal Kombat outsells Street Fighter. But it is the objective truth. But I'll say this, Seru, it is absolutely because it's coasting off 90s nostalgia and the brand. These fucking boomers grew up with that one advertisement of the kid shouting out Mortal Kombat. And that song. That's all they think. They see Mortal Kombat on the shelves, Mortal Kombat 1, and they think, wow, it's just like my childhood, you guys. And they boot it up and it's some games as a service fucking bullshit. It reminds me of Rich. When Rich booted up Street Fighter 6, probably because, you know, he's got good memories of playing it at the arcade or something. I'm gonna be nice to Rich and I'm gonna act like this is why he bought it. But he boots up Street Fighter 6 and they slap him with tutorials and a bunch of fucking stupid menus, and then they want him to make a character and he just wants to get into the game and fucking play the game. And look, I get it. That was a very bad moment for Rich. But people are stupid. So how many people do you think are like Rich, where they buy a game like Street Fighter 6 and Mortal Kombat based on nostalgia, and then they get to the part where they actually start the game, and it's just a bunch of shit they don't give a fuck about, and then they just play the game once or twice, and then never again? You know who's like that? Brother Dingus. Brother Dingus is exactly like that. He'll get hyped over Mortal Kombat 11, Mortal Kombat 1. We're like, Dingus, they're gonna make the new Mortal Kombat, bro. And then it comes out, and he buys it, and he kind of meanders partway through the story, and he doesn't do online, and he just gets bored with it, and he puts it down. That's my Dingus theory. Mortal Kombat coasts off its familiarity with the boomers who grew up with it, and it was more popular than Street Fighter just because of the gore, and that's why it succeeds to this day. It continues to coast, and the people who actually buy it don't fucking play through it, and the competitive people who pick it up fell for it to get award. Those fucking competitions, no one signs up for Mortal Kombat. Yeah, people want a movie game. They always fucking suck Mortal Kombat's cock. Oh, Mortal Kombat has the best single-player campaigns. Then Mortal Kombat 1 comes out, and everyone hates the story. Everyone hates that they wasted money hiring that celebrity. I already forgot her name. Was it Megan Fox? Is that the one? The one Seru made a video about? And then they put out the DLC, and her character just doesn't talk again? Or did they recast her? I can't remember. I think they recasted her. She only talks in the main story with that celebrity voice, and then everything else, I'm pretty sure they recasted her. They didn't bring her back. MK hasn't been good since 9, 10 was okay. I hear the consistent opinion that 9 was the last really good one. She talks very little and it's not her. There you go. So they couldn't bring her back. Actual fake fan. Oh yes, yes, of course. I will agree, the collabs do help Mortal Kombat get attention. You know, I remember people were pogging out over Freddy Krueger. Kratos was in one of them. Alien, Leatherface. Like, that shit is cool. Jason. But nowadays, I think shit like that it's got too many issues. Like, no collab can save it. They announced a collab, people were gonna be like, okay, but like, fix the game, dude. Is it because of MK not being viable for a competitive scene? Like, too many abusive movesets, characters in the modern titles? Saru is like a modern Mortal Kombat expert, so he knows. He was, when the game came out, he was really disappointed. With the story, absolutely. But he found out about stuff that the community was discussing, like, the game had a glitch in which player 1 had an advantage over player 2, and that wasn't fixed for a long time. There was a lot of 0 to death combos, just really lame shit that just went a long time without being addressed. Mortal Kombat, which was rebooted in MK9 and then MK11, now needs to be rebooted again because how poorly it has been handled with the story. It's gotta be rebooted again. Ed, you make me angry, Ed. It's some abusive characters as much as it is a sloppy game, but there are bad tier lists in MK. I'm always reminded of the meme comparison image of Ed Boon sitting next to hot cosplay chicks during 9. He's surrounded by furries. It looks miserable. And 9 wasn't that long ago. What happened, Ed? Don't you know Anita Sarkeesian has now said that women can be sexy again? You don't have to pretend to be a Puritan like fucking Phil. If women are sexy again, Anita Sarkeesian has made it so. Because she's trying to fight MasterCard and Visa. 9 was almost 15 years ago. Don't make me feel old. I would hate to have every Sonic Fox as the face of my fighter. I think Sonic... my opinion is going to be very uninformed. But I feel like he's a prostitute that whores himself out to every fighting game that will have him. This is extremely uninformed and based entirely, almost entirely, on me seeing that he plays a bunch of fighting games. And he doesn't seem to have, like, a home fighting game. He just plays all of them. My only insight into MK1 is LTG playing it. He just gets his ass wiped every time he picks it back up. Well, I don't know if he's a good guy to go off of, because he'll get his ass wiped in anything. Ba-ba-ba! Saru says, you can never get MK9 now due to movie tie-in characters. It is lost media for anyone who does not own it. Yeah, I think the physical discs are still out. They made a complete edition, right? So you should have a version of the game with the characters on a disc. Unless they just weren't included in that complete edition, and there's, despite it being called complete edition, you still have to buy them as separate purchases due to licensing. That was because he's a freak and community chased him off. Well, there's that too. Where's the... Do we put the... Let's put the Wokey Kong. Oh, I gotta change my pants too. Thoughts on the casino being scared of LTG? It's kind of weird because he's just... I agree with the comparison that he's Black Ralph. I think they will, in fact, do a segment on him. There's nothing that LTG can do that Ralph would not do, and in fact, Ralph would go so much worse. Like, what in particular can you do to Worski and Triple P that hasn't already been done to them, short of going to their humble abode? They live in Canada. LTG doesn't live in Canada. He lives in America. And I don't think he's not gonna cross the border just to go A-log these punks like he did to June the King. Because Kino's viewers told him that LTG is a psychopath. True! And certain people just for making fun of him. Also true! But you know who also did that? Ralph! So I don't understand the hesitation. I think it was hesitation in the sense that they want to do their research before they go all in. But really, Dale is nothing that they haven't tackled before. I think it would be smart to get their ducks in a row and do their research before making any grandstanding statements about him. They said they would look into it potentially for the Wednesday show. I'd be interested in seeing what they have to say about him. He's willing to do takedowns. They don't feel like dealing with it properly. Oh yeah, it's the whole reason they hated being on YouTube. And it feels like they're trying to go semi-mainstream. Well, they didn't shy away from shitting on Mutahar, and he was one of the few bigger e-celebs who agreed to go on their show. I don't see them going mainstream. Just, there's too much baggage. And even if they like try to make like a good attempt to go mainstream, they got too many haters that'll spill the beans on the stuff that they've done in the past. I think where they are right now is pretty good. There's not too many shows out there in this sector where you can just ask for 100 subs from Kitty 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 and you actually unironically get it within 10 minutes of starting the show. You have a box from eBay, what could it be? A plush from a Crane game that you couldn't win because you were bad at the Crane game.
Big AAA stuff. You know, there's all these games that we would love, you know.
Oh, Animal Crossing Wii? Oh shit, City Folk, big ups. That's a good game.
Doom the Dark Ages.
The only thing I can really critique about it is that it's just a... I can't even say HD because the Wii isn't HD. It's just an upgraded version of the DS Animal Crossing, which was the one I had. Me! Until the janitor stole my DS.
Would have been really nice, or Oblivion remastered. There are a lot of games that sure could stand to...
Oh yeah, he was port begging. He wants Oblivion and Skyrim on Switch 2. And Fallout. Fallout! He wants Fallout 4 on Switch 2!
To the Switch 2. And also, it is surprising that we did not get a release date or anything for Elden Ring, or like Final Fantasy. So like, sure, there could have been more big AAA stuff. This had a bigger emphasis on like smaller, medium titles. But like,
I like that we got more new games than just ports.
To me, yeah, sure, it wasn't like...
That's his critique, is that there was not enough ports. A third-party direct, where you would think most of the announcements would be ports for Switch 2, because it just dropped, and then we got more new game announcements than expected, and his complaint is that there wasn't enough ports. Where was Elden Ring? Where was Final Fantasy? Where was Skyrim? Where was Oblivion? Where was Fallout? Where was all these games I already played but want to play again? On the go.
Like, I guess it wasn't nearly every game I had something to talk about, but I don't know, a good solid half, maybe even more. That's a tremendous amount of games, and it's not just, like, if they had given me nothing but ports of pre-existing games, but the games were good, I would have been fine, but like...
Did you just hear that? If the whole direct was literally just ports, but as long as they were of good games that he already played, he would have been satisfied? I wouldn't even have had fun with that. It's coming from me.
More brand new game announcements than I could have ever anticipated. Like, really, we've got...
Okay, but you're not going to play any of them.
3,
you're not playing Monster Hunter Stories. You're not playing Katamari.
2 Square Enix RPGs.
You're not playing either of those. You hate anime.
These are going to end up being, like, forever exclusives. Probably
they're not. They're multi-plat.
They'll probably be timed exclusives. You know, Octopath has been, like, coming to PC.
Doesn't even do your research.
And so, I don't really know where we're at exactly on that. But, like, whatever the case, though, that's 4, to me, very notable brand new game reveals. And then on top of that, a bunch of other great ports, Plants vs. Zombies and Yakuza, and then Hella. Like, that looks really cool too. So yeah, I don't know. Like, that was a bunch. I'm very, very pleased with that presentation. Yeah, I didn't like knock my socks off with the big like AAA. Look at what you can play on your Switch 2 now. But like, I also like. We got plenty of time, you know, like it's the beginning of the generation and there's a whole lot of video games out there that can potentially come to the Switch 2. I'm willing to be patient. I'm willing to wait a little bit. There are going to be other presentations down the road. And if anything, just like look at the April Direct and some of the games that were announced there, that you had a bunch of really big AAA announcements. And then here in this partner showcase,
dude, there were more ports announced during the April Direct than this one.
Maybe
the dedicated third-party Direct actually gave us more new games than the April Direct.
AAA stuff there could just be there sticking to the smaller stuff for you. So I don't know. I'm just saying, I think it's good to be patient. And I am sorry to anyone who feels disappointed by this presentation or disappointed in me for enjoying it. There certainly were a lot of those this morning, but I'm sorry, I must speak my truth. I think there's a bunch of really cool games. New Monster Hunter Stories, that's rad. I really love to. And I really cannot even tell you how great Adventures of Elliot looks. Like, the more I think about it, the more hyped I'm getting. I don't know, it's that style, but like I don't know. I don't play like a whole lot of games like this, but I've played a couple East games. And I'm like, I love the sprite work, but you're just kind of running around hacking this stuff. I just really love that. So if this is anything like that, I'm very excited. Oh yeah, and then Zelda. Yeah, right. And then that too. Like, that's the cherry on top. We got a trailer for a basically first-party Nintendo game in this partner showcase. I don't know. Like,
you pay attention to the directs, you knew that was it. Yeah, that was a possibility.
Than
I knew it was a possibility.
For.
Holy shit! What a meandering video. But wait, there's more. Mind-blowing age of imprisonment character reveal. What? Plus, new trailer discussion. Yep, that's right. He split off his Zelda commentary to a separate video.
Today, during the Nintendo Direct Partner Showcase, July 2025, Nintendo surprised us with a
Gotta get those pennies of ad revenue
for Hyrule Warriors Age of Imprisonment. And yeah, I already said it in my discussion video, but I am surprised. I am just surprised. I know that it is being made in collaboration with a third-party developer, but it's still a first-party Nintendo game, really. It's about Zelda. Nintendo is making it. It's gonna be exclusive. So I don't know. I'm like, I really would not have expected to see it at a partner showcase, but there you go. We got it. It was nice. I already really liked the whole presentation, but that was kind of the cherry on top. And of course, go watch my whole discussion video for the whole presentation if you like, as well as my commentary reaction video. That's probably up by now too. But I want to talk about this new trailer, and honestly, there isn't like a whole ton to talk about, like the trailer itself. I mean, you know, I'm gonna go through kind of slow and pick up some little tiny tidbits here and there and just kind of mention them. Mainly, what I want to talk about is what it reveals at the end. And it's like, it's so big that I almost feel like this is a spoiler, but I guess it's not, because like they just revealed it here, so that means it's probably going to be in future marketing material as well.
Is he talking about them revealing the sages?
I guess I'm going to talk about it, but like, it's huge. It's such a big thing, and it was just, oh man, okay, no, but yeah, we'll talk about it in a bit. First, we're going to start out, and I will start by saying, disappointing to not get a release date. Weird to not get a release date. Why, at this point, it's so late in the year, why are you even giving us a trailer if you're not going to give us a release date? You keep insisting it's coming this year, but whatever, I guess I already go on about that plenty in the discussion video. Okay, so that's the actual first thing. But now on to the next first thing I want to say is, like, as always, I was really disappointed with Tears of the Kingdom story. I really do have problems with it. And so that has definitely kind of dampened my enthusiasm for this game versus the original, the original Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity. That I was really excited about, to play a prequel to Breath of the Wild. But then for anyone who played it, you find out it's kind of not really a prequel to Breath of the Wild. It's kind of its own weird thing.
It's fan fiction.
So going into
People
this,
hated it.
I once again don't know if that's going to be the case. So that, I don't know. This game has the potential to help fix the story of Tears of the Kingdom by maybe filling in some details and making it feel a little bit less just bare bones. That's one. I mean, I have a lot of problems with it, and of course I don't want to go into it all today, but that is one of the problems, is that it's just so like plain and generic and kind of nothing. And I don't know. So I don't really know if this is gonna fix that, or if it's gonna be another weird kind of side alternate thing. I'm not really sure, but I think that there is at least some part of me that feels that this trailer is resonating with that part at least somewhat. You know, I do still really like.
Yeah, I know the end was referencing
Zelda.
Fee.
I still like the universe. There is still something kind of exciting.
Yeah, DSP Rage Quit Skyward Sword Remaster.
Of exploring these characters.
It's okay because he already played the original, but the original wasn't in HD. And his whole point of replaying it was that so it could be an HD playthrough that isn't just him pointing a camera at his TV.
Here's a little bit more. We didn't really get to explore the sages very much at all in Tears of the Kingdom.
If you beat all the shrines, you get a skin. That skin is probably the character. Oh. It looked like some kind of robot, like the construct you use after... I didn't play the game, but I saw Phil play it. The construct you get from the... Was it the Shadows? The Shadow Sage? Mineru or something?
And yet, like, the idea of these super awesome, you know, a super cool, like, Goron warrior and a Gerudo warrior with, like, cool armor, like, that is rad. And that was the disappointing thing about Tears of the Kingdom, is I wanted to like these characters more. I wanted to have more to them at all, but they were just so, like, distant and, like, nothing. So yeah, I'm watching this trailer, and there is that part of me that's like, you know what, this is kind of cool. It is possible that they may tell us some cool stories about these. I mean, we get to explore them as characters at all, and that is cool. I'm seeing a lot of visuals here, a lot of Zelda-related visuals, and yeah, at least on some level, that is exciting. There's a little part of me that's getting a little stirred up. You know, my interest is stirring a little bit. And also, this trailer does a pretty okay job of showing off some elements that are unique to Tears of the Kingdom and how those may be implemented in this game. Because up until now, I haven't really, like, thought about it much. You know, for the most part, Breath of the Wild, Age of Calamity was all of the elements and characters and things from Breath of the Wild, but in Hyrule Warriors form. But now they're showing like, hey, but this is from Tears of the Kingdom. So there's a little quick shot of a Gleeok, and I'm like, now suddenly I'm like, how do you fight a Gleeok in a Warriors game?
Shoot it in the eye.
All the other enemies from Breath of the Wild, or at least most of them, you could translate pretty easily over to Age of Calamity, but like Gleeoks, they fly way up in the air, and you really have to use all of Link's abilities and floating up and using your bow and stuff. So yeah, I don't really know. I'm curious to see how you fight it in this format. And then similarly, it shows one of the characters, the bird sage guy, grabbing onto a Zonai device, the one that like shoots fire, like grabbing it and like spraying it. And that's really cool. And it is very possible that that is going to just be a move that he has. We don't necessarily know that you're going to be able to utilize all these different Zonai devices. You know, like, can you find one and pick it up and use it? I really don't know, but even if it is just a part of the moveset, even just flavor.
Phil hates the motion controls, finally gets a version that has no motion controls, doesn't bother to finish it. Oh well. And Phil glazes the Wii with its motion controls when he talks about how intuitive it was and how it was a trendsetter for other companies copying them, glazing motion controls when it wants to fit his narrative about how the Switch 2 doesn't really do anything new versus how Nintendo tried to innovate and define trends in the industry when it came to stuff like motion controls. So he glazes it in terms of relevancy to the industry, but like he actually hates it. So in any other context, he'll just put motion controls the fuck down because he fucking hates them.
That is still cool. I didn't think about that. Zonai devices. We have Zonai devices, so they can be implemented into these movesets and into the gameplay in cool ways. So yeah, it's cool. It's another thing I hadn't considered, and I do have to imagine that Ultra Hand is gonna come into play in some way. I don't know precisely how, but you know, in Age of Calamity, everybody could use the different runes, and they integrated that into the gameplay really, really clever ways. It really was a very high quality experience. They really did give a lot of thought to all of this, so I imagine it'll probably be the same way with the Ultra Hand. What else? There's really not a whole lot more, but we did get a little glimpse here, and I want to say we did in the original trailer too. It shows a little part where like Zelda and the other characters are like kind of like a walking kind of sequence. So
AAA walking segment,
in Age of Calamity,
cinematic style.
Really, all the levels were just levels. You drop into the level and you're immediately running off and fighting stuff. But it seems that in here there's going to be some sort of more like slower paced story sequences where you're just kind of like walking and talking. And I don't know if it's going to go beyond that or if it really is just going to be like, you know, they walk and talk and then the fight breaks out. But I do like the idea. I do like the idea of kind of expanding it a bit and yeah, taking some of the story outside of just the regular battles and having it be reflected in the actual gameplay rather than just having
some of my graphs didn't spray it, I had to transfer schools.
Fighting. You know, this is going to do a little bit more to kind of integrate everything together and make it feel a little bit more like a, you know, a traditional adventure experience. I really do like that idea. I mean, I'd like to see that exploded a lot. I'd even love, like, you know, if you have like a hub area or something where you're Zelda and you're like running around. I think they could do a lot with that. Kind of like what they did with like Fire Emblem, something like that. So it's not just a series
I love
of fights.
I love
and, you know, Age of
the hub
Calamity
in
was
3
just
hopes.
a
I thought that was a good
map screen,
idea.
and each thing on the map.
Because in Fire Emblem Warriors, the original Fire Emblem Warriors, you kind of just fiddled around with menus, and that's how you progressed in the campaign. But 3 Hopes brought it a little closer to 3 Houses by giving you a hub world to walk around in. It really added to the immersion.
Map is a fight. Yeah, I would like to see more. I don't know how much they will do, but that would be cool. What else? The logo. I know we've had the logo for a while.
We're gonna talk about the logo now.
That weird,
End the video.
The weird
pushing for 10 minutes. Pushing for 10 minutes for ads.
On the
ads.
Logo.
Ads.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't. I wonder what that is. That's gonna be some kind of weird.
I love the lights on the
incarnation we
ceiling.
get to fight, I guess. But
Makes
it
it
looks
look like you're in a warehouse.
I like it. Okay, so let's talk about it. I mean, I guess this is kind of a. Okay, it's a spoiler for Tears of the Kingdom. If you haven't finished Tears of the Kingdom, because I do want to bring, I could go without mentioning this, but I feel like it's really important to this idea, so I am gonna mention it. So if any of you haven't beaten Tears of the Kingdom, it's been a couple years, you should probably get on that. But if you haven't played all the way through the story, I am about to say a thing about it. Not this exact second, but it is coming. Okay. At the end, it shows a construct, you know, throughout Tears of the Kingdom. You got these robots. It shows a construct coming together. They're like building a construct. And the music that is playing, what is that song? I recognize that song. Where is that from? It's Fi's theme.
Is it Fire Fi?
You know, the annoying character from Skyward Sword. The spirit, the essence of the Master Sword itself. It shows a construct coming together. It plays Fi's theme, and right at the end, it even plays the little like sound that you hear when Fi comes in and out of the Master Sword. And I 100% take this to mean that Fi's in the game. Fi is coming back. Fi is going to embody this construct and be a character in the game.
Here's my my actual dinger theory. It's going to be Fi's Fi Fo Fum's spirit, but it's going to be a Link robot to make up for the fact that Link himself will not be in the game because they have committed to the game being canonical. But you can't have a Zelda game without Link in it, so they're going to put Link in it, but he's going to be as a robot. But to justify it, it'll be powered by Fi's spirit.
And the reason we can be absolutely sure about this,
spirit of a lady,
it's just the
with
fact
the body
that
of a
it teased
man.
a Fi thing at all. Like these games, they figure out ways to put characters into the game. Age of Calamity had some really funny characters, but it always came up with a lore reason why the character was in the game. So that's one of the absurd things that these games do, which I think is it's really silly, but it's also really fun.
It means how Age of Calamity had the modern day, present day style champions from Breath of the Wild go back in time to assist the other characters in the past. But like the game ended up being fan fiction, so that shit don't matter.
Oh, obviously, if it's teasing any kind of Fi-related thing, it means that she's going to be a character. But we also know for absolutely sure that's what's happening, because here's the Tears of the Kingdom spoiler, is, you know, you have the 4 main sages, and when you, like, free them or whatever, you get their, like, spirit and they follow you around. But then in, like, the final act of the game, you end up putting together this construct and then kind of channeling the spirit of Minoru, one of the Zonai. I want to say she's the sister of Rauru, I think. You know, she's a
You already
ghost,
forgot?
basically, and you put her spirit into this construct. So the 5th sage that you get, and you get to, like, have along with you as a companion, is this big robot with the spirit of Minoru in it. So, like, obviously, that's what's happening here. And Fi was referenced at the end. I guess this is a spoiler for Breath of the Wild. Fi was referenced at the end of Breath of the Wild. Zelda mentions something about hearing the voice in the Master Sword. Definitely a reference to Fi. So, like, it's kind of like, it's funny. I wonder if they did that on purpose, thinking that they might want, maybe they already had the seed of this idea, that maybe they would want to bring her back in some way, and that's why they acknowledged her at all. I did always wonder why they wanted to do that, because in most other ways, these games want to ignore the greater canon, the greater timeline. Not gonna go on that rant right now. So yeah, I don't know how long they've been planning this, or if that's why they did it, or what, but it is coming to fruition. They are bringing back Fi. We are going to be able to play as a robot with the spirit of Fi in it, in Hyrule Warriors Age of Imprisonment. Which, I mean, I do have a bit of a love-hate relationship with Fi.
Most people do.
She really did very nearly ruin
She's better than
Skyward
Remastered.
Sword. I mean, she kind of did, honestly. Like, I liked, you know, I'm not going to go on the whole thing, but
She
I liked the
ruined
game
it.
the first time I played it, and then subsequent playthroughs. I could not stand it. She stops your progress, and she just halts you and tells you stuff and chimes at you constantly. It's legitimately hard to even have fun playing the game.
Arlo was like, shut up, bitch.
But then they fixed it in the HD version, which was great. They made her a lot more tolerable. So, like, sure, there's one part of me that sees Fi as, like, the super duper annoying hand-holdy, just like, she just represented what was wrong with Nintendo at that time. But at the same time, of course, I have affection for her, especially that first playthrough. She's the very spirit, the embodiment, the personification of the Master Sword itself. It's really, really cool. And, like, naturally, if she comes back, it's a great lore opportunity. How's it been sleeping in the Master Sword? Have you been, because it sounded like she was just gonna sleep, but if Zelda heard the voice, has she been kind of like cognizant?
She's just been trapped there for years.
Is she gonna give us like little hints about like how long it's been? One of my big problems with Tears of the Kingdom in particular is how it kind of ignores the rest of the canon, which of course I said that already, but specifically how it seems to ignore the events of Skyward Sword and pretend like none of that happened. So this right here is a potential opportunity to address
How did
that
I miss
in
this
some way. Because it's acknowledging that Skyward Sword happened at all, even though the rest of the story in Tears of the Kingdom seems to forget it completely. So even if we just get them being like, oh, you know, she's like, oh, I come from the founding of Hyrule. And they're like, what are you talking about? We're doing the founding of Hyrule right now. And she's like, no, the first founding of Hyrule that you forgot about. Like, even that would help. That would
Must have just
definitely
mashed roll through that
help you.
area.
Like, just acknowledge that there was an initial founding and a whole entire history of Hyrule that got, like, more or less buried. And the whole thing was just kind of done over again in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. I don't know, it would help resolve that, at least to a degree, I think. But I don't know, maybe we won't get that. Maybe it's just fan service. It probably is. I mean, it's a Hyrule Warriors game. It probably is, just because they are digging deep to try to figure out how to get people to be able to play as certain characters. I'm waiting for the reason why we play as Link. There's no reason that we would get to play as Link, but I'm sure
Link just ends up being DLC
with some way.
Nah, he'll be in the base game. And he'll be a
okay,
robot.
Well, here's another thing. This happened. My moderator Sharp Edge asked me, if I ever got the completion bonus for completing all the shrines in Tears of the Kingdom. And I said no, and he said you get a costume with some weird lore implications, so I did it on stream. I looked it up, and again, I suppose you could consider this as spoilers.
He looked it up.
Sure,
he cheated. He
when
cheated.
you do all the shrines, you get a costume that's called like the legendary hero. And when I hear the legendary hero, like the original hero who fought to imprison Ganon, and when I hear that, I think the original hero from pre-Skyward Sword. The one that Link reincarnated from, the actual original hero. I always imagined that was a Hylian, but the costume that you get is a Zonai. It's a Zonai, and it's got the jewel on the forehead, and its hair is like Ganondorf hair color, which is even more confusing. But it's hard for me to believe that means the...
Is this why Synthetic Man was saying, like, Hyruleans got blacked and shit? They got blacked by the goat people. The original hero wasn't in fact a Hylian that looks just like Link. It was actually one of the goats. Yup.
Original hero was a Zonai because Zonai seemed to be
shit,
more or less
you saying we was Zonai and shit?
In the whole Breath of the Wild Tears of the Kingdom canon. I know it's all confusing and it probably barely even matters, and Nintendo probably doesn't know anyway. But at the same time,
that's true though. They probably don't know.
That could be their answer.
Make that shit
if
up
they
as
are
they go.
Talking about a different legendary hero who is not a Hylian, who is not actually like Link, not the one that Link reincarnated from. But just like...
The outfit you get for clearing all the shrines in Breath of the Wild, at least, is more reminiscent of Kid Link's outfit. Oh, see, but they're talking about the Tears of the Kingdom one. I've seen it too. Let me see. Oh no! I guess he was too scared to put it on screen. Alright, look away if you've never completed Tears of the Kingdom. Look away. It's this one, right? This is the one he's talking about. DK just shivering while I'm rushing to put this on screen. Last real Zelda game I played with any sort of completion was Ocarina. He's old! We was Hylians and shit. My grandmama had 20 years and shit. Don't worry, DK, you'll get to rest in a moment. Here it is. He's talking about this one. This is the OG hero. This is what you get for completing all the shrines. The original hero was a fucking Zonai! A Zonai! Ah! So this is how you get Link in the game. Either this guy's a character, or you control the Link robot. This guy's gonna have Link's moveset. Someone's getting Link's moveset, okay?
Some Zonai hero. I wasn't even aware that there was a Zonai original hero. It's all very confusing and weird and poorly written, so I don't know. But that probably
it's poorly made.
That's probably how we're gonna be Link. It's probably gonna be a Zonai guy who more or less is
it's
Link,
the
even
Zonai.
if he's not called
I'm watching
Link.
his stream.
Maybe he's called Link. I don't know. Maybe Link incarnated as a Zonai one time. I really don't know. Probably not worth talking about.
No, the original
Mostly,
hero
I
was
just
always a
wanted to point
Zonai.
out the Fi thing. Fi's coming back. I know she was in.
And later,
you know,
he just started reincarnating as a Hylian.
But like, that game wasn't canon.
This
it
is
was
the
basically
new lore.
a fan fiction where all the different Links and Zeldas and characters came through all the dimensions to join together. It was Zelda Timeline Avengers, which was cool, but I did not consider that canon at all.
No one did.
So to me, this is the first time that Fi is actually really coming back. After all these years, and here it's representing the far reaches of the timeline. Skyward Sword is the absolute beginning, and then Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom seem to be some sort of future that's so far in the future they even forgot that the originals existed, which is completely contradictory because there's so much lore in Breath of the Wild that directly references the events from... All right, that's enough.
just don't care. Just don't pretend to care, Arlo.
Trying to make sense of the Zelda timeline. Fi's
yeah,
coming
it's a
back.
pointless
We're gonna be
endeavor.
able to play as Fi in
have fun with the
Hyrule
game.
Warriors: Age of Imprisonment, and that's really cool. And she's gonna be a big robot. That's neat. Fi was always just like little spirit person. She can never like help you fight.
The original hero was just Zan.
Like,
It's Zan,
Master,
baby. Zan's the hero, bitch. Zan wins, motherfucker.
Stomp all these people to
Zan
death.
World Order.
I'm gonna punch this moblin right in the face. So that was cool, and that was another thing that made the experience of the Partner Direct,
yeah, what Red Animator is saying is correct. So, the original Hyrule Warriors was not canon. Age of Calamity was kind of marketed like it would tell the original story of Breath of the Wild 100 years before the events of that game, but it ended up being fan fiction, like alternate timeline shit, when it actually released, and people felt betrayed by that. They felt so betrayed by that, that in the marketing campaign for this one, Age of Imprisonment, Nintendo has gone out of their way to say that, yes, this one is canon, yes, it is going to explain the story of Tears of the Kingdom, the lack of story, rather, and they really want you to care about it. Hey, look, it's Cranky.
and more fun. I was pleasantly surprised to get a trailer for this game, and then that on top of it. What a reveal. Oh man, I had goosebumps. So good. That was fun. That kind of fun doesn't happen every day. I like that.
Want to see Vati as a villain again? I thought they've been real weird about referencing the I know he wasn't in the Oracle games, but like he was in the Capcom developed one, the Minish Cap. They've been real weird about referencing Oracles in Minish Cap. So I thought maybe, I don't know, like Vati was like off limits or something. But that can't be true because he was in like the Four Swords games and those weren't developed by Capcom. At least I don't think they were. I don't know, he feels like he's in this gray zone, almost like King K. Rool before they brought King K. Rool back. I think they own him. There shouldn't be any legality weirdness with Vati, but I don't know. Maybe they just think people want Ganon and only Ganon. But then people get excited when Ganon isn't the villain, and then they see when the villain gets usurped by Ganon, like Zan. Contrarily, when King K. Rool takes over for the villain of this game, everyone cheers and hoops and hollers. Yes! Okay, Capcom made the first Four Swords, and Nintendo let them make a new Zelda game, which is Minish Cap. Okay. They obviously made the Oracle games as well. So they made the first Four Swords. I know EPD made the GameCube one. So in theory, they created Vati? I don't think that means that they would own Vati, though. They recently began referencing games like Minish Cap again on the Nintendo Today app, which makes me think there really isn't anything preventing them from referencing those games. They just awkwardly choose not to because they weren't the primary developer. Yeah, in the mid-2000s, Nintendo was commissioning all those studios to help make games for them. So Sega helped make F-Zero GX for them. Namco helped them make Star Fox Assault. And then they also had a partnership to put Link in Soul Calibur 2. And then Capcom made the Zelda games that we just mentioned. Oh, of course, fucking Hudson Soft making all the Mario parties. And then Konami made Mario Dance Dance Revolution. And Namco also made the Mario baseball games. Alright, those were his Nintendo Direct videos. Let's get him talking about Mario Kart. Let's see, does this big update fix Mario Kart Worlds Online? No. I'm gonna rip that band-aid off right now, no.
The saga continues. Nintendo has
I know Hudson Soft
updated
is now owned by
Mario Kart
Konami.
World. It's got
I'm
a
speaking from the
couple
context of back then.
updates here and there since the game launched, but this might be the biggest one yet. I kind of feel like it is. I'm looking at the patch notes, and there's
Yeah, Soul Calibur 2. Was it that they had Hachi on the PS2 version? And then the Xbox version had Spawn. What a pick.
Quite a lot of stuff on here. You know, obviously you've got bug fixes, a lot of bug fixes, like dozens of them.
Bugged.
Apparently there were a lot of really teeny tiny little issues
Phil
with
was
the
right.
game, and it's great
It's
to
a
see that
buggy
they're
game.
ironing them out. You know, always a good thing that they want to make their game better. I would like to think that a game as important as Mario Kart World would get a lot of updates, so that's nice. But then just changes to like the regular game too. Yeah, again, it's a really decent list, and it is, again, good to see that they're improving the game. Overall, I think that they try to downplay the importance of competition in Mario Kart. They want it to be a little bit more casual. I think that's just kind of like their aim for it.
He's
so
a
you never
competitive
really know what they're
nerd.
going to do for like balancing and stuff. But they've done some stuff. A lot of these are just like item balancing, little changes to like item priority in certain situations. Some of them are
Thanks
just
for the
like
puppy, Zach.
little options
Hello.
stuff. I'll hit some of the highlights. It was a weird noise. Sounded like some kind of animal there for a second. Anyway,
He's an animal.
So now
He's barking.
you can finally choose who you watch when you are spectating, like when you're playing online and you're like waiting for the next race. And
missing
you're-
one.
For some reason, some baffling reason, originally you could only watch the person in first place. No one quite knew why. It could be that they didn't think of it, I guess. It could be they're like, oh, maybe they are listening to
Vlad was supposed to be the PS2 rep, but Square wanted too much for the license, even though Sony owned 14% of Square at this time. That's consistent with what I've heard about Square and collabs. These two had Hachi from Tekken, also Konami, also the big kids are going Xbox because, oh my god, Spawn! But nah, the Zelda voice showed up in force. I didn't know the GameCube version sold the best. Usually in terms of multiplats from that generation, I think the GameCube versions always suffered the most, performance-wise and graphically.
fan feedback and making changes, or it could just be that there's a lot of little things like that that they just didn't have time to implement, you know? I can imagine maybe they were working up to the deadline, had to meet the Switch launch and everything. So that's good. That's a nice change. Oh, here's a big one. Here's a big one. You know the whole collectibles problem. You know, there's the online problem, which, you know, obviously we're going to talk about in a second here. But then the collectibles, that's the other really big problem with this game, is there's no way to, like, track them. Well, get this. Here's a change. You know how, like, on the map screen, there's the little, like, it at least, like, tells you how many of each collectible you've gotten. It doesn't tell you anything else, but it tells you how many. Get this. Now, when you collect all of one of them, the color changes so that you know you got them all. Oh, finally, Nintendo has completely fixed this whole collectible problem. I actually have a video coming up. Spoilers. I've got a whole video talking about the different design philosophies between DK Bananza and Mario Kart World. It's gonna be a lot of fun, but that is for later. So yeah,
he's gonna
that's
have
another
a
thing there.
Mario Kart A-logging
they made
video.
The homing of the boomerang weaker. Now I'm a little bummed about this because I think I could tell that the homing on the boomerang was pretty good. Like the fact that I could hit people with it.
It's like the worst item to get hit by when you're in the middle of the pack.
Ever. Literally at all, other than like when
I think that's a
they're
good
just
change.
right there,
Fuck
just
the
5
boomerang.
feet in front of me.
We hate
I liked
boomers.
that. I liked being able to, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what like the general consensus is on like the strength of the boomerang. I liked that I could finally hit people, just kind of mash that button, but it seemed that they disagreed, so yeah, bit of a bummer. And then similarly, I don't know what the consensus is on the the CPU difficulty. I don't think that was a problem because they made COM weaker in everything other than battle.
It's been nothing but
So, like,
Arlo
other than
tonight,
battle
baby.
mode, all of the CPUs are just easier.
I warned you in advance that I owed it.
Like, there's always the whole, like, I mean, across, like, every Mario Kart game, there is that thing where, like, yeah, the comms, they cheat. Absolutely. Like, you know, it's just the classic Mario Kart rubber banding, that thing where it feels like you're just like pulling off all these great tricks and getting all the items.
Proud to say that I 3-starred all the cups and knockout rallies before they nerfed the CPU.
Right items at the right time and using all these shortcuts and blasting ahead, and then like you get hit by one shell and suddenly they're all there. Like I don't know, maybe that's what it's talking about, but apparently it made them all just weaker in every category. So yeah, I don't know if that was necessarily a complaint, but okay, fine. But yeah, the rest, little things, little options, little item priorities and stuff like that. But then the last item on the list increased the frequency of lap-type courses appearing in the selection when choosing the next course in Versus Race and Wireless Races. Now, you probably don't need me to remind you that there's been something of a war going on between Nintendo and the fan base. The fan base, at least when playing in online games, online races, where the point is just to do a single race and that's it. They don't want the, quote, intermission courses or whatever people are calling it, the in-between stuff. It's not even what they're officially called. When you're doing one race to have to do like two-thirds of the race is just getting to it on these long straightaways. And then you get one lap on the actual track. So yeah, like people are not really happy about that, but it seems that Nintendo is like, no, this is absolutely like the spirit of the game. It's the entire point of the game originally.
Yeah, they don't want to admit they're
people
wrong.
Could select random when selecting a course, and as long as the system
if they
chose
fix it
random,
to how people want it, that's them admitting their design philosophy failed.
Workaround, and then Nintendo was like, no, that's against the spirit of the game. They patched it out, and so it's, you know, and then there was the big thing, a lot of people claiming that they killed the online, they killed the game, they broke the game. I think that was maybe slightly over dramatic, but I definitely understand the frustration.
No, DSP said no one's playing the game anymore.
Because this should be a democracy, darn it. We should, like, whatever Nintendo wants, we should be able to choose. Well, I mean, because like you're letting the players choose, you know? So that just means that like across the board,
Shock of shocks, bud.
You're gonna
it's
be
an illusion of choice.
What they want, even if you give them the option of both, the ones that Nintendo wants to give and then the more traditional ones, like whatever. If you give the option, then there you go. But Nintendo didn't want to do it that way, and we didn't know if they were going to ever budge, but it seems that they are budging, at least some, which is well, it's interesting. It's really weird that there would be this big fan outcry and then Nintendo would like make it worse, really like dig in their heels. What made them change their mind and then ease up a little bit? Did they just kind of have more time to think about it?
People crying about it on YouTube, maybe?
The backlash, and then they just realized the error of their ways. I don't know, but they are budging at least a bit. Thing is, though, it doesn't seem like much. Now, the update just went live, so people are still kind of figuring this out. I've heard some people say it's a good deal better. I've had other people say it's really not that big of an improvement. You know, it's increasing the frequency, but it doesn't say how much, and it seems to be like probably a pretty small percentage. I was able to boot up the game and do a small handful of races, and I think I did 3. And the first one was a regular old 3-lap course, and then
people like to say Nintendo doesn't listen to the fans, or they're ignorant.
I don't know how much
they are
that
stubborn,
represents
but they say they never listen to the fans.
But
it's a bit.
I wouldn't be surprised
it's a little
if that
bit wrong.
Was a fairly accurate illustration.
You just gotta complain louder.
Like a 1 in 3 kind of thing. So yeah, like a percentage, a little bit of a chunk more likely to give you a traditional race, which I mean, it's better than nothing, I guess, but yeah, I don't know. So there was this hope, you know, when Nintendo dropped the update and gave us the patch notes, there was this hope seeing this, especially there at the end of the list, right? You know what I mean? At the end of the list, like they knew this was going to be the thing. This was going to be the one that was going to have articles written about it and stuff. There was this hope that they're finally giving in and they're finally, quote unquote, fixing the multiplayer. And yeah, it's not really. They haven't really fixed it. Improved it, perhaps, or maybe even just kind of like undid a little bit of the damage when they made it worse. You know, they're kind of just like reverting back to a slightly better state. Even then, though, it was probably best when it was random, because then as long as the people you were racing with picked random, then the system would have to pick random, and then you'd be good to go. Here, yeah, it really is like it's 2 steps back, 1 step forward. That's what this seems like. And yeah, not gonna lie,
how would you know to get that one?
it's a bit of a shame. It's frustrating that Nintendo has the ability to fix this anytime. You know, like, the keys are in their hands. This is completely their thing. It's completely up to them. They can do whatever they want. They can tweak any variable that they want. And they just don't really want to budge here. And there's this really, really, really big conflict between them and the fans. And I mean, I guess I want to say I kind of see where Nintendo is coming from, because if that's how they designed the game, that's how they wanted it to be, I can sort of see that they would want that.
Basically, the fans telling Nintendo you designed the game wrong, and they don't want to accept that.
But I really can't.
You're gonna enjoy the game how we designed it,
We're just talking about
moron.
single races here. Yeah, you have Knockout Tour. You still get to use that whole in-between thing. In fact,
yeah, man, those damn Japanese people, they think they're so much better than the rest of us, right?
I'm not too bothered about this stuff, because I'm just going to play Knockout Tour anyway. Because it's a lot more fun. You have the problem of the in-between, but the fact that you string it all together, you get the benefit. There's a benefit to doing that way. You know, like, sure, the downside is the in-between stuff is a little bit more straight and a little bit more boring, but then the very idea of stringing it all together into one consistent experience, that's a plus, and it makes up for it. And overall, the mode is just a lot better. It's a lot faster and more fun. So, like, yeah, I don't know. You already have that. There's no need.
Right. One of the updates is mushroom only mode. I don't think Phil will be returning to the game. I think it's pretty silly that they dropped that shit like right after he quit playing the game. No, we're never gonna see him play that mode. Literally skill. Like what isn't skill? What is skill if not using mushrooms to your own advantage? You know, mushrooms you can't attack people with mushrooms like you can with shells. It's pure racing skill. The only RNG is, you know, if you can get your lines right. And that's really more just not RNG, just on player skill. And he still won't go back to it.
To force the in-between thing into the regular versus races online, it just doesn't really
Did I never do this
make sense. If there is any benefit to it, it's just the fact that, like, you know, like, it'll put you on the map, and then when it's time to select a new race, it will select from the nearby races. So there's like something of a progression to it. It's kind of cool that like you go online and it's just kind of like moving you around the map. So like there is something of like a connection there, but like, I don't know, if you're just hopping on to do a random race, that doesn't really matter. There's no other progression system to it. There's no other benefit to moving around the map in that way. It's really just a flavor thing. So then it really clashes mechanically with the very idea of what we are trying to do, just trying to race online. So it's weird and it's frustrating because, like, yeah, it's, you know, goes without saying, it's Mario Kart. It's kind of a big deal. It's like supposed to be like the biggest selling point for the Switch 2 right now. It's like, you know, we finally have DK Bananza to help out, but like, apart from that, Mario Kart is
families who buy this game during Christmas are not gonna give a fuck.
Telling the fans, no, you don't know what you want. We're not gonna give you what you want. It doesn't matter. But I don't know, they're continuing to update the game, and I kind of like what I said with the spectate thing. I'm hoping that, like, maybe they kind of rushed it to market. Maybe there are other features that are going to keep coming. I mean, like, the big empty world.
Game was in development since 2017, though. They rushed it.
They have to update it. They have to keep updating it, and they've
of course they are. Just be
it
patient.
fairly consistently. So I don't know. Maybe
dented assholes wanting DLC immediately.
We don't really know though. it's just weird and it's unfortunate, but yeah, I obviously I gotta just wait and talk about all this more in the full review, which is coming along really well. I know I keep saying that, but I mean it when I say it. And actually, Kane is approaching the finish line, so to speak. We're getting really close to the end of it. Yeah, it's gonna be a nice meaty review, something like an hour long or something like that. I don't know.
It is absolutely chaotic in Knockout Tour.
It is safe to expect that in
Most people
August.
enjoy the mode, though. I do.
Yeah, you'll get my full thoughts on the game. Hopefully Nintendo doesn't drop any random updates that make me have to go back and change stuff. That could affect things. But at the moment, it seems that it should be done pretty soon.
But I completely get if you don't vibe with 24 racers on the on the field.
Oh.
It can get a bit chaotic at times, especially in the middle of the pack.
Good game. Oh, that's gonna take some time. Okay. Yeah. All right. We got a lot to do.
We just getting bananas left and right. He's got one more about Mario Kart. Apparently, Mario Kart World's big update came with a secret? What? It's a secret change. Actually, don't know what this is going to be about.
So Nintendo just gave Mario Kart World a nice big juicy update. Very possibly the biggest update the game has had so far. Lots of little changes and bug fixes, and I already did a whole video on that and whether or not
he's milking the subject.
Fixes the online. Does it fix the online? Spoiler alert, not really. It improves it a bit, but yeah, go watch that video if you want my thoughts on all of that. Thing is though, apparently it seems that they have changed something else about the game, and for some reason they did not put it in the patch notes. I had to read about it elsewhere, and yeah, like at the time of this recording, the update is not very old at all. So like a lot of this is still kind of coming out. People are digging into the game and kind of figuring it out. But apparently, it seems that Nintendo has changed how much momentum you get when you trick, like when you pull off tricks in midair.
Oh, I saw a video on Twitter about this.
Tangible change to just how much momentum, how much
you get so much more boosting now when
really
jump boosting.
Surprising to see that they did not put this in the patch notes, because I mean, what are the patch notes for? You know, I mean, they outline the tiniest little changes, you know, yeah, like for all the bug fixes, really teeny tiny little stuff most people probably wouldn't even know. I mean, they could just say fixed a bunch of issues, and like, you know, they don't have to tell us everything. They could be pretty vague about it, but they choose to, you know, what is it, like fixed an issue where the player would get caught
was
on
Mario
the
64
outside of a
boards,
handrail
watching
on
Phil.
the left and right sides,
was
right
having
after the start
it
of
was never
Airship
this
Fortress.
bad.
You know, like they're really detailed about it. And
I'd like to know what Mario Kart he's referencing when he shit talks it. The other Mario Karts weren't like this. Like, bitch, how many have you played on stream? Mario Kart 8? Then he played Mario Kart Wii, but he never had any videos of it.
as for not bug fixes, but just other changes, again, you get really little detailed stuff. Made it so there is a wheel spinning animation if the player presses the A button, acceleration too early when starting a race while driving. Player will not lose speed even when spinning wheels. So like, that's just an animation change, but they still felt that they should mention it. So it's very strange.
No, then I don't think you're getting an ad check
to the very physics of the game. How
trying to 100%
your cart
DK
moves and how
more
the
bananas they get,
affect
buddy.
your speed. I mean, that's kind of a big deal, right? But they didn't really say anything. I don't know who first discovered this, but it must have been someone in the speedrunning community, because that's really where we are seeing the most impact of this change. Speedrunners are kind of marveling at how easy it is now to beat their previous records. People are uploading videos of themselves doing their usual speedrunning thing, which is amazing, by the way. Like, I mean, it was always obvious that this game was gonna have a crazy, awesome speedrunning scene with all of the new tricks and you know, wall riding and jumping and everything. And I haven't really had a chance to dig into that yet and really like see what people can do. And so this was a really awesome chance to finally see, like, yes, they are. It is evident everything as cool as I expected it to be. Everything as impressive. They're just jumping and bouncing and wall riding and rail riding all over the place. It's really, really cool, and I'm actually really looking forward to watching some more.
Want to play more DK Breaking the Beat? Def Jam 2.
I always do. I miss every GDQ, and I think they were even doing Mario Kart. I was
you were saying that last
stream
too.
At like a party or something.
Just play
and they
it.
had it on in the background,
Just
and I caught little
play
glimpses
it.
of it, but I didn't get to watch
just
it.
play
I
it.
need to watch some of that soon because it is really impressive. And yeah, so speedrunners are just kind of like doing the usual. You know, usually they're grinding these levels out. They're trying again and again and again and again and again, trying to just shave milliseconds off their high scores or best times or whatever. But right now, it is apparently easy to just shave off quite a bit, almost effortlessly, just in one try. They can just kind of like, oh yeah, look at that. You know, you race against your ghost data and they're just leaving their ghosts in the dust. This change that has been made to the momentum system is having a really, really big impact on how quickly people can do things. But it's funny though, because they're also talking about how this does mean a pretty big change to how they are going to have to speedrun a lot of these courses, because a change like this, you know, on the surface, they are able to beat their old scores, but now those old scores are irrelevant because now they're going to have to fine-tune this, and this probably is going to lead
I play now, I got work at 1 p.m. If I wait, I'm wasting time. Play it literally right now, right this moment.
Strategy.
No delay.
They pretty much have to like redo everything, just start from square one. Which, I mean, I know that speedrunners are generally used to. I don't know how many of you actually follow speedrunning. I don't like, you know, religiously follow it or anything, but I love watching a GDQ when I can make the time to do so. And it's kind of amazing because, like, even one new strategy, one new strat, you know, someone discovers one new trick about a game, and it has the potential to completely disrupt the usual route. And essentially, like, even if it can save one single, like, fraction of a second, well, I mean, it depends, but, like, if it can save any amount of time at all, it kind of becomes like the default way, and you may have to just completely change what you do and relearn this whole new structure, and it's really amazing. They're incredibly dedicated people, and I'm floored by how they do this. So this, you know, basically this right here is a really big shakeup, at least in the speedrunning community, and so that does lead us to the question: how much is this actually going to affect your average player? I don't really know how much. I really don't know if it's the kind of thing that we're going to be able to notice much at all. And that could be why Nintendo didn't say anything about it. It could be that it was just such a tiny little change. They're like, I don't know, your average person isn't even going to notice, so why even say it? I still don't really get it. I don't know why you wouldn't just say, changed the physics on tricking or landing after a trick. It would have been pretty easy. But yeah, I really don't know if it's going to affect anyone other than speedrunners, because you know, the videos I'm watching from speedrunners, they are marveling at how much further ahead of their old ghosts they are, but they're not like so much further ahead, because like these people are so good. Like, you know, you take like the skill
looking for anime
me.
night.
I couldn't even call myself average. I'm well below average, but let's just pretend for a second I'm average, and you know, take my skill level versus a speedrunner who's that much better at it, practices it that much more, and is actually like pulling off legit strategies, you know, like tricks, like, oh, and then you jump off of this and then you skip this whole section of the map, and you're talking an increase in skill and faster time by a factor of like 100 times, you know, 300 I don't know, like, it's you take my time versus theirs, theirs is gonna be just a fraction of mine. I don't actually know what the 300 is, probably an exaggeration, but you know what I mean. It's by that much more. So if they're shaving off a few seconds, then it could, you know, you divide that up among my whole entire race, and it could be the difference of like a second, but like total spread, you know, over the whole entire however minutes long race. I'm not going to notice that kind of thing. I don't know if your actual average person is going to notice that kind of thing. It could literally just be people who are really, really hardcore. Okay, well, there you go. You could just say like above average, not necessarily speedrunners, but people who are just really, really good at the game and who are, you know, people do time trials. They try to beat their scores. They try to beat each other's ghosts. So I suppose you could say that that kind of person is probably going to see at least some difference, maybe. Possibly
the race of Arlo's. Yeah, it's been an Arlo
really
grind stream.
Is the kind of person that's gonna like see
going through
really
all the videos I have of him backlogged.
Versus
the
like,
Arlo
backlog. Really good. I don't know.
We're
how consistent
racing
their times
through
are.
it, speeding
how much
through
variation is there between their attempts? I don't know. Getting a little bit too deep into this. Point is though, secret update. Secret update. Don't know how much it's gonna affect the game. Yeah, I don't know. It's just fun to talk about speedrunning sometimes. I think it's really fun. You know what? I think there's a lot of people out there who just don't quite see it. And I was one of those people. I didn't quite get it, and I had a lot of like critical stuff to say about it. It's because I didn't really understand it.
Because you haven't transitioned yet, Arlo, that's why.
I just like, I don't know, I want to like preach the gospel of speedrun. Like, no, it's fun. Like, trust me. Trust me, it's really cool. And it's an aspect of video games
on layer 600 of this game, which is 100%ing each layer as she goes. It's very unique.
Barely ever.
I didn't do that because I figured it would be like Mario Odyssey, where you unlock even more challenges in each world after finishing the game. I figured it's like, oh, well, you probably can't 100% everything on the first go, right? So, turns out I may have been right on that. Yeah, good to hear that she's enjoying the game. That means layer 600. She's on the forest layer, like the layer that comes right after this one. Whoa, she's gonna get the ostrich power.
Get to talk about it. Like, really barely ever get to talk about it at all. So, yeah, I guess that's why I'm taking this opportunity, because it's fun. So all you Mario Kart World speedrunners out there, congratulations
you gotta really get into the
on
movement.
Your faster times. And my condolences for all of the courses you're gonna have to like completely reroute.
You gotta do your roll jump, then roll again. Roll. No, wait, I'm doing it wrong. Let's get to an edge. Roll, jump, roll, punch for horizontal distance. So many jumps you can clear that you're not supposed to be able to make, but you can make with that technique. Got some other cool shit. You can go backward. I don't use that technique anywhere near as often as I should. It's only really useful for dodging enemies. You can spin around, spin in the stick, do the Kong spin. Once you get the upgrade that lets that attack enemies, it's very useful for clearing out the smaller ones that grip onto you and suck out HP. Alright, that video's done. What else do we got here? Oh my god. This must have been a slow news day for him. He's talking about the Switch 2 camera sales. The camera sales!
It's been nearly 2 months since the launch of the Switch 2. The dust from the initial sales frenzy of the system.
Yeah,
and the
it's an
games
additional
and
accessory that you plug into the dock.
Finally settled, and we're starting to slowly get little bits of information about how various things have sold. And according to gaming analyst Matt Piscatella, we have an idea of how much Nintendo's official camera accessory has sold so far. I have no idea why or how he would have this information.
It's like some shit that even Phil wouldn't do a DSPN news segment on.
I feel like usually no one is really going to know how well an official Nintendo product sells unless Nintendo actually publishes that information. So yeah, I'm really not 100% sure.
He's
but
preemptively
he
sweeping for bad
claims to know.
sales.
He doesn't have exact numbers, or at least he's not giving exact numbers, but he does seem to have something of an idea of the attach rate, the percentage of people who bought a Switch 2 who also picked up this particular accessory. That's the attach rate. And he says that the official Nintendo camera had a mid-single-digit percentage attach rate. Mid-single-digit. So I take that to mean, you know, somewhere between 4 and 6. Assuming he is correct, then, you know, maybe you could say 5, split the difference. Roughly 5% of people who have bought a Switch 2 so far have also bought the official camera accessory. It's not a super high number, and if you want to compare it to another much more popular accessory, the official Switch 2 Pro controller has an attach rate of more like 33%, like about 1 in 3 Switch 2 owners have a Switch 2 Pro controller. I
Damn,
still
pretty
haven't
good.
picked mine up yet. I've been really mean. I just haven't.
I'm waiting for a special
I haven't
edition.
gotten to the store. I've just been using my.
I got my
regular one
dingus
and
on a
doing
Xenoblade 2 Pro
fine.
controller.
I don't really want to spend
Fucking
the money.
baller.
But here it's really,
They don't make
really
those brand
good,
new
and
anymore.
I want to experience the HD rumble for myself, you know. But hey, that's a good point though. Like that's a very expensive accessory, and it's not even really strictly necessary if you already have a Pro controller for the Switch 1, and yet still 1 in 3 people have picked it up. You could argue that that attach rate may be a little bit higher than it will be down the line. Generally, the people who, early adopters for a system are a little bit more enthusiastic, the more loyal crowd, the kind of people who have no qualms at all with just, dropping a bunch of money on a system and games and accessories and whatnot at the beginning of a generation, getting all hyped up and just being like, whatever, it's expensive, but
Are you
I'm
one
just
of those
gonna do
people,
it.
Arlo?
Whereas like down the line, I would not be surprised if that attach rate kind of slowed down, cooled a bit, however you want to put it. I don't know, that's pure speculation. But yeah, so compared to the Pro controller, the camera, it costs $55, and it has not sold super well. It is a much lower number.
Can't say I'm so,
I don't want to be
shocked
like
about it.
super duper sensational about it and just be like, oh no, like this is completely failing. Everybody hates game chat. This camera was a bad idea. Apparently, this number is in line with Mr. Piscatella's expectations, so maybe Nintendo had similar expectations, and it must be acknowledged.
I mean, how much is that
the
camera?
Nintendo
$80
camera
or something?
Is not the only camera that will work with your Switch. Really, any USB camera will work, which was
Right. They released some other third-party ones too, like the Piranha Plant camera.
Nintendo allowed that, but it could be one of those things where it would have been a little bit too far,
The Switch 2 ends up being hacked because they allowed you to plug into any USB-C camera. Somehow they hack it via the USB-C camera.
Oh, like if you absolutely had to buy the official one, then maybe people would have just been like, okay, fine, I'll just not. Like, I don't know. But yeah, it's good that they allow you to use any old webcam. So that is definitely going to cut into the sales, for sure. Especially considering the official one. Yeah, it's $55, but you can probably get a similar one for a good. I mean, I see people all over the place just being like, I just got a Logitech one for like 25, and it works absolutely fine. I don't even know what the official judgment is on how the Nintendo one compares to other ones, quality for price and whatnot. I'd be surprised if it was a better deal than those. This is an official Nintendo product we're talking about. It doesn't really do anything better than they do beyond, like, I don't know, the privacy shield. I guess not every webcam has a thing you can like flip down or whatever. I just
But you don't want people watching you after all.
Point is, it's true that like it was never gonna sell that much. But I don't know. Maybe I still do feel like that number is a little bit low, just because you look at the Switch 2 and versus the original Switch, and you're like, okay, what's the new thing? What's the fun, gimmicky, Nintendo-flavored kind of new thing that sets this system apart from the first
Mouse
system?
controls
It's
and
really
camera play.
Two things. I mean, it's mainly the mouse functionality, and even that is like I do think it's really great. I think it's going to have a big impact in the long run in terms of like what kinds of games can be ported to the system, and it's going to really enhance the experience in a lot of games. But it's not huge. So then like the secondary thing, like game chat and all that, it's kind of secondary to that. The primary hook is already not like the biggest, craziest thing in the entire world. And so then, yeah, like the kind of the secondary, that much smaller is the whole like, hey, like Nintendo finally wants us to play stuff online. I mean, they've been giving us games that you can play online for a long time, but now they like extra super particularly want you to play with friends online, and they want you to chat with each other right there on the system, and to do it in a special Nintendo-y fun kind of way. So yeah, I mean, like that still is kind of a new thing for Nintendo, and the way that they advertised it, you know, when they first revealed the Switch, made it seem like it was pretty important to them. You know, like they really did want this to be a thing. I mean, and you know, we've talked about it plenty. It does make sense. It's just, it's one of those like self-marketing things. You want people to connect and be playing online with each other and recording videos of themselves, and it's a social thing. The more you get people to socialize using your games, the more, in theory, the more of kind of a draw it is, and the more it kind of markets itself. They want friend groups to be all game chatting and having a goofy time with their faces on the screen, and then all the other friends are like, I want to get in on that. So yeah, point is, obviously game chat was a pretty important thing for Nintendo. So seeing that few people, like, what? Okay, yeah, if we assume 5%, I don't know what the official number. I don't even know if we know what the official number is now. I don't know. Could we say like 5 million? It may even be more than that. I don't know how much they've been restocking over the last couple months. We could say like 5 million. So, you know, 5 million Switch 2s.
Do you imagine game chatting with Arlo, which is a stupid puppet on screen?
Would be 250,000 units total across the entire world. It does seem low. It really does seem kind of low. But at the same time, this is just the very, very beginning. You know, like the Switch 2 is gonna go on to sell 100 million plus, so like even if that attach rate stays even almost the same, then in the long run, you're gonna see way better numbers. They're gonna make a really good amount of money on the accessory. At the same time, what if my earlier speculation is true for this as well, where over time you're going to get even less people buying the camera accessory with the Switch. These people were just caught up in the hype and they just wanted to buy it all right there at the store, but like maybe in the long run fewer people will. I don't know. And then you could also argue that like not every accessory has to sell millions and millions and tens and millions to be profitable. You know, there are plenty of official Nintendo accessories that are just kind of like whatever, you know, like there are plenty of third-party companies that sell their stuff. Clearly they're not selling a whole bunch, but it's still worth it to make them and put them on the shelves. And Nintendo themselves, they have, you know, like that.
Is
like
it
the
though?
Charging grip. You know,
people like Phil just end up buying them
my Joy-Cons,
and filling
but
their closet with
also
them. They just take up space.
It's not like the most useful thing in the world. There is a market for it, but like how big could it possibly be? But it's still worth it for Nintendo to sell it. I guess what's got me thinking about it and talking about it is just the fact that it isn't just some random accessory. It's a part of Nintendo's whole pitch for the system, the whole game chat thing. It was really important to them, and yet reception has not been great. I've really only seen people that I know and people online just being like, yeah, I'm never touching that. You know, like no one seems to care. Everybody already has their own ways of communicating with people, you know, Discord or whatever. Like they're already used to it, especially because Nintendo kind of made people had to. They had to come up with an alternative because Nintendo didn't provide any kind of onboard chat system on their systems for so long that people like they already have the alternatives. So now that Nintendo is doing this, like, yeah, most people really just don't seem to care. I still think it's kind of cool, and I guess it's because I don't have a lot of experience playing with my friends online. I don't already
He has no friends. He's friendless.
I use Discord, but like just getting on a call with people while I play games is not like a thing that I automatically could just like know how to do in like a second. And yet there is a novelty to having your faces in the games. Like I stand by that. You know, you're playing Mario Party.
Sarah's VTuber in Mario Party was very funny.
Face on there or whatever. Like that's cute. That's something that you can't do by just using Discord. And I still think that's cool. But yeah, no, most people do not seem to care about game chat at all. In fact, when the Switch launched and I was playing Mario Kart with a friend and I was like, should we use game chat? He laughed at me. He was like, no. So So there you go. And so I don't know. I'm looking at this number, and it's like, is that in line with what Nintendo expected? Or is that kind of low? You know, like, has the reception to game chat, the adoption rate of the feature itself, has it been in line with what Nintendo wanted, or did they anticipate more people wanting to use
Probably
it?
not.
And is that reception reflected here in the sales? I mean, you know, Nintendo, they tend to sometimes have a little bit of like an insulated idea of the industry. Not always, and they're getting better, but like, you know, I could see them being like, we thought everybody was gonna want to use game chat, like just not quite get, you know, whereas like Mr. Piscatella, again, he's like, no, this is in line with what I expected, but I don't know. Is it in line with what Nintendo expected? We don't always know what Nintendo expects. Sometimes they have unrealistic expectations, so I don't know. Part of me keeps wondering if this was worth making a whole video about, just, you know, like learning the attach rate of the official Nintendo camera. I think it really just comes down to my fascination with the whole game chat thing and people's reception to. I think that's what's happening here. Is this is a relatively small bit of information, but it's kind of feeding into something that's already kind of been on my mind, and I think that's what's making me really just think about it and want to talk about it.
There's one.
But yeah, I'll be curious to see what the attach rate is down the line. Will it stay the same? Will it go up? Will it go down? And I mean, I want to say, will reception to game chat change? But I don't know why it would. You know, I kind of feel like, you know, again, early adopters, they're the enthusiasts. If anyone is going to be like really using the new thing, the fun new thing with the system, is probably gonna be them. At the same time, I can't necessarily say that, because going forward, you're gonna get a lot more kids getting in on this. You know, like most of these pre-orders were probably snatched up by hungry adults, whereas like, you know, holiday season, you're gonna get a lot more given to kids, and kids might not have access to like Discord and all their own devices and whatnot.
They shouldn't have access to Discord
the ability
ever.
to use game chat. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe it will increase. And see what I mean? Like this is just. I'm just thinking about it now. I guess I gotta
Scrumbles.
Thinking about it.
Yeah, the good
and go do
news
something
is
else.
it's a Dingus Saturday stream. The bad news is it's been nothing but Arlo and me hunting for bananas. But I'm making some good progress. I think I blasted through 3, maybe 4 layers so far. We're on our way. Actually, what am I looking at right now? I think it's 9 right now. Another hour and some change should be good for me. 640 out of 777, 529 out of 696. I need one more sea lily, one more preserved bug. Where could it be? And as for this layer specifically, 2 more bananas. You're also banana hunting, dude? Yeah, some of these are pretty well hidden. I get lucky from getting the maps, from like digging through the caves. And it reveals on the map where, you know, certain bananas and fossils might be hiding. Okay, not only was there a Nintendo Direct that aired this past week, there was also a Pokemon Direct. And yup, you knew it came out in droves to talk about it. This one is simply entitled, I will now talk about the July 2025 Pokemon Presents.
All right, I have watched the July 2025 Pokemon Presents presentation, then I went back over it and kind of chewed on it all a little bit more, so now I'm going to give you my thoughts on the presentation, and I'm going to save my thoughts on Pokemon Legends ZA. I'll probably just do that in its own video. There really is its own video's worth of stuff to talk about, so I'll just go over the other stuff, and I'm not going to hit everything, just the stuff that stood out to me, as always. Ooh, big spider on the wall. Ooh! Ooh, I mean, it's not huge, but like, I'm not like happy to
pause
see
the
it there.
video and attend to that?
Just a little bit too big for comfort.
Oh?
All right, I'm gonna have to keep an eye on that while I'm doing this. Make sure it doesn't move. Okay, well, they hyped up the DJ Pikachu, and apparently that was only in the Asia English. How do you see that? On the Pokemon Asia English channel. I don't see it anywhere here either. Whatever. No DJ Pikachu, I guess. It just kind of didn't pan out. Oh well. So they gave us a trailer for a new batch of episodes of Pokemon Concierge. I don't know, I guess they're not like necessarily splitting it into seasons. It's just kind of like, here's some more episodes. I don't know, I guess that makes sense. But as always, I love it. I still haven't seen all that is currently available, but
oh, great.
It's so delightful. I just think it's so delightful.
Classic.
I think the style
Never
is so
seen
good.
it.
I love stop motion, but then it's also like the felt kind of style. Looks really, really charming, really, really cute. Seems to be some drama coming up. Her ex shows up at the resort. Ooh. Some nice Pokemon drama for you. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, just looks great. As always, it looks really great. And it's really great to see them continuing to, I don't know, support this series, give us new episodes. Seems to be working out for them. You know, I mean, as always, like with streaming stuff, it's always like, where's the return?
I kind of want to, this is like this has nothing to do with what he's talking about, but I kind of want to like just imagine what Arlo's facial expressions look like as he records these videos. Like, is he leaning into the mic? Like, what faces is he making? It just kind of hit me while I'm... Wait. Oh, wait, there's the banana. Kind of hit me while I was hearing him talking.
Here, where's the return on investment? I really don't know quite how it works, but like, whatever the case, Netflix is paying them enough, or they're paying whatever. It's working out, they're doing new episodes, and I'm happy about it, because I think Pokemon Concierge is so cute. Oh, even more exciting though, seeing Peter Lord from Aardman pop up in a Pokemon presentation. Very strange. Like, they had previously announced that they were doing some sort of thing with Aardman, but still weird and
I was
fun
not impressed by that Aardman thing. That looked really bad.
They gave us a little teaser of what they're doing. They really didn't give us anything before. We didn't know what kind of thing it was going to be, but now we know. The Misadventures of Sirfetch'd and Pichu. I love it. I think it's great. I like that this is going to be a little show from the perspective of Pokemon. Like he said, I wouldn't be surprised if it was like no dialogue, just like visual comedy, kind of in the style of like Shaun the Sheep. This little teaser, it really gave very...
I disliked how they commissioned Aardman, the Wallace and Gromit studio, to do a Pokemon show, but the teaser shows the characters all on model. Like, they look like how they're supposed to look, instead of having the visual style that Aardman Studios is known for. I thought that was really whack, and clearly something the executives enforced on them. Because otherwise, why wouldn't the characters look like Aardmanified versions of the Pokemon? They just look like themselves. The afraid little fucking Timmy won't recognize Wooloo and Sirfetch'd and Pichu unless they look exactly like how they're supposed to look.
Very Shaun the Sheep vibes, which, I don't know, it's perfect. I think it's really, really cute. The idea of a Sirfetch'd and a Pichu. I can only imagine that the Pichu is going to be all like doing mischief, and the Sirfetch'd is going to be like, oh no, I gotta take care of you. You know, the whole basically Shaun the Sheep, but Pokemon. I don't know. It's probably what it's gonna be, but you know what? Like, what else should it be? It sounds perfect. A Sirfetch'd getting all mad at a Pichu's mischief. I think that's a perfectly good angle for a show. And yeah, like, we still don't really know what kind of like show it's gonna be. Is it a show? Is it a series of shorts? I really don't know. And this is 2027. That's still like, I still don't really like. It's hard enough to like wait for a game for that long, but like an animation project, you know, it's like it's already weird enough. We've got multiple stop motion Pokemon projects, and then this second one, you're gonna have to wait another 2 years for. A little bit strange. Yeah, a little bit strange, but yeah, no, it's still really cool to see. I'm really excited to see what they do, even just from this trailer, this little teaser. I think the visual style is really, really neat. No, I don't see any big, like, Wallace and Gromit style mouths. I wanted there
yeah,
to be one
that's
on
what
every
bothers
single
me about
Pokemon.
it.
Disappointed there, but oh well. I don't know. Looks cool. Can't wait to see more in years or whatever. So then they talked about Pokepark Kanto. I was if I was aware at any point that they were doing a real-life Pokemon theme park, I must have promptly forgotten, because this is my brain is telling me this is the first I've heard of this. Yeah,
I
apparently
think it was
they're
the
doing
first
the
that
first
they had
ever
talked about it.
permanent
Pretty
Pokemon
sure.
attraction. They're adding it to Yomiuri Land in Japan, and they're gonna stick a little Pokemon theme park in there, and it sounds really nice. I mean, I don't know. This trailer mostly just showed like concept art and stuff and like little models. It didn't show a lot of like real actual stuff, like real footage. I think what they did show, they showed like little bits of like Pokemon statues kind of hanging out in the grass. Based on what we see here, it seems like it is going to be a little bit more of like a low-key thing. You know, it's not like Onyx Coaster, or you know what I mean? It probably is just kind of like a park, like the kind of thing that you like walk around and little like photo ops and stuff. I mean,
not every park has to be a theme park or amusement park.
I'd prefer that over anything. Even just walking around and like looking for Pokemon in the grass and stuff. Just Pokemon to take pictures with. That's fun. I think that's perfect, and especially if it's modeled a little bit after Kanto style. That sounds lovely to me. I mean, in one of the pictures, you can kind of see like a bunch of Pikachu's going. So there may be like little rides, little like carousel kind of rides. Yeah, for the most part, just seems like a nice little park, and sounds lovely. Sounds really, really lovely. I would love to go. It opens early 2026, so I don't know. I'm hoping that Nintendo or Pokemon does, you know, kind of like what they did with Nintendo World, little like a direct kind of showing it off or something. I think that'd be nice. I'd like to see some, probably because I'm probably never actually going to go, so I'd like to see some footage at least. So we had the usual updates for all of the different Pokemon mobile games, and then they announced a new one with a surprise shadow drop. It's out right now, and it is called Pokemon Friends. And I mean, I don't know. I think, like, I don't want to judge the game too harshly. I haven't played it yet. Maybe I'll play it to like do a video or something. But it's like it's just puzzles. Like, it's not, the puzzles are really not related to Pokemon whatsoever. All of these are just puzzles with like Pokemon assets in them. Yeah, with like a Pokemon.
He hates it because he has no friend. It reminds him that he's alone.
And they're really like talking it up. Puzzle it out and untangle your mind, you know? Like, this is how you gather your thoughts. It's like, yeah, it's a puzzle game. That's I get you gotta market it, but like you really talk it. It's just like, all
right, big ups.
Have you not played a puzzle game?
Oh no, I'm missing one.
Yeah, you could argue that they help you like gather your thoughts or whatever, untangle your mind. Yeah, I guess so. It's just that this doesn't really do anything different from any other puzzle game. In fact, it looks a little bit cheap. Not gonna lie, with the first bits of the trailer showed like really simple puzzles and like little kids. So like, yeah, I'm like, is this them getting into like kids apps, you know? Because there's unlimited kids apps out there. They're just like simple little puzzles just like this. And it was only later in the trailer that they showed like more complex puzzles and grown-ups playing them and stuff. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't want to be like too cynical about it, but it really does just seem like, yeah, this is just another thing to do. You know, like, always got to be expanding the brand, always got to be trying new things and making
always
new games.
Gotta be expanded,
really
man.
Is just like, yeah, you just kind of made a puzzle game and stuck Pokemon on it. It's not really Pokemon-ish. I mean, yeah, okay, you get plushies, and then you like have your little plushie collection. But I don't know, it seems a little, you know, a little just like, yeah, it's a thing. It is a thing. It is a Pokemon thing. Good job.
Half the things he talks about, he describes as a thing.
So yeah, I don't know. I'll probably try it out. It seems that the Switch version is like $10, and the mobile one is free. I think from the sound of it, it doesn't necessarily have like microtransactions. It's more just you have to pay to unlock the whole thing. So really, I can appreciate that. At least it's a game. You know, at least it's not free to play, like where they're trying to.
It's kind of foreshadowing because he later puts out a video where he just shits on it.
You can buy and play as a game. So yeah, you know, I appreciate that in its own way, I suppose. So then they finally talked about Pokemon Champions. They announced this Was that earlier this year or was that last year? I can't remember. It feels like it's been a while now. But yeah, it's, you know, the trailer really, it's everything I expected it to be. I think it's everything that anyone expected it to be. It's going to be a little like free to play. It's just fighting. It's just Pokemon battling and that's it. So like, yeah, this was completely unsurprising. You can fight online, you can fight a few different ways.
Dig plushies are low. They're digital plushies
from
though.
Pokemon Home, or you can get them right in the app itself.
They're not real.
You know, really
they're
talk
fake.
A whole lot about monetization or
They
anything.
exist only in your mind.
They would probably charge for Pokemon rentals or whatever. Really, the only interesting thing to come of it is apparently you can like manually train your Pokemon. Like it showed them like sliding stat
chicks
bars
do dig
around.
Animal Crossing. That is true.
And I'm really curious about this. I don't know how much they're gonna limit this.
Or they just play that instead of this fucking Pokemon puzzle app.
Pokemon with like EVs and stuff. So here, are they just gonna be like, here's your stats?
TikTokers.
Just spread them out however you want, because you know, really, the whole point is not the training. And
this Pokemon Champions thing is gonna be ass because it's not gonna have all the Pokemon on launch, yet it's supposed to be a battle simulator. Just get felted by Pokemon Showdown on Fight, which is the fan-made battle simulator that has everything across all 9 generations.
the catching, it's the battling. So maybe they'll just make that easy. At the same time, if you bring in old Pokemon over from actual games, can you just like freely edit? If I had to guess, I'd say you're gonna have to pay for it. It's gonna be like, oh, you have to use a training gem or something to retrain a Pokemon, and I'm sure they're gonna be charging for that. I don't know. We don't really know, but like obviously
he doesn't know.
It's going to be monetized. It's going to be quite heavily monetized, so we just kind of have to wait and see there. It's another situation where it's a little bit surprising that they announced this so early. Apparently the game's not even coming until 2026. We didn't even get a release window, not even like early 2026, just next year sometime. So I don't know, considering it's just a little like casual free-to-play battler. I mean, maybe not casual, maybe it'll end up being a big product for them. Obviously people.
Yeah, the funny thing about that is, it talks about microtransactions and shit, but he did buy the puzzle game he was just shitting on to do the video on it. Maybe he got enough ad revenue to make a return on the investment there, but I don't know. It's like Mudahar shitting on the Switch 2 and then buying it anyway.
People really, really love competitive Pokemon fighting, so maybe it'll end up being a really big thing, but yeah, I don't know. It's just so simple. It's very strange that they would have. I don't know. They've been doing that. They did it with Legend ZA. It feels like overall Pokemon is getting really, really comfortable with revealing stuff just years ahead of time, and it's weird. I think I think everyone pretty much agrees that we need to pull away from that. I think Nintendo has gotten a little bit better at that in recent years. Obviously, you've got some really extreme examples of games with long development times, but like for the most part, they're getting a little bit better about like not making us wait too long. Not Pokemon though. It's like, nope, this free-to-play game, nope, you gotta wait a year at least before we even like actually show it to you. And then of course, you want to play it? Oh, huh, yeah, but you're gonna have to wait a bit for that one. So that's that's really it. A lot of other like little stuff, Pokemon Go, the other mobile games and whatnot, and yeah, I'll do a video just on Pokemon Legends ZA for the new trailer. So yeah, it was not the most exciting presentation, but I don't know. I don't usually have high hopes for them. I figure
I don't think anybody does.
Pokemon. I mean, I think if people who are invested in the series probably have bigger expectations, and it is true that
even
they've been,
they
like,
don't.
hyping this one up for a bit. So it is a little weird.
They announced it a month in advance.
From where I'm standing, though, I figure if I get anything from a Pokemon Presents, I'm good. So I don't know. I got to see a teaser for the Aardman thing, so that was good. The Pokepark thing was cute. The rest of it is whatever. That's fine. And we got a new trailer for Pokemon Legends ZA, so whatever. It was a fine presentation, not super exciting, but it did deliver Pokemon news, and that is what was promised.
Yeah, that was the goal. And then he did end up doing a video about the Pokemon Legends Z-A trailer. It's the one that showed off Mega Dragonite and shit. Which I understand the core concept behind, but I don't like the design. I don't think anybody does.
Today, in the latest Pokemon Presents presentation, Pokemon gave us a new trailer for Pokemon Legends ZA. And I think we have probably reached the point where we know all of like the major stuff about the game. There's probably not any other like new, like really big features to reveal. Because this one was a little bit low-key, you know, just kind of going into like some little more like little finer details. Nothing like super duper exciting or anything, but still, you know, pretty good. And I'm sure they are relieved because
yeah, the small wings are just
they have
stupid.
The Switch 2 edition.
I get the idea behind the Dragonair
trailers, you know,
evoking the Dragonair imagery, but it just doesn't land.
A lot nicer because they can just show off Switch 2 footage. So yeah, anyway, so what's the major stuff to look at here? As always, I am not a Pokemon professional. I am quite the casual player, so I'm really not picking up on every little thing here.
He's not
however,
a professional business style gamer.
Dragonite getting a Mega Evolution. Here's the thing. I particularly did not play like the group of games where Mega Evolutions were featured. So I've really not engaged with them much at all. I can't even keep track of what Pokemon have Mega Evolutions, I think.
Bulbapedia, look it up. Cerebi, look it up.
Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee. I think that might have been the only one that I did play that had Mega Evolutions, right? I don't know, I can't remember, but yeah.
You played Let's Go!
I didn't even know that Dragonite
did
didn't
I skip
have one.
this area?
Apparently people have been waiting for this for quite a while.
Content.
I'm actually a big Dragonite fan, so I do think it is cool that Dragonite is getting so. It's from from my childhood. Dragonite. I think nowadays I probably wouldn't like Dragonite that much. Like starting fresh, he's a little. It's a little bit doofy, you know, a little Puff the Magic Dragon.
We're already after seeing the 2D art.
And I, when I was a kid.
I don't know, does it count if, like, you change your opinion on it after seeing fan art? Okay, Thorn Hollow. I literally did not do this part. Whoa, buddy, skipped content. It kind of comes across to me as, like, the fans have to pick up the slack by making the design look good in fan art. It can't just be a good design on the merits of how Game Freak chose to design it. I'm being a hater. It's fucking modern Pokemon. Of course I'm going to be a hater about it. Oh yeah, I guess he also skipped Sun and Moon. 50% of Mega Evos are bad. I don't know if I'd say 50%. Some of them look alright. The ones that just put like fucking spikes and thorns on them and just make them look edgy, yeah, those are lame. I like the ones that are unique and relevant to the Pokemon's lore and their gimmick, like Mega Kangaskhan. Mega Kangaskhan is a really good one that doesn't change the design at all, except for making the kid look a little bit older, and it's completely in line with the lore of the Pokemon, and an ability that matches said lore. That's great. I wish we had more like that, instead of just make it look cooler.
It's very special to me, so I do think it is cool that Dragonite is getting a Mega Evolution. I'm not 100% sold on the look of it. They kind of
he hates it too.
Dragonair elements and gave it to
even
Dragonite,
Arlo won't sweep.
Yeah, I mean, if there's a weakness in Dragonite,
this one's right here. I missed
tiny
it.
Little wings that just make it a little bit silly. You could probably argue that that's the charm, but like I don't know. There is a part of me that's like, if you're gonna Mega Evolve a Dragonite, you might as well just give it some real wings.
Yeah.
But instead, they put the wings on its head and like made them really huge. Yeah, I don't know. I like the tail part, but I don't know. I may need to warm up to the head wings thing. I don't know. Maybe I'll still end up getting one in the game just because I really do love Dragonite. So I don't know. Anyway, yeah. So that was a thing. So this trailer talked about the game's story and characters.
Yeah,
and if I'm honest with you,
Annihilate is another great example.
Keeping up here, I think it's one of those things where like I'm sure when I play it, I'll introduce me to the characters little by little, and I'll get invested in the story.
Because Annihilate is based off Primeape's Sun and Moon Dex entry, where it talks about how Primeape can get so angry that it fucking dies. Then just like a few gens later, they create Annihilate.
I don't need to know about all that in the trailer, so my brain just kind of shuts down while they're like telling me.
Yeah, Mega Kangaskhan was hella broken.
A lot of characters. They're really introducing every single character in the game they've been giving us. And I feel like the last time we got a trailer,
There's a whole
here's
ass
this and
area
this and
I
this
didn't
and this and
explore.
this one, just this and this and this, and just like a million different characters. But I mean, really, it's great to see that the game does have such a, you know, such a story with so many characters. That's, you know, that's part of the fun of some of the more recent games, is just really feeling
you gotta
like
come back
you're
here as the
part of a
elephant. You
team,
gotta
know, really
backtrack.
feeling like there's this kind of ongoing social relationships, and you know, it's never like super complex or anything, but like it's something. You know, I like that. The characters, that was one of my favorite parts about Scarlet and Violet, was just all these different characters and what happens to them throughout the course of the game. I think they've been doing really well in this department. So even if my
I
brain
started giving
kinda
more
shuts
fuck
down
about
when
the
they're giving me all
quote-unquote
this
story
information and
after,
all these characters,
Sun and Moon.
I am looking forward to exploring all of it, and I'm sure there's going to be a cool ongoing story and everything. I will say though about the story, I don't want to complain too much because I'm sure it'll be fine, but boy, the whole like, the monsters are going rogue, we gotta get to the bottom of this. Boy,
lame. I know.
That is a popular variety of plot to have in games like this, isn't it? I don't know, like it was the plot of Pokemon Legends Arceus. The Pokemon are going rogue. No one does.
It's a very easy way to do your plot.
And so now it's that again. Pokemon are randomly mega evolving without anybody doing it to them, and they're attacking people.
Well, the explanation is that it's a game that's only going to take place in Lumiose, and Lumiose is inhabited by humans and not wild Pokemon, so it'd be weird to have wild Pokemon just kind of roaming around. That's why they introduced the wild areas throughout the city. You go to the area, the designated wild area, and you can catch your wild Pokemon, I guess. But because the game only takes place in a city, like outside of those zones, dedicated zones for catching Pokemon, you have to like justify the antagonist and like why you're fighting Pokemon that aren't in those zones. So it's like, okay, well, just make them go berserk. It's very easy plot line.
It was the plot of like the Detective
Team
Pikachu
Soy.
movie. It's been the
people
plot of
thought
every
Arvin was a cool
Monster Hunter
character.
game that I have played, and that includes Stories, which was a spin-off. I played Stories 2, and I played Rise, and I played the new one. In every single case, it's just like, the monsters are going rogue. We gotta figure out what's going. I'm not gonna lie, I'm getting a little bit tired
We need a
of it.
story
So
about
it
how
is
humans are the
like,
real
that was already a
monsters.
thing. Like, that was already a trope that I had recognized, and yet seeing it again here, it's a little bit funny. Again, sure, it'll be fine. I'm sure there's gonna be more to it than just that, but like, come on. Think of something new. So yeah, trailer gave little details, kind of reconfirmed some stuff. It did, you know, it talked about how during the day you run around the city and you catch Pokemon, and then at night you do the battle royale or whatever, and you climb the ranks. I really wanted to learn more about that. I want to learn more about the day-night cycle, and it's probably not important enough to tell us ahead of time. It's probably the kind of thing you just get in the game and just like, you know, when you're done with the day, you just go to your bed and it becomes night, and then when you're done with your night, you go to bed and it becomes day. I don't know. I'm really curious. I'm particularly curious to see how that works, if it's going to be on a timer or if it really is you get to choose. If you do enough things, do enough
Yeah, the
battles,
Pokemon can
does
never
it
be outright
automatically
evil.
change
Unless it's
the
a
day?
mystery
I don't
dungeon
know.
game.
For some reason,
But that's not Game
I'm
Freak.
curious. It'll probably be pretty simple though. They confirmed that you can customize your characters, which is not something that I have ever been particularly fussed about, but I know that it is a very popular request on the part of the fans. People really do like to be able to customize, and you know, not every game.
Hottest fucking take. I would not mind if they got rid of character customization. In fact, the character customization made the protagonist designs lamer, like the default protagonist designs, and it kind of took away a little bit of their character, meaning if you want to learn about the personality of the protagonist, you have to play like the fucking mobile gacha games and shit, where in those games they actually get like canonical names and personalities, but that's not in like their origin games. I don't really care for customized characters. I'd rather play as characters with defined personalities. Something like, for example, like playing as a defined character in Xenoblade, you know, the hero in those games, versus, you you know, a character that's a blank slate, who you can name and shit, and then in some cases customize. And then you have the weird half steps like Persona, where you can't be a female, but you can name the character, and he has like a little bit of character outside of the illusion of choices that you're offered. It's like a weird kind of half measure. I can't speak too much because I've never played Persona, but I've seen enough people in this sector play Persona that I think I got a good grasp of how they handle protagonists. But yeah, never been a fan of the blank slate mute character. I think even Nintendo's trying to move away from that, because you see in like Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, like Link has a... I dropped the CD. I dropped the CD. It's okay, it'll respawn maybe. But in Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild, Link is getting more of a character. They're like character traits to him that he doesn't talk, but like the other characters allude to like character traits about him, and you get some silly dialogue choices in certain cases. And you can customize them, but it's like you're putting outfits on him. It's not like you're hyper customizing him like you would, say, a Pokemon trainer. Oh wait, what the hell? Banana? No, Banana. Sometimes like most JRPGs, they have canonical names, but you can name them other stuff. Yeah, I prefer the canonical name, canonical design. Maybe you can give them outfits, but like don't change entirely what they look like to the degree of a Pokemon game. And then of course they have to have an actual character to them. They have to make decisions beyond me as the player making the decisions for them. So that's a great example of a silent character that the character has his personality. Yeah, I would say like that one doesn't bug me as much as like something like Pokemon.
Has allowed that level of customization. Certainly didn't.
Yeah, you're curious. You're not curious,
so
probably.
Cool. I mean, like, I don't know. From the first trailers, it kind of showed off the main characters, and I kind of imagined they would do that again. Kind of like, no, this is basically the look of the characters. But no, seems you can change everything, change outfits, and all your features and stuff. So that's cool. And they, yeah, they also talked about.
You know what it was when X and Y came out? You know, they introduced character customization for the first time. When Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire came out the following year, they removed the character customization, and they tried to justify it by saying that character customization was supposed to be something that was unique to the Kalos region, so it was only supposed to be in X and Y. And that was consistent with their philosophy, which still exists even now, where they tend to cut themselves on purpose to make each individual game stand out more by intentionally having certain features only be in certain games. Walking Pokemon is a great example, where that was mainly in Heart Gold and Soul Silver. I think it came back in like some minor forms in the later games because so many people cried about it. I'm losing all my balloons. But for the most part, that the implementation of that people remember most fondly would be the implementation that was in Heart Gold and Soul Silver. Stuff like that, and their initial philosophy behind the character customization was that that stuff would be unique to the region that it debuted in. So that if you wanted to experience that feature, you would have to go back to that particular Pokemon game. Seasons, the changing seasons in the Black and White games would be another example. Generation 5, how there would be different seasons per month. Be something else that they intentionally had only appear in the Unova games and never brought it back. Okay with having that, show some personality. Like in the next Pokemon, the responses you gave are more sarcastic rather than generic. Yeah. I would want that too. Like, just give me some character to work with. But they're not going to do that because they want Pokemon to be like, oh, it's your adventure. Your adventure, you can do what you want. You make your own fun.
Furfru. A dog that you can style in different ways. It's yet another Pokemon. I was like, is this new? I kind of thought it was new. I kind of thought that was them introducing, this is one of the new Pokemon in this game. It's a dog, and because you're in the city, and you can fashion it like a poodle. Apparently, this is an old Pokemon. I've just never seen it before in my life. The trailer talked about doing like little side quests and helping people out, and you know, that's not anything unexpected or revolutionary, but I always like it. If I'm enjoying a game, I always just like random little missions to do, some reason to go out, and it showed a cute little thing where like the Trebishes or whatever, like following.
Yeah,
around.
Furfro
That's
is
cute, so
from
that's
Gen
fun.
6.
And then,
Not that
there's
he
even
would
a
know that.
detective
I
character.
mean, I'm not gonna knock him for not knowing
You
that.
help them solving mysteries. All right, yeah, I'll solve some mysteries. I'm into that. That sounds fun. And then it gave us our professor for this game, you know, because obviously it's a Pokemon game and it's a Legends game. So, you know, the first one was all about research, just catching tons of Pokemon to research and gain levels and whatnot. I wouldn't be surprised if it was de-emphasized a little bit in this
Mabel's
one.
a
That
terrorist.
was like really the point.
She's a part of Team Flare.
Legends.
Let's see if he
Arceus.
knows
that was
that.
the whole idea. Is like this is so early in the history of Pokemon catching and training and research that like it's like the whole point is that you're part of the research team. Here, I mean, like, you know, this is like what, the third or fourth trailer, part of the way through. They've already introduced a bunch of characters, and then they're like, and then, you know, there's like there's Mabel, there's the acting director of the Pokemon Research Lab, and, you know, you help her out with catching Pokemon and researching. So yeah, I don't know, I'm curious to know how big of a thing it is. If it's just kind of like, you know, kind of more of a side thing in this one, something, it's
the
just
Mabel thing.
It's a benefit to catching lots of Pokemon. That's the thing, though. It was so core in the other game that was why you could run around free throwing Pokeballs. It's because you were expected to catch a bunch of Pokemon. If that's not the overall point now, then is it still gonna feel the same? Are you still gonna have that incentive to run around and just like catch stuff over and over and over and over again? I don't know. I guess we'll wait and see. Oh yeah, sorry to jump around. I'm kind of going through the trailer here.
I like when I can fill in details on my own. I'm fine. If they don't really have personalities, because I grew up on RPGs like that, I'm used to it personally. I just like it's literally me for real that they do in these games. I'm not like that. I don't like making myself in games. I'm not like the guy. It's like, no, I'm gonna make my own silly character. Like when I played Xenoblade X, but I'm still gonna finish that game. And I will. But I didn't make me in that game. I made some fucking fairy tale looking ass motherfucker. I think the closest game to where I made my own character was probably Animal Crossing. Because that is like truly like just live your fucking life, idiot. And I didn't really feel weird about making myself in the game. But even then, I took some liberties. Obviously. Like, Animal Crossing is not an RPG anyway. It would be like saying I made myself in The Sims. Like, of course, that part it makes sense, because, like, The Sims, you know, you can make... The idea is, like, you can make fictional people, but you can put yourself in the game, put your friends and family in the game, then live out scenarios with them. Games sometimes just give me as a default option, and I'll go with it. The 40-plus-year-old wizard gnome is a default type. No, what's really goated is when you hit random and it just gives you something that looks like you. Or looks like you, your spirit animal, and your heart of hearts. Like, yeah, that thing right there, that fat blue blob with like way too much facial hair, that's me.
Another thing about the story and having to take down these rogue mega evolved Pokemon, it shows in the footage here. You're like teaming up with your little story teammates because you're like a part of a team with them, and it shows like you're all active battling together, and that's fun. That's
Any Viking
really
game
exciting.
Just playing as a family member.
I don't know if there's going to be any like multiplayer element.
Oh, have you
here,
ever played the Lost Vikings?
Or if it really
Is
is
that what
just,
it's called?
You're teaming up with the CPUs. But
It's like the
even
game with the
then,
3 Vikings.
just
I think
teaming
Blizzard
up
made
with
it
other players, even if it is just
before they went to shit.
NPCs, but it's like that the active battling system, and you're all teaming up. It's like a raid battle, but you're moving freely around.
Yeah, I was reminded of it because you said that
thing. You know, I mean, I have been excited this entire time about the idea of these more active battles. I really do think it's a real evolution of the series. Sure, this version of it seems a little, you know, looks fine. It looks a little bit stilted, maybe slightly awkward.
He thinks it's stilted.
Not quite playing out like the anime yet, but you know, I think it is an important step, and I just see the potential here. And even if there is no like actual multiplayer element, it's got me thinking about it. You know, seeing you run around with the CPUs, I'm imagining raid battles in the future where it's people all like in active real-time battle. I don't know.
This is a
I just
stopgap
think
before Gen
it's
10.
very cool to see.
So
that's it.
I
Unfortunately,
don't
they
see it
didn't really
happen
reveal
online.
much about the broader story.
Or,
I
well,
don't know what's
not
up with that
necessarily.
weird dog.
Probably have
I think
online,
that dog
but like
is
a
cool. It only kind of showed a
majority
little bit
focus
at
on
the
it.
end. So yeah, overall, it wasn't a super exciting trailer. It didn't really go really deep into a lot of like big stuff, big story stuff, or really big new features. But yeah, again, at the same time, they may just not have anything left. We may really have a pretty good idea.
They blew their load.
Of the game. And
Where
how
did
it's
the
gonna
load
be.
go?
And, you know, I'm sold. I was sold from the beginning. I love Legends Arceus, and this really does just seem like that, but a whole lot more. Just a whole lot more. I'm still like a little bit iffy on exploring a city instead of like open landscapes. It does still seem a little bit awkward, but it also seems like it's really evolving the series that much more in terms of just like features and content. There's just loads and loads of stuff to do. It looks like I spent like 100 hours or something on Arceus. And this just seems like
I
it's got
believe
that
there were
much more
2
stuff
Lost
to do.
Viking
I don't know if
games.
I'm gonna have 100 hours to spend on it, but it looks like a lot. It looks like a real feast of stuff to do, and I'm looking forward to it. July, August, September, we got 3 months. We will be playing it in 3 months, and I am excited to do so. Thank you for watching this video.
Fuck you. He'll probably play it and enjoy it, but not finish it. Such is the case with many games that he plays. He put out this one where he's accusing Donkey Kong of making people sick. How many views did this get? 90,000! Whoa, buddy. People fell for the goss.
I'm really gonna go out on a limb here and say DK Bananza is a lot of fun. I'm really enjoying it so far. General consensus overall seems to be pretty darn good. Yeah, the video review scores have been really good. Overall, audience reception has been quite good. I'm really having fun with it. I think I'm pretty close to the end. I've been trying to play it as much as I can, just loving the heck out of it, but that's not the point of this video. Thing is, despite how fun and delightful and charming the game is, it seems that it's making some people downright sick, making them sick to their stomachs. Now, that's not to say it's because the game is bad, but there does seem to be something about it that is causing motion sickness in some people. And the whole concept of motion sickness in video games is really
keep this
interesting
game away
to me,
from
'cause
Jade.
it really doesn't come up much, but it is absolutely a thing. And you're gonna get people with very different
Nintendo, where's my
experiences
fucking
all
accessibility?
over the place. My first experience with it was actually playing, I can't remember the name of the game. It was one of those like one of those walking sims that were, all the rage.
He enjoys
back in
walking
the early
sims
days of my channel, and I played one of them, and first-person games are usually what do it. And I'm just playing this game, and for some reason, just this game, not any other game I've ever played, made me kind of sick, and I had to like take
Yeah,
breaks,
you were
and I
playing a
heard
walking sim.
something
That's
to
why
do
you
with,
got
like,
sick.
Sometimes like
Your
Unreal
conscience
Engine
couldn't
games
take it,
or
bud.
something. I really don't know. That was such a long time ago. And then of course VR, absolutely. Anything where like I'm moving the character instead of teleporting absolutely makes me sick. It really does, which is really unfortunate because I really want to play like Resident Evil 8 and stuff in VR, but like it is kind of hard. Now here, maybe you kind of acclimate to it, but yeah, I don't know. I haven't gotten around to trying. But like first-person stuff, and especially VR, like that's a classic thing right there. Like of course that's going to make a pretty decent percentage of people sick at times. You know, I don't generally suffer from motion sickness. I did a lot more as a kid. I got car sick all the time. Hasn't really been a problem anymore, which is nice. Some people find it to be a pretty consistent
My
problem.
stomach will lurch a bit in some 3D games during a fail or during a fall. There's a FOV change, warping while falling, it's a long enough fall. Pretty rare though.
I have never heard.
I don't think the falls
of a
are that big in this
really
game though.
Third-person game.
Outside of when you're falling to the next layer, but it's not. I don't think it's a visual like. I don't think there's that much visual stimmy to it that would cause you to get sick.
at all.
You know, I think this game's fine
Usually
with
it's
it.
first person, so it's a third person game, but it's also a third person, like, platformer. Yeah, I don't know. I have not heard of such a thing making people sick, and yet it seems to be a pretty okay amount of the people playing DK. Obviously, we cannot get very accurate numbers. You'd have to poll a few million people, but for a very general idea, Nintendo Life did a poll, and about 2,500 people voted. And among those 2,500 people, 69% said, no, I do not get sick from this game at all. And to be clear,
69,
I am
nice.
among those people. I just not even almost having a problem with it, not even like playing handheld or sitting close to the TV or anything. 10% said maybe once or twice. Okay,
they're
so
just
like
trolling.
a little tiny bit. 13% said sometimes, but it's not bad. And then 8%, yep, all the time, it's unplayable. So again, this is not
You think they were being
necessarily
honest when
a
they said
super
that?
accurate measure of all of the people playing DK Bananza right now. But at the same time, I would still say that even among a relatively small pool of 2,500 people, I'd still say that's a little shocking. I would say that is a little bit shocking. You know, 8%, okay, that's not like that much of 100%, right? I don't know, to me that's actually quite a lot. I mean, if you know, that's 2 out of 25 people or something. I mean, even if we were even remotely close to numbers like that for the overall playing population, that would still be humongous.
Prototype games,
that
jump off
really
a building,
is
the tall building, look
humongous
down,
percentage
stomach
of people
starts
to say
tightening.
unplayable.
Never played the prototype
It's
games.
making me so sick I can't even play. Like, that's a lot. It's really a lot. And then even just adding up
I don't trust this
the
poll
rest
he's
of them,
referencing,
the
though. There's
31%
nothing that's,
overall
like-
of people who say they have experienced it.
Yeah, you don't have to prove that the game actually made you sick. You could just be a shit poster and just say the game just made you... The game made me terrible, made me feel nauseous, I was in bed for weeks, you guys. And what's the sample size? Like, how many people did we question here? How many people who have the game didn't even answer this poll, let alone know it existed?
A little bit. Even if you want to be super generous and shave off the second category, the maybe once or twice. Stick just with the people who have absolutely experienced it, those who say it's unplayable, and those who say, I have experienced it sometimes, but it's not too bad. That's 13% right there. That's still pretty significant to me. That is still overall 21%. That's a little over 1/5 of the people who took this poll saying they have, yes, legit had motion sickness while playing DK Bananza. And again, you know, it's interesting because everybody has a different experience, and so different people are saying
Some experiences
different
are more right
things
than
about it
others.
are making them
Like
sick.
mine.
Some people are saying that the problem is just like the camera when you're digging, because that's the thing about, like, if you're digging really deep down, and sometimes the camera is like super close in, and it's like trying to stay in the same place as DK, so it pulls in really close, and it basically like becomes first person, but then sometimes it pulls out, like outside of the tunnel, and you're like kind of looking down into it, and obviously that's a lot easier on the eyes. It's a lot less jerky. But then some people are just playing it at all is doing it. And the thing about this game,
Those are the A-loggers. Don't believe
you do
them.
a lot of punching.
Don't
and a lot
believe
of
them,
breaking.
Arlo.
And there's a good amount of screen shake. So again, we have a camera issue, and my best guess is that it does have something to do with this camera shake, because the game is just, yeah, it's all about punching and breaking. Everything is being smashed all the time. That's the gameplay. It really is the game. It's a platformer. Sometimes you're running and jumping on platforms, but for the most part, like, it's ripping stuff up off the ground, and it's throwing it and smashing it and punching and stuff. And so you probably are going to have a lot more screen shake and whatnot than most games, because it does seem that disabling screen shake, which is great. There is an option for that, which I'm
there
very
is.
thankful for. You know, Nintendo.
I have this set to, yeah, shake intensity. Set this, if you're actually hurting from this, set that shit to soft. What are you doing, bud?
the options they give us in their games. It's feast or famine. You never know exactly how much they're gonna give us. So very, very fortunately, they do give the option to disable screen shake, and then also motion controls, which makes sense. It means every time you go into aiming mode, if you're moving your controller or your Switch at all, it's going to create some little bit of motion.
How many people reporting that they got sick? How many of those didn't check the options?
Off motion controls and screen shake works pretty well. I've seen plenty of people say, that was it. That was completely it. That solved the problem, not a problem anymore. But again, everybody has a different experience, so there are plenty of other people I'm seeing saying that did not help, or maybe it helped a little bit, but it still didn't fix it overall. So at that
maybe they
point,
shouldn't be playing this game.
Does
then.
that mean that we then have to go back to blaming the camera itself, like for when you're smashing through tunnels and stuff? It's a little hard for me to believe that that would be that big of a deal. But I don't know, and then that's where we come back to.
Isn't it your job to know?
Mystery of motion sickness in video games, because again, that one game that gave me motion sickness, it on the surface it did not seem different from any other first-person game I'd ever played. I'd played plenty of first-person games on my PC, you know, like it's a thing. Some people say like head bob in a game can be a problem, but I've played plenty of games with head bob, so I don't think that was it. It could be that there's just sometimes there's some little something about a game, the way that it displays, that just kind of messes with your eyeballs, just kind of messes with your perception and your equilibrium. You know, it's like it doesn't really. I mean, yeah, just look at like being in a car. People who suffer from motion sickness, sometimes it's not even obvious why it's happening. You know, like spin me around on a merry-go-round or something, and of course I'm gonna get sick because you're spinning me. But like driving in a car, I don't know why that made me so sick. I mean, I get the theory behind it.
I don't think DSP has ever complained about this game hurting his eyes. So like, if DSP can play it. Like, this is the guy who says his hands hurt playing Tony Hawk. If he can play this and not complain about his eyes burn, he played Multiverses and said his eyes burned while playing Multiverse. He's old! He's literally old! If he can play this and be okay. Like, don't you think some of these guys are exaggerating just a teensy-weensy bit?
It's a problem with like what you're seeing versus what you're processing and what your body is sensing is happening. It's a whole thing. So it could be that there's just something about some games
Snake kind of ruins the challenge in that one.
Same thing in your head. There's a weird disconnect between what your body thinks it's experiencing and what it's actually seeing, and the input coming in. Again, I don't really know that much about it, but it could be that Donkey Kong Bonanza is just kind of falls into that category of there's just something weird. There's just something weird that maybe no one can quite put their...
Oh, this is why I didn't recognize the bonus room. That Phil did this bonus room the other day, and he was dented as fuck. So his old man boomerisms kick in, not with the game burning his eyes, but with how he understands the mechanics of the game. But this is why I didn't recognize it, because this is one of the few challenge rooms that I had skipped. So he thought these green things were moving. He thought the bouncy platforms were moving, and that he was like supposed to wait patiently to move. But no, it's the blue walls that are moving. I don't know how he confused that. He was like awkwardly kind of making his way through, because I don't even know how you look at this and think that the green platform is moving. It's not moving. It's not. I don't even get the illusion of it moving. The blue walls are what's moving. I gotta show the clip. Maybe I can, and you get the idea of how he got confused. I didn't even know he had like trouble with this. I was browsing around like the homepage. I saw that WPIG was live. I tuned in for a little bit, and he's at this part. I'm like, how do you have trouble with that? I'll pull that up next.
Finger on.
I just don't see how you look at this and think the green platforms are what is
just
moving.
Like the camera and the screen shake and stuff, and maybe, you know, maybe that can account for most of it. Again, really don't know. There's
oh yeah, that's true. He's looking at his email more often than he's looking at the game.
Here. Ultimately, I mean, it's hard for me to see Nintendo doing anything about this, or even acknowledging it. You know, like I don't think It's not quite like the Pokemon anime Porygon situation where it's like, oh, people are going to the hospital. We gotta do something about this. I don't see Nintendo doing anything. The second they mention it, it becomes like their responsibility. You know,
yeah, and a bigger
right
issue.
now it is in the realm of internet rumor. As long as it remains an internet rumor and no one is like being hospitalized or anything, then they can just kind of ignore it. If they bring it up at all, they're admitting that it's a thing, and suddenly, like, it seems like they're responsible for trying to fix it. You're going to get news articles.
Actual smart Arlo take for a change.
News articles about this.
That's probably why they won't talk about it.
Jumping over to the main news media, there's going to be an ABC report on just like the latest Nintendo game, Donkey Kong game.
Yeah, motherfuckers who don't know nothing about Nintendo start.
Stomachs. Like, you know that's going to happen.
The culture vultures will dive and do like A-log articles.
They do not need that right now. Absolutely not.
Yeah, they got enough bad PR
so
with the Switch too.
I don't think I see them doing anything about it unless it actually really does become a problem when it gets into enough people's hands. And
sorry, Jade, we're not gonna do anything about it, Bish. You're just gonna have to suffer.
If that 8% of people saying it's unplayable, if that even almost reflects reality, then you know you sell 5-10 million copies. That's a lot of people who cannot play the game because it makes them so sick. And at that point, it's going to be a thing. And again, I don't know what Nintendo does about it. Maybe they could just tweak it in
what would you
some way,
suggest?
just some way that the game displays. Maybe they could fix it. I really don't know. It is too early to say. But for now, I can just say I really, really, really hope that these numbers are not very accurate and most people are not having a problem because the game is so delightful. I could not imagine the distress I would feel if I was playing the game and enjoying it as much as I'm enjoying it now, and yet I just like couldn't
Arlo
play
has a seizure on
Why?
stream.
It makes
No,
me sick. Literally sick to my
Dave
stomach.
has a seizure on stream playing Donkey Kong.
That would be absolutely heartbreaking.
Game journalist tries to not have a seizure during Donkey Kong Bananza.
So this is certainly one of those cases where I would love to hear about your experiences in the comments. If you have experienced motion sickness, let us know what you're doing when it happens, if changing the options helps at all. I am so incredibly curious to know how much of a problem this actually is and how much of a problem it may continue to be in the future.
Remember, some 64 games had warnings about some combinations of flashing lights and colors can cause sickness. I don't think this is anything new. That was around the time of that Porygon episode, too, so it may have just been them, like, preemptively checking shit. You'll see that on certain anime now. They'll, like, dim the scene very slightly during, like, high-intense action. I can't help but notice it all the time. It's so jarring. I know why they do it. It's so you don't, like... What's that one Simpsons episode? They go to Tokyo. It was also parroting the Porygon segment where they look at the anime and then the Simpsons all roll around the hotel floor. Hey Jesse, I hope you have a good anime night. Thank you. It's actually beginning within the hour, so I think around 10:30 or so I'll probably call it so I can make myself a snack. Nintendo needs to hurry up and give developers dev kits already. Warframe not having a Switch 2 update is the only thing putting me off of buying a console. Are they keeping dev kits from developers still?
I was just thinking about the Eggshell Hotel.
Let me look up this Phil clip.
The furniture looks really nice. Plus, there's a garden and a pool. It makes me feel like I'm a famous guest, basking in eggy luxury. That's a feeling I could get used to.
Oh yeah, I forgot he came back today. It's not his day off. I'm usually used to him being off on Saturday. He's doing GTA 4.
Now then, good sir, the hour has grown late and I must retire. Good night.
I'm gonna quickly look for this challenge room. It's in one of these two parts.
Got some goodsies.
If I skim through, I should be able to find it. Donkey Kong. Oh hey, did the Bramble challenge. Wasn't a belief that he had skipped that. Big ups. Okay, it has to be in this part. Part 12. Flying towards poison plant danger. Yeah, he gets the ostrich power, then goes down here. Ah, found it. Let me see how bad this. I only saw part of it. I only saw this very specific portion. I just thought it was like giga dented. Okay, not that one. Where's the bigger source? Down here. Alright, we're gonna skip to 3211. I just want to see how he tackles this in full. The Warframe devs straight up said that they want to do Switch 2 update, but can't because they don't have dev kits. Imagine the same situation for COD and Bethesda, since their games are noticeably absent. Bro, dude, we're gonna get COD on the Switch 2? I won't have any excuse after that. Oh wait, no, this is it. This is it.
And now there's the one in the middle, and then I keep going. Okay. Jade, the late stream tonight is American
Jade, you're not supposed to be watching this.
And
Jade, look away.
get to El Paso, Texas at some point, Jade. Which I know you want to go.
Why does Jade want to go to El Paso? He's trying to go hit up the cartel. No, they're talking about the truck sim game. Okay, let's see how he does this. Okay, look at what he's doing. Look, he was actually doing pretty good. I was about to say I got felted, but something happens like midway through. Look at this. It's not like he's distracted, he's looking at the game. You can tell the walls are moving. Something trips him up right here. So at this point, he believes the green platforms are moving. Like, the blue platforms, he believes the blue platforms are stationary. Get it? Stationary, Chief? And then the green platforms are, like, moving through. Kind of like how you move a thread through a needle.
There we go.
But now he's stalled out. Even in his own footage, I don't see how he believes the green platforms are moving.
I might have to wait for the other platform because I don't think this one's high enough.
What?
This one, I don't think we're going to be able to get to the top.
He thinks they're a different height? This has to be like perspective autism. He has no depth perception.
No, so you can't land on the skinny part? No, then we're going to have to wait for a bigger platform.
He didn't land on it.
We need the higher one. It's only the middle height, see?
This is so curious because legit, it's such a good scene because he was, I didn't see the part where it was like the first half of it. This is the part where I tuned into WPIG. I didn't see the first half where he actually maneuvered it pretty well. Then something in his brain gets fried and he just starts fucking up. Whatever part of the brain that negotiates distance, movement, and depth is borked. I don't know, I at least should get an MRI to see how damaged his head is. It ain't just dented, brother. It's cratered! Lean a bit, whatever causes his dysfunction is driving games. It's what's causing this. Gin-soaked brain. Oh my god, it's not just a meme. It's true! Look!
We're almost there?
Look at his face. He doesn't think he's moving.
We're almost there?
Okay, he was convinced he was moving, but then he starts to question himself. It's so bizarre, because how are you not asking questions immediately? Because now you're just stalled out, but you blitzed through the first half of the obstacle course.
It's taking forever.
Yeah, like his brain understands movement, but he doesn't understand
Oh, wait a minute.
fully. Okay, look, he gets it right here.
All you're doing is bouncing over the blue. Oh, okay. Well, then let's not wait. Let's go then. I didn't realize that. There we go. There we go.
It's actually quite a concerning clip.
There we are. Okay, I misunderstood. I thought the platform I was bouncing off of was moving. It was the blue things that were moving.
Like, I could see how you could make that mistake, but I just don't. Like, looking at it with my own eyes, I'm trusting what my eyes are seeing. I believe my own eyes. I believe what I see. You cannot make that mistake. The contrast between the colors of the two platforms are too stark. You would not make that mistake if you're normal.
There we go. Okay, we're good.
Like, I understand what he perceived incorrectly, but it's hard for me to accept it, because it's just like, it's so obviously is the blue walls that are moving.
Finally.
Wonder what chat said in response to that.
Bait me with nonsense. Get out of
No! No! Was he distracted by the bait? No, he wasn't distracted by chat. He was looking at the game.
All right, well.
Oh, the music's so chill.
Where do we go next? This way?
Drop the soundtrack on Nintendo Music.
How I was supposed to get here? Confused where the final fruit is. I don't know.
Let's take a look at what he's doing right now. Been a while since I checked in on him live.
Oh, it's way over there. Oh, okay. It's this way.
Yeah, he was locked in too much.
Go off this end and bounce there and glide.
Bro, he was locked in but forgot the key.
Alright, let's turn this off.
Top tip, Anon $2. Ooh, no, I don't think GTA is coming back to day streams.
So now there's races we can do.
$11! Ah!
How'd the interview go? Is it done? Shit, something came up. I didn't make it. But maybe they'll schedule another one. They fucking better.
Well, that sucked. I was gonna do it. I was just leaving, and I ran out of time, I guess. Well, we can't do that. We're gonna have to wait for another interview. Well, we have another packing mission, but it's way too far away. We have, I guess
what happened? This guy, he said
Paper,
he said
right?
GTA was a heavy hitter
Let's
on the
do
day
that.
streams. What's going on, bud?
Which is really, I believe it's supposed to be the CIA.
Another one to the Shadow Realm. He's in Act 2 or something? Is this game divided in acts?
1800.
I think he'll finish it, but he won't do DLC.
It's the same exact thing. I guess we could go over there and kill some time. What's this? Oh, we already went to Perseus.
GTA 4 with mods,
Don't
but
go
all the
over
mods
there.
are graphical? Like, what the fuck? No mods that actually change how the game is played?
No, it's not the FBI. They outright say that they're not the FBI when you first arrive.
Why
I
even
think it's the
bother for him
CIA.
to, like, market something as, oh, I'm gonna play with mods, guys, gonna play with mods?
All right, let's head over there.
He's so graphics
Thanks to everyone who's on the stream chilling with me here tonight. If you enjoyed GTA 4 with
Oh,
mods,
here comes
and you
Beg.
want to see more of this playthrough more often,
Apparently
please
people
support the
don't.
stream tonight. If we hit the goal, it goes back to day streams, and the DLC will be back on the menu. Sadly,
really?
If it doesn't do well tonight, then it's staying night streams, and we're not doing it.
No,
Can't do it.
I can't at the moment. Come on, no problem. Let's come when you're free.
Sucks. Now he gives me a thumbs down.
Look at him. Look at this man. No, I know why he moved it to night streams. I'm just saying. He used to say it was the champion of the day streams. Like the day that Donkey Kong failed, and he rescheduled.
Eyes are burning because now the air
He
conditioner is out.
rescheduled his third stream of Donkey Kong on day 2. He rescheduled it to be GTA.
So this Liberty Tree story.
Well, he's talking about how
us
Donkey
and
Kong
the
failed on
Triads,
that
the fish
night
market
stream the day
around
before
some
on
amateur
launch
shit
day.
online totally
He was
killed
saying
my
how
paradigm.
GTA,
Gonna
yeah,
change
GTA is
my
gonna
whole
reschedule.
what the-
GTA is so much better. This and that. Hey, Carl.
Interview. Okay, we're going to the interview right
This
now.
is a free
Literally.
stream. Free anime night deal.
We're there. We just have to wait.
You missed the Arlo segment. Don't worry, there's so many videos left in the backlog.
It's New York City. There's nowhere to park.
Carl, is it over for GTA? We're looking at $11. We got an hour to go. It's not looking good, Carl.
You're not planning on taking him down, are you? Lay off him, for me.
I'm not planning on taking him down. He's my damn brother, you idiot.
Jackie McCreary, Francis McCreary. It's all starting to make sense. I knew Irish families were big, but I didn't expect to run into brothers in a place the size of Liberty City.
Yeah, just thank the Lord
I like his thumbnail for part 3 of this Ludo playthrough, because it's just him. It's just him kind of staring with a dopey face, and the bottom text says, "Are we all dead?" This is hell. Hell is just like constantly watching the day stream and the night stream, day in and day out.
You know what? Me and Packy get along. Maybe if doing what you do is good, then I want to be no good instead. I should meet the other McCrearys.
Be careful what you wish for.
All right, a couple contributions to shout out here. We had Lester with a second super chat.
Whoa.
Italians are the backbone of Connecticut and the tri-state area. I mean, that is a heavy concentration of Italian heritage. Connecticut, I mean, New Jersey, I think is probably the most, right?
Carl says he'll
probably
get to
New
at
York,
least
and then maybe
100.
Connecticut.
So
Probably
we're
not as
just
much
sparked the
Connecticut
veil to
anymore.
G-Beef
I'm
again.
feeling a lot of that European
He's such a pussy move, too.
populace has moved on from.
That motherfucker Jin tweeted him at 3 in the morning on his 2 days off. During his 2 days off, cockily knowing, reassured that he wouldn't have to address it until fucking today.
Hey.
If he even did, I don't even know if he talked about it.
Over on Kick, thank you for an actual Kick contribution. I can't believe
Bring it up today is like,
someone on Kick is supporting my content.
That was like a gazillion days ago. Who cares? Nobody's talking about it.
Hashtag Fluffy did a £2 super chat asking, can any of my family speak Italian? My mother knows a few Italian words because her father was an actual Italian immigrant, but he made it a principle that she would learn English and basically speak it for her whole life as her main language.
She's ESL.
So because of that, she, never really spoke Italian. She knew words here and there, but she didn't know how to fluently speak Italian. She never learned it. But my grandfather did. But sadly, my grandfather passed away when I was very young, so I only remember very few moments that I ever spent with him because I was a very young kid.
Sofa, Phil.
I need to wear a suit and tie.
You got
to the
no
interview.
family
You gotta be
left,
fucking
bitch.
kidding me. I put on a suit, and they're saying you don't have the tie, so I have to go to Perseus now and buy the suit and tie, and it's going to be too late, and I'm going to miss the interview again. Seriously. It's like right behind me here, look.
You can always get a job interview in real life, Phil.
Out of the fucking way.
He's using present
All right,
tense to
this
refer to
one.
his mother. She's still with us. Now,
No,
the
Brucey,
A-log
stop!
schizo theory is that he saw the discussion around his mother dying. No way he cannot know because of Mario Kart names. So now he's referring to his dead mother with present tense to fool the trolls and throw the
Now I gotta
lead
go back to the
off.
interview fast. Out of the fucking way. Fucking Brucey calling me. If I want to go boating. I mean, I would like to go boating in the game. I think that'd be pretty cool, but I have to do this fucking timed mission bullshit. Stop calling me. Hurry up. You late again. Oh, yeah. I'm in. Final interview.
It's Nico Bellic. I'm here for an interview.
Interesting graphics. So these mods do screw up a few things. I guess that's one of them.
Goldberg, Ligner, and Shyster, sir.
Oh my god, Carl, it's just so fucking lame without the music.
Mr. Bellic, welcome.
I feel like I'm
Mr. Goldberg is available.
like I'm being tortured.
I wanted Mr.
Mr.
Shyster.
Goldberg, Mr. Bellic.
Erwin R.
Can't we download like a streamer mode music mod? Like what the fuck?
Okay, great. Tell him to come through to my office.
Would you please follow me, Mr. Bellic?
You can't tell me that shit doesn't exist.
Okay.
How much money did the YouTube vids really make? Enough to not matter when he needs to tell us it's the drop of a bucket, but enough to matter whenever he plays a GTA game.
Right.
Boy, are you in trouble if you get in his way.
Yeah, pennies, but he's got thousands upon thousands upon thousands of videos. So the pennies add up, brother.
He doesn't bite.
Oh boy.
It's like you go to the bank with your piggy bank. And some lady's working there, and she's got like a scowl on her face because you bring all these pennies to her, and you ask her to change them out.
Man who would go the extra distance. I just need to take another look. Get myself reacquainted with your experience.
Are you ready to stand up and aim your gun at Goldberg? Press left bumper to get up.
So, you're the sort of man who doesn't wait to get told what to do. A guy who looks at the world, sees problems, and tries to fix them?
Sure.
My problem is that people don't notice the decay in society.
I noticed the decay in my society. Donkey Kong.
Yeah? I am the guy who goes around
I'm the guy.
For people, read Society, read City Hall. I shake them, and I say floss. Get rid of the rotting flesh stuck in your teeth. Prevent decay. Mouthwash, you hear me?
No, don't prevent decay.
Cop. Good cop, but he thinks he's above the law. He's not.
You know what he's talking about.
Why? Because the law is clear. I'm gonna crush him into dust. No one is above my judgment. You understand me? Oh, standing up. Assertive move, right. I like a man who takes control. Here at GL... Whoa, hold on a second there, friend. We're lawyers. We don't need guns. Strong move, though, I gotta say. I like that style. I'm all about the Second Amendment. Guns don't kill people. Video games do.
Get it? Because of that guy that was like A-logging them over GTA. The Jack Thompson? That guy. He was also a lawyer.
Shit, they're on my desk. I never hurt anyone.
I wouldn't be here if you'd never hurt anyone.
Man, the lawyer was so chill about it until he actually got the gun pointed at him.
View the files. Kill Goldberg.
Goldberg! Fitting name.
I'm not gonna...
Look how this doofus kills someone.
You didn't see anything, okay?
Right? You get it, Chief?
Shit. How did they know? Now, wait a minute. How did they know? Are they after me?
Stay right.
Wow, Phil's murdering black people. Phil is murdering black people. And his homeboy came through.
Oh, baby.
You're right, Carl. He killed the black person silently. The rage and seethe was bubbling, simmering within him. He couldn't take it anymore.
Damn, look at his
He had to execute that motherfucker.
Rolling.
Phil would be a very bad Dexter. Like, what? We're leaving so much evidence behind. One of the parts of the games I actually remember. No surprise. It's just you running through a law office killing minorities.
Oh shit, here they come.
Oh look, these guys are white. Look at him go.
No fucking cars. It's not good.
Jesus Christ. This can't be how you do it. Where's this car at? Do they despawn the cars when you get out? That can't be it. He has to have, like, the worst luck of all time.
Where the fuck are all the cars? What happened?
What? Where are my motor vehicles at? Oh, look, there's one. Come on. There's one right there.
This is the only car in like a 4-block radius. This piece of shit.
He had no choice, Carl. Oh my god.
He destroyed that guy. He completely destroyed that guy. Oh
You're the priority, Phil. Fuck that guy. It was a pedestrian. Who cares?
So wait, they don't know that I'm the guy. They have no idea it's me, so I can get away because I stole that car and no one was nearby, so we're good.
Phil, it's probably scripted. Get over yourself.
They didn't know. Well, that was actually realistic because I got into a car a block away, no one saw
MTC,
it,
dude.
and now they don't know it's me, and I'm fine. Oh, that was good. No psychic cops for this mission, thankfully.
Scripted cinematic bullshit to make Phil feel like he outsmarted the police.
50 yards.
They're telling me to turn left on a one-way street. Look at that. The GPS told me to go left on the one-way street.
Has this game been exciting? GTA? No. Donkey Kong? Yes. But I'm about to head out. I just want to see how he was doing tonight. It's been a while since I actively...
Says, I often get
since I did like a live
indigestion after eating things late at night. Do you have any solutions? Number one, don't eat things late at night. Like, no exaggeration. That's
Zero
the worst time to eat
exaggeration.
because your body's not going to be burning anything when you're going to sleep. So you're basically just putting whatever you eat right onto your fat storage on your body.
Your fat store? You like this health
That's how you
advice?
end up getting a lot of extra pounds. In addition, when you go
Can
to
your
sleep,
wife
this
check
is
her fat
absolutely
stores? Like,
true.
what the
human
hell?
body is built. You're supposed to sleep on your left side if you're a side.
Okay. I'm gonna rewind just so he can explain himself fully. You're gonna look at him while he explains himself too.
You. Stay Mossy says, I often get bad indigestion after eating things late at night. Do you have any solutions? Number one, don't eat things late at night. Like, no exaggeration.
What if you need a midnight
That's the worst
snack?
time to eat because your body's not going to be burning anything when you're going to sleep. So you're basically just putting whatever you eat right onto your fat storage on your body.
That just does not sound right.
A lot of extra pounds. In addition, when you go to sleep, this is absolutely true. The human body is built. You're supposed to sleep on your left side if you're a side sleeper. The reason being is because the way the human stomach works, if you lay on your right side, you're putting massive like pressure on it, and it makes you have indigestion. If you sleep
This
on
is
your
some
left
old
side,
wives'
that's the
tale
natural position
bullshit.
of the stomach, and actually that allows
Why
you to
didn't I
sleep, and
learn
it
this
will
in
not
science
give you
class?
indigestion. I know
What?
from experience. So sleep on your left.
You know why this is probably true for him? Because his body is all slanted and fucked up and out of shape. He's got no symmetry.
Side, not on your right, and it should help with the indigestion problems.
Here are the files.
He's asymmetrical.
Great. Peace at last. I feel cleansed. You silenced Goldberg too, right? I don't need to worry about him?
He's done.
Whoa, music
The
to
human
my
stomach
ears.
as opposed to a
weight
horse
has
stomach.
been lifted. Here's your payment.
Nice. Shout out to
what do we got?
Tasteless, who actually
Whoa,
gifted a sub over on
buddy.
Kick to Lolo Mac. Congrats to Lolo Mac, and thank you, Most Tasteless. So guys, we are nearly halfway through the stream, and we have $25 of support. Which is very, very slow for a normal stream. I don't know what's going on. Last time we played this at night, we had
Now,
outstanding
guys.
levels of support. I thought that people actually wanted it back as a day stream. This is actually why I said we're going to do 2 test streams. You understand? Just to
No,
make sure
I
that one
don't.
wasn't a fluke. So,
It was a fluke. You gotta do it
wanna see
consistently.
GTA 4 return to day stream?
You gotta do it. You gotta do the word fluke even being in this sentence.
Test streams. You understand?
Test streams, fluke, and the implication that if he only hits the goal, like it doesn't count. It has to be a streak. I thought we fucking got rid of streaks.
Just to make sure that one wasn't a fluke. So, if you want to see GTA 4 return to day streams, please support this stream. Let's see what the next Francis mission is, because we're already here.
Sure, Ma, sure. Yeah, I've always been a good boy. You know me, Ma. Yes, I'll make commissioner. No, I don't care about that. Listen, Ma, I've got to go. Love you, too. Good to see you.
I'm sure.
You know, it's funny, but I see a lot of me in you.
Become calm.
You know why?
I must remember chill.
You know there's no good and no evil. Just
When
shades
mad,
of
remember
fucking
chill.
gray.
Whatever.
You make things 1% better, that's enough. That's our duty.
Has he told us what the
If you
marathon
say
reward
so.
is gonna be?
Why you say so?
It's supposed to be Mega
I
Man,
wanna
right?
Make things a bit better.
Or do you mean what he's eating during it? I got no clue.
And you, what do you want?
I want to get paid.
Sure.
I know, Phil wants to get paid too. Alright, go away. That's all I wanted to see out of that. Oh, man, that was bad. the health segment was pretty funny, though. Oh, just what was he doing in general? It was Mega Man. He tricked people into thinking that they wanted Mega Man, so they voted for Mega Man. In reality, he wanted to do Mega Man from the beginning, so now he will be doing Mega Man. It's like he tricks you into wanting what he already wanted. He was predisposed. When mad, member chill. I got a member chill too. Guys, the stream is over. It's done. It's done. It's over. I made it to... So we started the stream at Hilltop, ended at Forest. I think you did like 4 layers today. I still gotta complete this one. More post-game streams to come as I ravage the remaining layers in search of more bananas and fossils. The anime night is upon us. Ian is live, but I'm sure he'll be ending soon as well. I gotta get started on something to eat. And that's all there is to it, Bish. But don't be sad. Tevin's restreaming. It's a buyer's market for people to fall asleep to. Oh yeah. Tevin's been gone on BRB for the past 2 days. He's back again to spread enjoyment and cheer. I will probably raid GMZ's because she's decorating her Switch 2 case. That's pretty nice. Alright, Pablo. Get me out. Thanks for stopping by! Big ups, everybody showing up for the impromptu short Saturday situation featuring schlock and slop tubers. Said that with a plural, but it was really just an Arlo marathon. And guess what? We're not even done. We're not even done yet. There's still more Arlo to go around. Ain't that horrific when you really think about it? Rating a she. We're rating a she. There's nothing you can do about it. We're gonna simp. We're gonna... No, she's chill. And she knows about DSP. So she's detractor approved. But she's fucking around with her Switch 2 right now. She's the queen of rats. Alright, let me open up Streamlabs here, see what we're looking at. Thank you to Sonakwan, re-up with the Prime for 8 months. Makoto Simp, re-up with the Prime for 3 months. Alma with the follow behind the scenes, thank you very much. And we're caught up. Bit of refresh here. Yeah, there she is. But all kinds of people live today. If you want to watch GTA, Tevin is live. I think Stroom is live too. I think Stroom's been live all day. I don't know how much longer he's going to keep going. Rydrick is playing Death Stranding. And Ann is playing a game, but he's sure to end soon as well. Bye-bye, audios, and Mimi time. We'll see you when we see you. And if we didn't see you, then we didn't see you. But if we did see you, then we saw you. And if we didn't see you, hopefully we will see you next time. If I could see myself in the mirror each and every single day, hopefully I can inspire viewers like you, Rue, to see themselves in their mirrors each and every single day. Yeah, we're rating a girl. We rated her before. What's wrong with girls in the sector? People are okay with Indrid and Sav. Alright. Nice being around the night, guys. The occasional Saturday stream. More nonsense tomorrow. I'll figure out what I want to do. Don't be too hard on GMZs. You can mess with her, though. Within reason. Bye-bye! Take it easy. No, don't be hard. Be swollen. A bit.